Jack Morgan. One, two, three. Get on up and get down with Sky Jack Morgan.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Oh no. Yes.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Sky Jack Morgan. Bright and early new dawn. Every headline, every story. Gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue.
Good morning. Pour yourself a cup of coffee.
Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. With coffee in your cup. Just fill you right up. Cleansing weather on the go. Morning shows you need to know. Join us on this daily ride. With your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied.
Yeah.
Good morning headlines.
Come on, let's get some energy.
Start your day just
Let's get some energy in this.
information for you, darling.
Hey everybody, welcome. Welcome. I used to have this ex-girlfriend. We'd go clubbing. That's how she would dance. She put her hands out like this. She put her hands out like this. She'd go. And you know what? In the year 2002 or 1, whenever I met her, 2002, I thought that was the cutest thing ever. That's how she danced in the clubs. No matter how crazy that club music got in Germany, the German clubs are the best clubs, by the way. Best clubs. I've been in clubs all over America, all over the world. I've been in clubs. Germany's got the best clubs. It's like they know when it's time to work. They know when it's time to party. I don't know. And they take both. They take both far too seriously. They take working too seriously. They take partying too seriously in Germany. I've got any Germans in the house. I'm sure you can vouch for me, right? You know what I'm talking about. I thought that was hella cute. Sometimes when I'm in the club these days, I do it just for fun. See if anybody thinks it's cute when I'm doing it. It works. It works, guys. It works. You don't have to dance cool at the club. You just have to dance. You just gotta dance. Gotta dance. Like in like in Singing in the Rain. I gotta dance. That's what you gotta do. You gotta dance. You gotta dance. Yeah, Ben, you know it's true. Ben in Berlin, he says it's true. Work, they take it far too seriously. Partying, they take it far too seriously. They go too far on both counts. Just chill. Just chill, Germany. Actually, just party more, Germany. Work less. Do less. Do less, Germany. You know, they're saying that Germany is going to up their military spending to 5% of their GDP, their annual GDP, which I think is a major mistake, seeing as how they're Germany. We don't want Germany being the third biggest standing army in the world again. But hey, we're crazy. We just keep letting the Germans. Let's do it again this century. Let's do it again. Let's have it all. Let's do it again. Let's do it twice this century, like we did last century. Let's do it again. Why not? People think they look just stupid when they're dancing, but it makes them look dumb. Yeah, when people like in movies are always like, I don't dance. It's supposed to be like that's cool. That ain't cool. It's cooler just to do this. Or, like, just wait for the hi-hat. That's all you got to do. Just stay in your little square. Don't get too crazy. Just chill. You don't have to do much. Just a little bit. Drives the ladies wild. Just a little dance. Just a little dance. You don't have to wait to go to the club either. Do it at the cafe. Do it anywhere you go. Do it at the supermarket. When that banger from your childhood, when your banger from your high school years comes on at the supermarket these days because you're fucking old? Remember when you were young and you were like, oh, the supermarket, they're playing all this old people music. Today, they're still playing old people music. It's just that you're old. God damn it. I was in there. I heard Iggy Pop playing at the supermarket. I got a lust for life. I'm like, God, I got a lust for life. I'm like pushing a shopping cart. No, I don't ever push a shopping cart. I hate those shopping carts. I never push shopping carts. I got a thing. I never do it. I hate it. I don't look cool. Nobody looks cool pushing a shopping cart unless you're dancing. No, I just don't like shopping carts. That big stupid thing, and everyone's like moving around you. I hate it. Elbows down. Don't go chasing waterfalls. That's how they dance in that video. Remember? You stick to the rivers and the lake that you're used to. Remember that? Just shoulders. You don't have to do much. Slide in like a creep eventually. You don't need to slide in. You don't need to slide in anything. Jack, did you hear? We love inflation now. Melania coin to the future. I'm telling you, yes. I have heard Martin Felix. We've got inflation, and Donald Trump loves it now. Donald Trump loves inflation. I've heard. I've been reading the news all morning. I'm sure you guys have too. It's a shit show. But I like this. My favorite story today. Before we get to inflation and all the dangerous and sad stuff, because hey, I want you to send super chats. I want you to support independent media. I want you to buy my coffee. Forget about inflation for a second. Forget about inflation for a second. Consider the fact that you've got plenty of money to donate as a super chat or to your favorite YouTuber, Sky Jack Morgan, right here on the Morning Sky, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. This is the #1. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It's the #1. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, and it's a doozy, though. Dana White's got plenty of money. He's the only one who can still go to Vegas. He's the only one allowed to still go to Vegas, and I think, you know what? We only need a Dana White, it turns out.
Other problem that I always think about.
He's always thinking about this shit. Dana White, that's what I love about you, Butch. You're always thinking. That's what I love about you, Butch. Always thinking. That's what I love you about you, Dana.
Especially on the East Coast, bugs.
Yeah.
So,
I've ever spoken Blondie, or one of you guys was saying this for day one. Day one, you were saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of bugs. And I said, yeah, I spent a lot of time in Washington, D.C. And you know what they got a lot of? They got a lot of bugs. And I'm not talking about listening devices inside the politician's mistress's house. Bugs, Bartleby. That's what they got.
President Trump just opened the Rose Garden 2 nights ago, and he invited me to dinner there.
Of course he did. Dana White, let's go to dinner in the Rose Garden. Come on.
Yeah.
It would have been better if you had a ballroom, though, right? See, that's the thing about the ballroom. You thought it was about protection from guns and people who were scary. Donald Trump's just afraid of bugs and his frizzy hair and his high heels. He's really worried about frizzy hair, high heels, and bugs.
The amount of gnats that were flying around, I'm like, holy shit. As soon as I got them.
I think we call them midges out there. But yeah. Gnats. Got a lot of gnats. If they shoved your brain up a gnat's ass, it'd look like a BB in a box cart.
On the plane, I called my head of production and said, yeah, let me tell you about the gnat situation tonight. So when you're a fighter, think about that lighting grid, the claw that we're going to have, the amount of power in the lights, moths, gnats, and God knows what.
Bats, moths, gnats, bats come and eat the moths. If you're ever in Las Vegas, Look up at those lights at night. Just look closely. You'll see them. Bats all over, man. I always thought a bat was going to fly into my window. Never did. But if you ever had a bat in your house, man, you don't want a bat in your house. Moths and bats fighting in the bug. They're going to be fighting in the bugs. Yes, fighting in bugs. We're going to be, imagine they're just going to be caked in bugs. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, when they opened Disneyland, like it was so hot on day one that the new asphalt got soft. And there was a dress code that little girls and women had to wear heels of some kind. And their heels were getting stuck in the asphalt because Disney had a dress code when they opened. Because it's run by a bunch of Nazis.
Fighters trying to deal with that.
Yeah.
So
you remember Jabba Chamberlain?
Jabba Chamberlain. I remember Jabba Chamberlain. Do you remember Jabba Chamberlain?
The Yankee game where the pitcher was pitching.
He lost because of it.
I came in for like the save, and the gnats were flying all over his face and his eyes, and he threw the game. You got to see the footage of it.
These are all the things I think about.
These are all the things Dana White thinks about. He's always thinking, Butch. Dana White is always thinking.
And I never knew that, no. But
you never knew that there were bugs. You never knew that there were bugs. This is the thing. These fucking people, man. It's like, you're the CEO of the UFC. You didn't know that bugs exist when you go outside. You never threw an outside event ever. Like, I have thrown hundreds of outdoors events. And you know what we always think about? Bugs. We always think about bugs. You know what we do? We put up nets. That's all you have to do. You just got to put up nets, buddy. You're not going to get them all, though. You won't get them all. You just need to put a big net over the whole thing. And you might be able to keep some of the bugs off your folks.
Yeah, in your mouth and your nose while you're trying to fight.
In your mouth and your nose, all over the place.
So I was telling Craig.
By the way, like, they do outdoor events outside with like WWE. They do outdoor events all the time with wrestling. People do like amateur wrestling. They're always outside on someone's lawn. Like, ask those guys how they do it. A giant skeeter net. You need a skeeter net. That's what you need. Now, it looks like what you all need here is a skeeter net. Looks like what you all need is a skeeter net. My insurance company needed more money, so they took it. Now I'm broke. Fuck me, man. No. What is Joe Rogan's dream? Could you tell me, what is Joe Rogan's dream? If you don't want to be mistaken for Joe Rogan, stop looking like Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying? Joe Rogan's dream. Does everyone know what we're talking about? There was a lady who interviewed Dana White, and he's on the couch and she's interviewing him, this multimillionaire. Shit, Dana White might be a billionaire at this point. And she touches him on the knee and she goes, "Tell me, what is Joe Rogan's dream?" And he's like, "Joe Rogan's dream? Do you think I'm Joe Rogan?" And she's like, "Let's just keep moving. Let's keep going. No, don't." She's like, she's so embarrassed because she literally thought the person she was interviewing was Joe Rogan.
My head of production, I was like, maybe we put.
You ever been with a girl and you say the other girl's name? Man, how embarrassing.
Fans in that can, because gnats have a hard time in the wind.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. These are all the little details that we have to think about. That's why I don't like fighting outside.
Yeah.
Well, you don't like fighting out. That's why, because you don't like thinking too. I don't like thinking too much. These are things I think about, says Dana White. Well, let's figure out what these guys were talking about. Jabba Chamberlain. Jabba Chamberlain. What's that all about? What's Jabba Chamberlain all about? Well, Yankees and Indians played game 2 of the ALDS New York up to a run. They were winning in the 7th. They were up a run in the 7th. Jabba Chamberlain. Time to save the game.
And so Pettit did all he could do. You can't pitch any better than Andy Pettit did tonight.
Hi, Andy Pettit.
And
great work.
Jabba Chamberlain into.
Okay, so Jabba's coming out, right? Chamberlain's coming out. Petty was like, yeah, you're done for the day.
The bright spotlight of postseason play for the very first time. Braves got a beat on
Jabba.
it, and
Let's see how
Jabba Chamberlain comes in and makes short work of the
nice
Indians
work,
in
Jabba.
the 7th.
All right, things are looking
really
good.
Fast.
We head to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Didn't really know what was going on.
What's
Just when you
here?
think, guys, you've seen everything you can see in a Major League Baseball game, check it out.
The problem is These insects are drawn to moisture. They don't care how much bug off you spray on you. These particular insects do not care how much bug spray you spray. They're attracted to it because now you have a bunch of moisture on your skin. Let's see what happens. Java Chamberlain. Look at all those bugs.
Oh, man, look at that.
Oh, no. Oh, no. UFC. I hope this actually happens at UFC. It would be so poetic. Donald Trump caked with these things. I can't stand it. Why did we do this? This is why we need a ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Gross. Here we go. Like at first they were joking. Look at this guy covered in bugs. At first they were joking about how, oh, this is going to be a foreign substance because pitchers, they can put Vaseline on there. Anyway, there's ways they could cheat with like foreign substances. And they're like, maybe this is they were joking about how they're trying to cheat.
It never occurred to me how bad it was till I actually saw it.
Tying run on in the 8th.
Well, this is a lot worse than I thought it was.
He can't even, like, he's lost all concentration. He's just gone. He's like one of the world's best pitchers. This is how he loses his job, actually.
Gets away.
Really beginning to wonder if these bugs are having an effect on Chamberlain.
Yeah, I wonder if they're having an effect. He hit one of the batters.
You can't prepare for it. How do you handle it? And so they decided to spray bug spray, which bug spray doesn't work. It makes it worse.
You see Derek Jeter waving that cap around.
I'll never forget Derek. He was always like, hey, I want to come to the mound. But every time I got closer, the bugs got worse.
What a pitch! Here comes Sizemore. Friendly bounce. Not in time with time.
Not in time.
Obviously, you have distractions everywhere. But when they're flying in your face and in your ears.
Don't know if it's the case. We won't know until the game is over. But the insects have gotten under the skin of Java Chamberlain in this.
Like, this is exactly what's going to happen in UFC. Just bugs all over.
8th inning.
Dana White knows it. That's why you don't do this shit in June. You don't have these parties in June, man.
Slider, strike 3 called, and the inning is.
They got bugs called June bugs. June bugs. Anyway, they lost. The Yankees lost because of the bugs. Java Chamberlain. Oof. What do you think is going to happen in UFC with Donald Trump covered in bugs on June 14th? And when it's coming up, it's in a few days. I don't know. Make Nats great again. Oh, man, that's what we needed. There's a bug in the system. We just need it. I need some poetry. We need some poetry in this life. It'd be so great if Donald Trump's empire fell apart because of some bugs. This is what happens. Pride goeth before the fall. You think you got a plan, and then some bugs come. One of my favorite quotes from the late and great Mike Tyson, God rest his soul. He said, "Everyone has a plan, and then you get punched in the face." I always love that line. I used to say it all the time. Every time we have a big event, I'm like, shit, we got to plan for everything. Because once we can plan as if this thing's going to go perfect, but we have to plan for all of the crap that's going to happen because it won't go perfect. Murphy's Law type of thing. Everyone's got a plan, and then you get punched in the face. Tyson's alive. Maybe for you. To me, he's dead to me. God rest his soul. God rest his soul. The late and great Mike Tyson. He's dead.
A trip to Walmart turned into.
Oh, man, these teen takeovers. How you feel about these teen takeovers? These kids going crazy. These kids are going crazy. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Mike Tyson died. No, Mike Tyson's not dead. He's still sucking air.
Chaos when teens on e-bikes and mini motorcycles.
I was just seeing if you paid attention. All right. I like to joke about dead people. I like to joke about people dying. I think it's funny. I don't know. Like it matters. It doesn't matter if Mike Tyson's alive or dead. I've met Mike Tyson. I met Mike Tyson probably a dozen times. I've met Mike Tyson. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. He's funny.
Took over the store. Now this latest incident sparking fresh debate over e-bike safety and whether enough is being done to stop reckless riders.
KTLA Sandra Mitchell joins us live in Hollywood with more. Sandy?
I don't know, but I think that should be the name of an e-bike. The Reckless Rider. The Reckless Rider. Here we go. Let's see.
Sure, Michael, we have all seen these dangerous riders on the streets. And now
you remember DMX? He was Rough Riders. Rough Riders. Open up shop. Oh, no, that's a Rough Rider. Oh, now we're the Reckless Riders. Rough Rider. We're not rough, but we are reckless.
Some of them are getting even bolder, going right into stores. Tonight, I talked with the man.
He went to jail for rape. He went to jail for assault, but you should hear his side of it. He does a whole special. I think it's on Netflix. He does a whole special. He describes the whole thing. Go ahead and read the transcripts. Learn about it. I don't want to talk about Mike Tyson. Look, I met Mike Tyson a bunch of times because I used to run the Brad Garrett Comedy Club, and I used to work all the fights at MGM Grand, and he would come in as a guest, and he performed at Brad Garrett's Comedy Club. He did a show. He used to do his show at the Comedy Club, and then eventually, that's how they do that, right? They do it a bunch of times at the Comedy Club, and they forget all their lines. He would forget his lines and fuck it up, and eventually they film a special. And so,
who says his family was really stunned and frankly scared when they started revving right through a Walmart.
Punks, get the out of here before you hurt someone.
Chaos in an
I swear to God, I can't believe there's still. I'm really surprised that people at Walmart are still like, yeah, Brad Garrett from Raymond. Yeah, I used to know him too. Yeah, and his brother, Paul. Yeah, I used to run the comedy club there. Well, I ran the drinks. I was the beverage manager at MGM Grand, and they were they still are at MGM Grand. Brad Garrett's still at MGM Grand. Paul's dead. His brother's dead, like actually dead. But Brad's still alive. He still does a show there every month or so. Every couple of months, Brad Garrett does a show. Mm-hmm. He's more of an insult comic. It's funny because he does everybody loves Raymond. But he does jokes about Raymond. Oh, I forgot to give all you guys money. I'm Ray, and I forgot to give all you guys money. And he makes jokes about that. I met Raymond. They would come in all the time, not all the time, but like every couple of months, like I said. Fun times. But he's more like an insult comic. People think they're going to get Everybody Loves Raymond, Brad Garrett, but he's like more like a Don Rickles. Like he's offensive. He's a offensive comic, a gleefully expensive comic. Ray is dead. Damn it.
Orange County Walmart. Kids on e-bikes and e-motos terrorizing shoppers.
Oh, this is near my house? Wow, this is near my house. Here we go. I say let them. I can't believe Walmart people are willing to like, get out of here, you kids. I'd be like, yeah, we got some kids. Call the cops. Like, what are you doing? I'm gonna get in the way of these kids. I'm not putting myself in harm's way for the company.
Was yelling at them to get out, and none of the store employees were doing anything.
That's
yeah. Yeah. Why should they? Why should they? The store employees aren't doing anything. What do you? They put their self in harm's way for the company and you? Fuck you. Fuck you. Raymond died. You guys, now you're gonna make me Google. I don't believe you that Ray Romano's dead. Is Ray Romano alive? Yes, Ray Romano's alive. He's 68. Ray Romano is alive and kicking. He's 68 years old and he's fine. He's fine. Where's the cup with the Carnus tears? It's downstairs. It's downstairs. Your girlfriend worked at Wally World? Man, I've got a lot of friends that used to work at Wally World. Why would you put yourself... I'm sorry. Someone comes in shooting at your Walmart. Run. You know what they tell you in an active shooter situation? Don't be a hero. Get the fuck out. Get out. Run, hide, do not fight. Run. Fight only if you're cornered.
51-year-old Vince Vasquez on his mobility scooter. He says the teens almost crashed into his wife and daughter, who has autism.
And it really startled my daughter. I yelled at them to stop.
It happened Sunday afternoon in...
It sucks. You got autism and you don't know what's going to pop off at the Walmart, man. I know. I get you. I get you completely. Your kid's got autism. Shit starts popping off at the Walmart. It could be aggravating, right? What do you expect the employees to do about it? This is America. This ain't like, I'm sorry, they don't get a piece of the action over at Walmart. They get paid their minimum wage check. They're on food stamps. Working 80 hours a week. They're working 80 hours every paycheck, putting 40 hours in the can, 40 hours of their life down the drain every week, working at Walmart for subsistence, for substandard living. And you're like, how come you're not doing anything about these bikers? Fuck, they're in Orange County. Do you know how poor Orange County Walmart workers have to be? It's expensive in Orange County.
Inside the Walmart in Foothill Ranch, no one was hurt, but the riders got away. An Orange County Sheriff's Department spokesperson telling KTLA the incident did not result in criminal charges, but the potential for someone to be harmed, damages to the store, or trespassing charges are
chaos in the OC with the reckless e-bikes.
Very real.
Reckless
It
riders.
is the latest incident involving
Hey, those aren't e-bikes. Those weren't e-bikes.
riders on e-bikes and e-motorcycles causing dangerous, sometimes deadly situations. In April, a 14-year-old allegedly struck and killed an 81-year-old, also in Lake Forest. In May, a Huntington Beach man seriously injured after he was attacked by a large group of e-bike riders.
Well, clearly there are no boundaries for these kids.
Beth Black is the author of the Caring Parents E-Bike Survival Guide. She said,
This is her time to shine. Hey, I wrote the e-bike survival guide. This is my time. I need to be interviewed about this.
it is vital that parents are more aware of the dangers.
This was not a harmless prank. It's a direct result of zero consumer awareness and a lack of compliance.
Vasquez, who is also an avid e-bike rider, says he blames parents and police.
I need the movies. It'll be like Hell's Angels on Wheels. It'll be like that one. What's that one with Peter Fonda being like, we want to ride on machines. We want to be, what was that famous one where he's like with the motorcycles? We need movies about these reckless riders. That'll be the name of the movie, The Reckless Riders of Foothill Ranch.
More people don't have to get hurt. More people don't have to get killed for this to stop. I think the police need to do a better job.
Oh, the police. What about the police? We need more cops. More cops. God damn it. Well, unfortunately, all the cops joined ICE. So we're fresh out of cops. They all joined ICE. You got $50,000 you want to donate to the cops, and we'll hire some more cops. If you want 100,000 cops, that's 500. Carry the one. That's 500,000. That's 50. That's $5 million. If you want 100,000 cops. Did I say 100 cops? Whatever. You know what I mean? It's a lot of money. 500,000?
Patrolling and just immediately impounding these
Yes, we need Easy Rider.
The Orange County Sheriff's Department says it's still trying to track down those teenagers.
We need to take away their private property. How can they ride around with this? How dare they? Maybe it's because they're a disenfranchised youth with no hope for anything in their future. Maybe it's because everyone's like, kids, you're fucked. Welcome to America. We've got no safety net for you, no health care, and you probably won't be able to get a job. AI is going to replace you. There's no prospects whatsoever for you. Your prospects, your future, is playing video games, never getting laid, never having kids, never owning a house, never doing anything. Like, you have an e-bike. Here's a consolation prize. I know it's going to be rough. The world's heating up. The ocean levels are rising. Donald Trump is president. Grab him by you could do whatever you want now. There's nothing, no repercussions for anything. You can literally storm the Capitol and there will be no repercussions. You could do whatever you want. Shit on the Speaker of the House's desk, rub it all over the walls of the Capitol. No repercussions whatsoever. Have an e-bike. You know what? Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And that's pretty much anything. So go ahead and have an e-bike, reckless rider.
A Walmart incident, but it is unlikely they will face any charges. We're live tonight in Hollywood. I'm Sandra Mitchell, KTLA.
Man, easy e-bike and flow rider. Yeah, I love it. Let's do it. E-bike, easy e-bike. We need an easy e-bike. And if I get paid for it, yeah, you might get paid. You might get paid if you go and storm the Capitol and rub your feces all over the walls. For sure, man. Two dude mama knows what she's talking about. Two dude mama Two dude mama. I almost said two boob mama, which is funnier because you got the two O's. Two boob mama. Sorry, I'm sorry. It was an accident. I didn't mean to. I didn't make that up. It just came out. Two dude mama. Two boob mama's a better name though. It's a little saucy, a little spicier. Do you have an e-bike, two dude mama? I bought an e-bike when I lived at the beach, and I loved it. I rode it to work every day, and then I moved out here, and I never use it. I don't even know where the charger is. Don't know where the key is. I don't even know there's no air in the tires. It just sits in my garage now. Like my surfboard and my boogie board and my wetsuit all just sit in the garage. I miss the beach. I miss living on the beach. No one can afford to live on the beach anymore.
So just moments ago on Capitol.
The OF name versus YT name. Yeah, no, that's her. Is that your Tinder name versus your YouTube name? It happens. It happens. It happens. The double O's got me. The double O's got me. Maybe my dyslexia. The D, because it really just a D turning this way is a B, right? So. When a hurricane passed, Walmart lost power. They dumped frozen food in dumpsters, sprayed bleach and toxins inside instead of helping poor in Louisiana. Yeah, that's Walmart. That's how it is. I live on 3 acres. Where am I going to ride it? 3 acres? That's not that big. 3 acres. What do you mean? You can't ride it to like the shop or something? You ain't got no shops. You got no shops? No roads? Are you out there on you out there in the wilderness too, dude, mama? You out there in the wilderness? Wolves and shit. Oceanfront property in Arizona. Maybe that's the key. I'm moving to New Mexico. Maybe give me 20 years of oceanfront property, maybe.
Hill, Bill Gates leaving after speaking with the House Oversight Committee about Jeffrey Epstein. Justice Department files reveal Epstein claimed that Gates got a sexually transmitted disease from, quote, Russian girls. That's from the email, and asked for.
I gotta be honest, they were showing all these pictures of Bill Gates that he was looking really rough, and he's looking pretty good. That
Gates asked Epstein for antibiotics to secretly give his then wife, Melinda, telling the committee that he did have affairs, but they had nothing to do with Epstein. And, quote, I never witnessed nor had any indication that Epstein was engaged in ongoing criminal conduct. I never went to his island, his ranch, or his Florida home.
Bullshit. I don't believe it. Never went to his island, his ranch, his Florida home. I've never victimized anyone. Bill Gates, come on. We want names, Bill Gates. We want blood. Don't you realize what this game's about? It's about blood. We're thirsty for blood. We want blood, Bill Gates. Blood, Bill Gates. There will be blood, Bill Gates. We want blood, Bill Gates. For all those billions of dollars we gave you. All those billions and billions of dollars we gave you. We want blood.
I have never victimized anyone. Senior national correspondent Rich Edson reports live from Capitol Hill. Hi, Rich.
Hi, good afternoon, Martha. Well, after about 6 hours of appearing before the House Oversight Committee, Bill Gates left that hearing room, walked right past here, refused to answer any of our questions, just like this morning when he walked in here, refusing to answer any of our questions about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
You see, this is what everyone should learn from billionaires. When the press comes to ask you questions, shut the fuck up. Don't you say one goddamn word. Never talk to cops. Only talk when there's a lawyer next to you. Pause, look at the lawyer, wait for them to nod, and then talk. That's the only time you should talk. Don't talk to cops. Which way did he go? That's the only face you should make around cops. Cheeks fully blown out. That's my innocent white person face. That's how I talk to cops. Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to them.
Committee 8 says he was forthcoming in that session with them today. A source familiar with Gates' testimony says he admitted he knew Epstein had been convicted of a sex crime when they began their relationship, and that he only met with Epstein to raise money for global health. As for Epstein's allegations in a draft email,
global sexual health?
that Gates asked for
Global sexual healing?
antibiotics to secretly give to his then wife, Gates says he never asked for medication and maintains he did not have an STD.
Global STD health?
Mr. Gates does believe that Mr. Epstein would write emails that were oftentimes untrue. I think he spoke to that in some of the questioning, that he denies obviously some of those claims. And that
Epstein was just doing some creative writing, everybody. Don't you do that? Don't you write lies about all your friends to email yourself? Don't you do that? You must do that, right? You write lies in emails just for the future after you get killed by the government. You can know that, or maybe escaped and are living in Alaska. You need to have just posthumously, dead man's grenade, the dead man switch, the Samson defense. I guess we all should be doing that. I mean, what lessons can we learn? Learn from the billionaires. If you are doing crimes, go ahead and write emails to yourself about all the people who also did crimes with you, so that they can deny it when you're dead. They can all be like, no, he was blackmailing me. I knew nothing about all this stuff that's going on. No, that never happened.
he felt that Mr. Epstein would write emails to himself and just say things that were not true.
Epstein was just a struggling writer, everybody. He was like the Cormac McCarthy of his time. He was just writing dark fiction. He was just writing really dark fiction.
Chairman Comer says he's going to request Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche to appear to discuss whether there are any more outstanding files to release. Comer also says he's going to ask Alan Dershowitz, the attorney, to come in and more questions from them. Committee members say Gates also maintains that he never met any underage.
Yeah, secretly gave Melinda antibiotics because of an STD. He says he never had an STD. Then what's with the chlamydia medication? Weird.
Back to you, Martha.
Rich Hudson, they have been wanting to hear from Bill Gates for quite some time in that hearing room. Yep. And today they got that.
She looks like a little soldier. Look at her little gold button. She looks like a little soldier.
Opportunity, Rich. Thank you very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
No.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you all in supporting Susan Collins because she has your full support and endorsement in her Senate?
She does, because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along with, but
these guys are my best friend. These guys. What are their names, sir? I don't fucking know. What?
In the Senate race in Maine, are you all in supporting Susan Collins because she has your full support and endorsement in her Senate?
She does, because she's a sane woman.
Susan Collins is a sane woman, everybody. You knew that, though, right? She's sane. Susan Collins, totally normal Mainer. I think she's out. I think Susan Collins is done. She's like 105, so it's time.
My best friend at all. These guys are. I get along with, but I have some.
These guys. I got lots of friends. Everyone knows that about Donald Trump. We got lots of friends.
But she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's like had 10,000 votes. She had 10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. Look, she's a sane woman. And she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me. But this guy is a thug.
He's a thug? Oh my God, I almost spat out my coffee. Wait a second. That'd be funny. I need to have something like a bucket somewhere where I could spit out the coffee and not ruin my studio, because that would have been funny. I literally almost spat out. Graham Plattner's the thug? Hold on a second. Graham Plattner's the thug? I mean, Graham Plattner's, I've talked about him a lot. I'm not a big fan. I think Nazi tattoos are a deal breaker. But a thug? Donald Trump calls him a thug? I like thugs. They're like my best friends. I love thugs. Thugs are my best friends. I love thugs. Those January 6ers, though, they weren't thugs. All those people you pardoned, they're not thugs. All those ICE agents, they're not thugs. Those jackbooted thugs that you send to people's homes to shoot their dogs, separate them from their children, shoot citizens in the face, those aren't thugs. I mean, shit, those people look like thugs from the old days when they were busting unions down in the West Virginia mines. That's the type of thugs that I think that looks like these days. It's a modern day version of those jackboots that were busting union skulls, murdering union leaders in West Virginia in the coal mines. This piece of shit, Graham Plattner's a thug? I mean, a lot of stuff, but ICE are the thugs. I mean, come on. You got to admit, Graham Plattner, a person who was in our military, served honorably. Yeah, he got the Nazi tattoo. Deal breaker for me, but thug? Drunk, maybe. Not so good with the ladies. Maybe he doesn't treat his ladies that well. I don't know. It's hard with boyfriend, girlfriend stuff. everyone ends up looking like an asshole. You know what I mean? Every woman I've ever, almost every woman that I've ever been with, I kind of look at as like poison. I think she's a toxic person. Some of them probably look at me that way. Probably, you know? I'm sure if you asked all my ex-girlfriends how they feel about me, some of them would got some shit to say, I'm sure. And some of them in their memories probably are making it worse. And I'm probably making it worse too in my memory about them. Probably. I mean, I ain't got anyone saying shit like this motherfucker texting women while I'm married and shit. I never done nothing like that. But, you know, boyfriend, girlfriend stuff gets messy. But a thug?
Fake. He's a fake thug. He's a phony.
He's a fake and a phony thug. What? This guy covered in makeup with his scalp reduction and his photo ops every day. He's got the nerve to call someone else a fake thug. Donald Trump calls other people. Okay.
I made a lot of money picking out phonies. He's a real phony. He's bad.
A New York Times article out this morning.
No, you made a lot of money being a phony. Donald Trump faked a university. He faked the steak thing. He faked the Melania coin and the Trump coin. Like, what do you mean phony? Trump coin, Melania coin. Buy Melania coin, everybody. Don't forget, we're buying Melania coin. It's the number one way to secure the financial future of the United States of America. Please Venmo Skyjack23 or Cash App Skyjack Morgan so that I can buy more Melania coin. I'm already selling my house. My house is for sale right now so that I can get more Melania coin. I'm telling you, Melania coin. It's the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America, and it's endorsed by Donald Trump and the First Lady. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Don't forget to like and subscribe. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you. What's it trading at today? I mean, I heard it was going to the moon today. It's going to the moon today, guys.
Is revealing what it calls a freak out. That's a quote inside the White House over the Epstein files. The article describes a panicked Vice President J.D. Vance as he and other advisors met inside the Situation Room last year. It also points out that one White House official suggested that they pardon Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. It was during that Situation Room meeting that a Wall Street Journal report was published. You remember it? It detailed a close relationship between the president and Epstein. Let's bring in CBS News chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes. Nancy, has the White House responded to this article yet?
They have just responded, Adriana. They put out a statement saying essentially that President Trump has been totally exonerated when it comes to anything having to do with Jeffrey Epstein, and that his administration has released thousands of pages of documents and therefore has done more to address this issue than any other previous administration. But what this article really does is shine a spotlight on the tremendous concern that top White House and DOJ officials had as this story started to gain momentum, and they tried to figure out how to tamp it down. There were various factions either arguing to release as much as possible, to try to get grand jury materials released, kind of to show the public that that they were being as open as possible. And then there were others who were arguing that they sort of needed to hunker down and that this would all blow over. A couple of things that were the most fascinating, Adriana. Number one was the fact that there were some within the White House who were suggesting that they offer some sort of favor or enticement for Ghislaine Maxwell, who was in federal prison in Florida, in exchange for her doing an interview with a top DOJ official. And the idea of even offering her a pardon was floated. That was shut down. But she was transferred to a lower security prison after she did that interview. The administration has always claimed there was no quid pro quo there. But
no quid pro quo there. How could that not be quid pro quo? Like, it's just too obvious. Ghislaine Maxwell's in a minimum security club fed where she gets puppies and caviar. She plays with the caviar but eats the puppies. I don't know. It's what they do there. It's, you know, it's their culture. It's her culture. She plays with caviar, but she eats puppies. That's weird. G-Max, you know, she and I go way back. But quid pro quo, you don't think that was quid pro quo? Nobody can answer why she's in a minimum security facility. Nobody can answer why. Oh, no, I'm not going that UFC coin.
You know that there was some...
No, that UFC, you're just fudding now. You're fudding. Don't FUD, Nurse Rod. Don't FUD my Melania coin. I got no FOMO on that UFC coin. No siree Bobski. I'm maxi on Melania coin.
Concern among top White House officials that if she was given anything in exchange for doing an interview, that it would basically create enough of a controversy that it would negate anything positive that she were to say about President Trump and his relationship or lack of it with Jeffrey Epstein.
Nancy, let me ask you about something else now.
No reason for her to be in a maximum security facility, really, because she's the first child molester to be not in one. So isn't that strange? Why is she the first one, Tammy? Are you pro child molester or something? You think child molesters should get special treatment? She's the first child molester, first convicted child molester to be in a normal prison. A normal prison. No, she's in Club Fed. You pro Tammy, you pro G-Mex. The one who pulled down the panties of little girls so that billionaires could have their way with them? Tammy, you into that? She didn't kill anyone. So you're okay with it. Okay, so you're okay with it. All right. She didn't kill one. Just drop her in isolation. Just put her in isolation. That's fine. I'll fucking put her down a dark hole. That's all. I don't give a shit. I don't think she should be eating puppies and playing with caviar.
The president is expected to sign a reconciliation bill for ICE.
Or get pardoned. You don't care. Yeah, of course you don't care. I mean, maggers never care about kids. Maggers hate kids. Maggers only care about the ROI on children. How much can I sell a child for? How much money can I get out of this little kid's ass? That's all you care about.
Some Border Patrol funding today. What are we hearing?
Yeah, I mean, this is a big achievement for the president in this second term. They have been pushing this bill for months. It has finally gotten over the finish line, first in the Senate, then in the House. We've been covering the fallout over this bill for months because basically what it does is it funds the president's immigration crackdown from now through the rest of his presidency. More funding for the Border Patrol, more funding for ICE. And this is really what the partial government shutdown that we all lived through was all about. Democrats were looking to put some restraints on ICE and what it could do after.
Yeah, G-Max tortured children. And maggers don't care. Maggers don't care at all. They use kids for arguments. They use kids for everything. If they can't use a child, then what good are they? That's how maggers sees that's how Donald Trump sees the world. If I can't use you, what's the point of you? If you serve no purpose to me personally, if I can't profit off of you in some way, shape, or form, you're not worth anything. This is why Donald Trump does not consider your financial situations, Americans. This is why Donald Trump does not think of this. Is why he loves inflation now. He doesn't give a shit about you unless he can use you. He cares about you on election day. He loves the uneducated on election day. Christians, I love Christians. I love the uneducated. As long as they can do something for me. You know, when Donald Trump, when he heard that school full of children died in Iran, he was upset because he knew he could have made a pretty penny off of them if he could just round them up and sell them, because he knows how much a child goes for. He knows how much a little girl could be sold for to his billionaire friends.
All the fallout surrounding what went down in Minneapolis. Republicans did not want to do that, and the shutdown dragged on for.
Bro's too stupid. You're right. Donald Trump has never had a real job. You're absolutely right. Donald Trump is too stupid to do a real job. He's never had a real job. He's never had a driver's license. Donald Trump has never had a real job. And everything he's done is fail upwards because his daddy was rich. And idiots keep bailing him out. People keep bailing him out. And then when everyone was not going to bail him out, when the banks were like, fuck this guy, it's enough is enough, the Russians bailed him out. Who owns him? Who owns Donald Trump? Them Russians.
Months. Democrats ultimately did not get their way, and Democrats managed to use a strategy that didn't require them getting any Democratic votes to get this across the finish line in the Senate, then pass the House, and now it goes to the president's desk today.
And Nancy, while we have you, we'd like to ask you about Iran. The president posted to Truth Social this morning that he was giving another warning to Iran, saying that they've taken too long to negotiate a deal. What do we know about this?
Yeah, I mean, this is a major surprise because just yesterday, Adriana, we were talking.
Dude, are you serious? There's lots of pictures of dead kids, Tammy Pierce. There's lots of pictures of dead kids. There's all sorts of pictures of dead kids out in El Paso and Juarez that are directly tied to Epstein's operation, his collaboration with the cartels. Fuck, man. Yes. What's a real job? I don't know. Clocking in, clocking out like a normal person, having a real job once in a while, you know. Even most entrepreneurs, they had a job at some point. Sometime they worked. They worked for a living. Donald Trump has never had a real job. What's up, Takumi Furukawa? How are you? How are you? How the heck are you?
At this time about the fact that President Trump, on his way back from the Knicks game in New York overnight, Monday to Tuesday, was saying,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Another retarded lib. Who said that? I know Donald Trump's kind of acts like another retarded lib. I know he does. He seems like a retarded lib, but he's actually like he was for most of his life. Hey, let's hear the Nazis out one more time. Capitalism is great. You know, like what the liberals always say. Hey, let's listen to the Nazis again. Liberals are great. We love them. But Donald Trump wasn't. He got co-opted by the Nazis, and they said, hey, you know what? You should be Republican because they're a bunch of rubes and hayseeds. They're easily taken advantage of, and you can rise to power more quickly that way. And so he did. He became a Republican, but he wasn't a Republican. He didn't believe in any of the Republican values. He shared none of their values, none of their platform. But he can call himself a Republican, and he could pretend to be a rich man, and he could get into power. Pretend to be a tough guy, a guy who spends $70,000 a year on hair, according to his tax returns. $70,000 a year on hair. Yeah, he's one of us. He's one of us. He's just like you and me. Donald Trump's just like you and me.
that actually there were no more sticking points between the U.S. and Iran and that they might sign a deal within the next couple of days. Now suddenly he is saying that actually Iran has been dragging its feet and that as a...
Yeah, I would say a real job is actually, contributing something, using your labor to contribute, not a landlord, just a leech. He's been a dirty landlord most of his life, and his landlording just expanding his dad's business. Nothing special.
Result, he may actually go back to war with Iran. He's also justifying the retaliatory measures that the U.S. military took overnight after an Apache helicopter was downed over the Persian Gulf. And so at this point, it appears that that we are moving in the direction of a potential return to hostilities, with the president even once again raising the specter of possibly striking bridges and power plants in Iran. That's something that he was threatening a month or two back, and that human rights organizations have always argued would amount to a war crime.
All right, Nancy Cortez, thank you so much.
Before we came in here, you posted about Phil Pulte and that you'd be starting the job early. You said it's going to be downsizing the DNI. Can you talk about your...
Well, yeah, people have wanted that downsize for a long time. Many people don't want it at all. A lot of people thought it was a duplication. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was a duplication. He's done a great job at Fannie Mae. And, you take Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. The value of that has increased so much since I've been in charge. I had the right to sell that. And in my first term, a group came to see me wanting to buy it. And they offered me exactly 10% of what it's worth today. And I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to look foolish when they flipped it a year later for hundreds of billions of dollars more. So I kept it. And I put him in charge as soon as I got here. And he's done an amazing job. Could be worth $1 trillion.
It's a pretty different portfolio.
Well, it is, I know. But, smart people are smart people. I always say I'd rather have smart than experience, but experience is good too.
That's what he always says, everybody. Smart is better than experience. That's why he appointed Matt Gaetz as the famous pedophile Matt Gaetz as the attorney general. That's why he appointed Pam Bondi. That's why he appointed Pete Hegseth. That's why he appointed Mark Wayne Mullen, because smart or experience. That's what he needs. He needs smart or experience, either one.
I would say this. He's going to be there for a short while we pick somebody else. We're interviewing 5 different people. They're all very good, very different. And we'll put somebody there. But people want it downsized. The senators and the Congress people, I think everybody wants it downsized. And many people, I think, and I won't speak for Todd, but and I'm not sure how Todd feels. But by the way, he's great. I hope you people give him an easy run because he's very busy. He doesn't need stupid people saying, why didn't you get a higher mark at a certain college? Because he's highly educated. He was a great student. He's great at everything he's done.
Why don't you get higher marks? Why don't you get higher marks in college? Have you ever heard any press ask that of anyone? But I mean, sure, if you're going to be called the smartest man by Donald Trump, hey, what were your grades like? Well, he had a 2.0. Well.
See, they'll go after him for getting a B+ instead of an A, but the other guy can be a thug and let him run. He's okay. He's fine. The one thing about him.
I love the fact that Donald Trump is calling people thugs. I love this. Calling white people thugs is in this season. White people are thugs now. Great, because ICE is thugs. ICE is a collection of thugs. Donald Trump is a thug. Actually, Donald Trump is a fake thug. He acts like a tough guy, but he's a pussy with his big, stupid. Look at his big, stupid shoulder pads. Look at his shoulder pads coming off like 3 inches off of his shoulder. so that he looks like a big, tough man. Look at that. Like, this is, I am not wearing shoulder pads. There's no shoulder pad in here. That guy, look at he's wearing a costume. He's in drag. He's a drag performer.
It's great because every time they bring something up, he's worse than anybody that we've ever seen. And I hope the Republicans are going to use him as your standard bearer when they say that, gee, yeah, Eric, we don't like the way you dress today. It's unacceptable, right? And then all you have to do is point to this thug that they're trying to put in. So pretty much that's the way it is.
The way you dress today, weren't you guys the ones fucking crying about Zelensky not wearing a suit to the Oval Office? Weren't you guys throwing fits like little babies? You snowflakes. Snowflakes.
He's going to do a good job. He's going to be there for a very short period of time. He will be superseded and replaced by somebody that's going to have the job permanently. Yeah?
What do you think the Democrats say they'll?
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of like they're kind of like Batman 66 henchmen, you know, like Catwoman henchmen. They're all dressed like, they're all just stupid. They can't do anything right. And Catwoman has to keep telling them to do things over and over again.
Hold up,
I don't care what they say. Democrats. They're not Democrats. They're Democrats.
Democrats and Republicans. I'm all about it. Hey, Democrats and Republicans. Well, if you're a Democrat supporter, you're probably not going to like this stream. If you're a Republican supporter, I don't even know what you're doing. I don't know how you look in the mirror supporting the Republicans. I mean, at least the Democrats, they got an excuse, right? They're like, well, they're not as bad as these rapist bigots. I mean, shit. Like, I understand it. I'm against the Democrats, too. I think the Democrats don't do enough. I think it's a little ridiculous that they've done nothing. They keep getting into power, and they keep fucking it up. So, I don't know. I've completely given up on Democrats, but if it's between them and the Republicans, I get how some of you guys feel like you're being held hostage with a gun to your head. Hey, pick. You need to pick one of these. It's either the Republicans or the Democrats. Ugh. You gonna take someone stupid or someone who's trying to literally cave your head in and rape you? Which one are you into?
Dumb people, yeah. Then I guess something's going to happen. No, we can't let them extort us. I told the guys today, we can't let them. They've done it on numerous occasions.
Yeah, two sides of the same coin, but don't forget the coins. The two sides are different. Just not that different, right?
We can't. What we're signing today has been amazing, but they tried to extort us, and eventually, and they were losing tremendous support because they're extorting on.
Yeah, remember when Donald Trump proclaimed to be an outsider? Yeah, outsider, sure thing. Donald Trump's Mr. Outsider. Yeah, outsider, big time. Big time, wink. He's draining the swamp, wink. Mr. Drain the Swamp, remember? Remember 50% reduction in the cost of gas after the first 12 months, remember? Remember when he said that he's gonna stop all the wars in his first 24 hours? Remember that? So what do you want? You want to vote for the rapist bigots or the Democrats? I mean, sure. Democrats, they suck, man. God damn it, they suck. But I'd rather have someone who's shitty at their job than someone who's literally trying to rape me.
Law and order. And they can't win on law and order. People want law and order. They don't want crime.
People want law and order. I'm the law. You better stay in order, okay? That's what they mean by law and order. They are the law and order. They can never break laws because they are the law. Donald Trump is proving that every day. Every day he's breaking many, many laws. If it's just the law that he signed into law, the bill that he signed into law about Jeffrey Epstein, just the Jeffrey Epstein Transparency Act, just that. Every day that we do not have all of the unredacted files, he is breaking the law actively. Donald Trump is a criminal every single day, but he will never pay for these crimes. And he knows it because he and all of his friends, well, he didn't do it, but all his friends on January 6th went in and skewered fucking cops and rubbed shit all over the walls in our Capitol building, and none of them are facing any consequences. So law and order, that's for you people. That's not for him. That's not for him. Law and order. People want law and order. Yeah, they do. It starts at the top.
And that's essentially what they were doing.
Every day that he stalls the lawsuit against him about defaming the Central Park Five, every time he does that, that's breaking the law. He says he can't do it because his presidential schedule is just too much, even though 25% of his days are spent golfing.
And ultimately, they could not take the heat. But we can't let them exceed.
It starts tomorrow.
What starts?
World Cup.
Yeah. Most successful World Cup they've ever had. They've never sold tickets at that level. They've never sold that many.
Oh, he's also calling it a war, and he has not gotten approval from Congress, which is illegal, breaking the law. The American people want law and order, law and order, law and order. But it turns out the American people just trusted their government to not break the law, because here's what we're going to do. We're going to, just like Doge was illegal, right? There was all this illegal shit that happened during Doge. Now we know it. It was fun laughing at those kids. Remember in January, those kids were doing the depositions, and they're like, what books did you read? They're like, we didn't read any books. What's your understanding of DEI? I don't know. I'm DEI. I don't know. And hey, what's your experience? Zero experience. How old are you? I'm 20. Okay, those kids broke the law. Doge was against the law. And it was fun watching them do their, watching the catch up a year later, right? A year later, people that caught up with them, no one was punished. We've all forgotten about it. It's only June. It was a huge scandal. A bunch of people should have been in jail. A bunch of people broke the law. No big deal. And so that's what's going to happen with this. A year later, we'll be like, oh, yeah, he broke the law with that Iran thing, huh? Yeah. What are we going to do about it? Nothing.
Tickets so quickly. It's amazing because you don't think of soccer. We use the word football, soccer, right? But you don't think of soccer.
Thank you. We use football, soccer. We use soccer.
Soccer in this country. It's the most successful. I spoke to Johnny this morning. He's fantastic. And
more people play soccer in the United States than any other country in the world. They just don't play it professionally. We're just not that into professional soccer because we have too many professional sports. But soccer is a huge sport in America. Don't get it twisted. Every kid plays soccer. AYSO is a huge organization, especially women. Women play a lot of soccer.
Boss, he said there's never been anything close to what's happened.
Carmelo Anthony's family is also talking tonight. They believe the trial was unfair from the start. They do plan to appeal. Our Ken Molestina to continue now our team coverage.
A day after the trial, Carmelo Anthony's parents, Andrew Anthony and Kayla Hayes, sat down to break their silence and to let the world know how they're feeling as their son begins his 35-year sentence for murder. Despite what a jury found, his parents dispute their son ever wanted to kill Austin Metcalf.
My son is no murder.
Of course he didn't want to kill him. He got bullied. He stabbed the bully. Now the bully cried. I don't know, don't bully kids. Don't fucking kick black kids out of tents on a rainy day. You might get stabbed.
My son didn't intend to hurt anyone. My son was defending himself. And that's what hurt so bad.
His mother recounts the moment she addressed the jury and made her plea to them during the sentencing phase.
To have mercy on my son. That's what I told the jury. I know they had their minds.
That's what I told that all-white jury in Texas. Please have mercy on my son. That's when I stood there and asked an all-white jury to say, please have mercy on my black son in Texas. Where was that lynching? Wasn't that lynching in Texas? Wasn't there a famous lynching where they dragged a black kid behind a truck in Texas? Yes, I'm referring to the horrific 1998 murder of James Byrd Jr. In 1998, in the East Texas town of Jasper, 3 white supremacists offered Byrd, a 49-year-old black man, a ride. They drove him to a remote logging road, brutally beat him, chained his ankles to the back of a pickup truck, and dragged him for nearly 3 miles. That's Texas for you. The murder of James Byrd. The 3 men were convicted of a hate crime. John William King and Lawrence Russell Brewer, identified as the perpetrators with deep ties to white supremacist groups, received the death penalty and were executed. The 3rd man involved was sentenced to life in prison. Texas, man. You don't want to be in Texas after dark at some towns. You ever heard of Vidor, Texas? Vidor, Texas. They used to have sundowning. Is that Vidor? Is that Texas? I think it's Texas. They used to have sundown laws in Texas, which means if you're black after dark.
It's made up already. So really wasn't much I could say to change her mind.
Both parents fighting back emotions and tears as they described what they believe was a flaw.
Look, I love Texas. I spent a lot of time in Texas. GC Skates. I love Texas. I spent a lot of time in Texas. My dad lives in Texas. I spent a lot of time in Houston. I've been to Amarillo, Austin, of course, Dallas. I've been all over Texas. I love Texas. You think Texas? You think a black man gets a fair chance in Texas? with an all-white jury? I don't think so. Texas is great. I love Texas, but I'm a white guy. Like, let's be honest here. You think a black man gets a fair shake with an all-white jury in rural Texas? This ain't Austin. This ain't Austin, son. Shit, in Texas, they execute more than anybody else. They got the highest execution rate. They execute people who are mentally handicapped in Texas. Texas. Don't mess with it. That was an environmental slogan, I have to say. You know, the Don't Mess with Texas was an environmental slogan brought by those libtards. Don't mess with Texas. It's a libtard slogan. But, you know, be careful in Texas, y'all. Y'all be careful in Texas, y'all.
A trial.
We were delusional. We thought we was going to get a fair shake.
They claimed there were inconsistencies from the get-go, despite witnesses who took an oath vowing to tell the truth.
He got leniency. I try to stay out of the nose. I don't think that Texas is a Nazi state. It's just like, man, it's just not safe there for everybody. He got leniency. He didn't get the death penalty. They didn't pursue the death penalty because he was under 18 when he committed his crime. That's why they weren't allowed to, but they still allowed them to try him as an adult. He was tried as an adult, even though he was under 18. Because in Texas, who cares, right? You get to decide. If you're black, you get tried as an adult. If he were white, he would have been tried as a minor. 100%, man. If Carmelo Anthony were a white kid, he would be tried as a minor, and it would have been determined to be self-defense. Because two black kids bullying a white kid on a rainy day, saying that white kids aren't allowed in their tent, that would have been self-defense, because white people are allowed to be scared of black people. But two white kids, twin brothers, athletes, beating up on a black kid who says, don't do it, and he stabs him because they're pushing him out into the rain on a rainy day from the tent, that is not self-defense. You know it would be if it were a white person. If the races were reversed, it would be an entirely different scenario. It's totally crazy that he was tried as an adult, and everyone no one even considers self-defense. It was totally manslaughter, 100% a manslaughter charge. Sure, the kid made a really bad decision. Someone ended up dead. He deserves punishment. He deserves rehabilitation. He deserves whatever we can do. But it wasn't premeditated. It wasn't first-degree murder. No one with a brain says it's first-degree murder. It's clearly manslaughter. It's clearly self-defense. It's clearly a kid making a really bad decision with a pocket knife. And it's a fluke, 3.5 inches. It's a fluke that the kid died. People get stabbed all the time and don't die. The kid died. I know lots of people that's been stabbed. I've seen lots of knife fights in my life, and I never saw someone die of it. I saw someone get stabbed in the lung, and they still lived. They lived.
Everyone actually lied on the stand.
Everyone.
All of the witnesses' statements were inconsistent. All of them.
His father says the court of public opinion had made up their mind about his son long before the trial began.
He was convicted when he walked out of jail. If you look at
I'd let the violent criminal run free. Why would I let violent criminals run free? I mean, I wouldn't let violent criminals run free. Maybe Luigi Mangione, but I mean, these other ones, I don't think I'd let everybody run free. No, I think that people should be rehabilitated. I think that we need to have a justice system that actually serves the people and treats people like human beings. And I think that it is weighed heavily against black people. Like, it's just, especially in places like Texas, but everywhere. Also in places like Los Angeles. And I mean, don't forget those 4 officers that beat the living shit out of Rodney King. They got off. That's why we had the LA riots. It was because 4 of them got off after we watched it on video of them literally just beating the living hell out of a guy who wasn't fighting back. Yeah. And that was in Los Angeles. I mean, it's not just a Texas thing.
the news, all that, he was already convicted. If you look at it, it was already done. There was no innocent until proven guilty. He was already guilty.
That's right. He was already guilty because he was black.
As the threats of violence against them continue.
People want us dead.
Of course, people are trying to kill the. Of course, now they want to kill the parents too, right? Texas.
After they still got what they want.
After they still got what they want to do. You see, I go look at my phone, people want us dead. They want our family dead.
And now they're preparing to appeal.
They did a number on us.
A judicial process they believe wronged them.
We didn't get justice, a lot of things that were missed.
David Bork, he will not be up for parole for 17 and a half years. He'll be up for parole in 17 and a half years, but they're going to appeal on account of the fact that there were no black jurors, that they excused all 3 black jurors because they were teachers and they thought that they would sympathize with students. It's fucking stupid. But the black teachers that they kicked off the jury, that's going to be just a reason for appeal, and they're going to appeal, and they're going to have to do it all over again. The appeal process will be lengthy, and maybe he will be out in 10 years. Maybe he will be. I think what will happen is it'll be busted down to manslaughter, like a lot of these things are. Man, look. My mother was a court reporter, a stenographer for the courts, and I used to read depositions and proofread depositions when I was in college. That's how I made a little extra money. I would read depositions, and a lot of these things are just appeals. They're appealing and appealing and appealing because of little things like this. But I think it's pretty clear, a pretty clear case. Like, I'm not a legal expert. I just been around courts and shit for a long time, but I think it's clearly manslaughter. I don't think it's going to be a chance in hell that if the kid was white, that it wouldn't be manslaughter and self-defense.
That should have been handled a certain way. However, we couldn't say anything. We did what was instructed.
Yeah, there were no. Are you talking to me? Yeah, there were no black jurors because they were dismissed. There were black jurors, but they were dismissed in the selection process. 3 of them were. There were 3, but they got rid of that shit. They got rid of that right away because because they were black. But they said that. But the prosecutor said no, it wasn't because they're black. It's because they were teachers, and that they would sympathize with students.
So we was told.
Not any teachers that I know.
So we just did what we was told.
Ken Molestina, CBS News.
I don't know. I think it's so messed up. He is guilty. He murdered a human. F the semantics. Well, that's what that's what the courts are for. He is guilty. He murdered a human. F the semantics. Okay, then I guess we could say that about anybody, right? Like, is it okay for the state to murder people? Because the state has murdered more people than anybody. Or what about killing Osama bin Laden? Was that okay? Or, like, I mean, what do you mean? You're just guilty. You killed a person. That's not even. Yeah, of course he killed the person. There were a bunch of people there who saw it. But there were also people who saw it, who said the 2 white kids were bullying him. He said, stop doing this or you're going to find out. He said something like, touch me again, I'm going to fucking do something. And they still bullied him. And he took out a knife from his backpack and stabbed him in the chest. Okay. And then he said, oh my God, are you okay? Cold-blooded murder. It's clearly children. He's 17 years old. Heated argument about getting bullied on a rainy day at a track meet, and somebody got stabbed. Throw away the key. It's obviously manslaughter.
Well, yesterday was a major.
Should we what's the definition of manslaughter in Texas? Recklessly causing the death of an individual. It is a criminal homicide charge that applies when someone unintentionally kills another person due to highly reckless behavior rather than through premeditated intent or malicious planning. Well, that's it. First degree murder, the crime that he was convicted of. Let's look up what first degree murder is in Texas. What's the definition of first degree murder in Texas? Texas capital murder, but it's technically prosecuted as a first degree felony, classified as murder, capital murder, first degree murder. This is the most severe homicide charge in Texas. It involves an unintentional or knowing murder combined with specific aggravating circumstances, including murdering a peace officer or firefighter while on duty, murder for hire, murdering a child under 15, committing murder while committing or attempting another felony, murdering multiple people. The fuck? This is what he was convicted of. Like, it's just so fucking obvious that it's not capital murder, it's not first-degree murder, it's manslaughter. That's what it is. Like, just look up the definitions. Just look up the definitions. Fucking, I know that, and I know it's hard to read, you maggers. I know it's hard to read.
Day in the primary calendar, with voters in 4 states heading to the polls to choose their party's nominees, the most closely watched race was in Maine, where Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner has faced it.
Sid Life, I'll tell you what, man. I love you, Sid Life. Thank you for being a channel member. But two people come after me, and I've got a weapon on me, I'm going to use it. Don't fucking come after me. I have a gun. I'm a gun owner. You come after me, I am going to shoot you. You come after me, I am going to stab you. I'm going to do everything. I'm going to pick up a chair and smack you in the face with it. I don't play. I don't fuck around. You know how many times I've seen violence? I've had so much violence in my life. I am not going to let 2 fucking people bully me. I mean, I probably would have been like, yeah, okay, I'll stand in the range. Shit, you guys don't want me in the tent. That's fine. But he's 17. When I was 17, shit got crazy when I was 17. 16, 17, shit got crazy when I was 16, 17. God damn. Nobody wants to hurt me. Dude, every day I get death threats from fucking maggers. Every single day I get death threats. Every single day.
Intense scrutiny and a series of damaging headlines in recent weeks. Meantime, voters in South Carolina, Nevada, and North Dakota weighed in on key races for governor, Congress, and other statewide offices, with results continuing to come.
He had a knife. Why carry it? That's a great question. That is a wonderful question. Why did he have a pocket knife? Well, lots of people carry pocket knives for various reasons. Sometimes it's for work, for various tasks. I don't know why he had the pocket knife in his backpack. Let's ask Google to see if it came out in the case. Why did Carmelo Anthony have a knife in his backpack in the first place? During his trial, it was revealed through police testimony that Carmelo Anthony was carrying a folding pocket knife. While police testified the blade length was legally permissible under Texas state law in public spaces, a legal one, okay, possessing it violated Frisco school policies for sponsored events. All right, still totally legal to have it. 3.5 inches is legal in most states. In California, it's 3.5. You know how I know? Because I got arrested for having a knife. The exact reason he initially put the knife in his backpack prior to the track meet was never definitively established. During the trial, Anthony's defense team did not attempt to justify why he brought the weapon to the stadium, but instead argued that he had a common pocket knife on hand for self-defense during the fatal confrontation with Austin Metcalf. He had a knife on him for self-defense. He used it in self-defense. Manslaughter. So, manslaughter. Was it legal to stab the other guy? They said it was self-defense. That's up to you. It's up to you to decide whether it's self-defense. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because, like, obviously he made bad decisions that day. It's a manslaughter charge. Like, it's just too fucking clear. It's just everybody's thirsty for black people's blood. They're all like, it's murder. Oh my God, he's a thug. It's like, you listen to his testimony. He doesn't seem like a thug to me. You listen to his parents. They don't seem like they're thugs. What are you talking about? He was an athlete. He was a student athlete. And he got into an altercation with 2 twin brothers who were bullying him. Fuck bullies. That kid probably had it coming. Fuck him. That fucking Metcalf probably had it coming. What are you doing pushing around a black kid saying that he can't be in your tent because it's raining? It's raining outside. You're not allowed to be in my tent. Fuck you. Oh, tough guy. And then he threatened him. Like, everybody who was there said that. Then Carmelo Anthony said, don't do that. You're going to find out the hard way. Don't fuck with me. Fuck around and find out. F-A-F-O. F-A-F-O. Fuck around and find out. Metcalf fucked around and found out. I thought all you maggers were the fuck around and find out people until a black person does it. You maggers are all about fuck around and find out. F-A-F-O. Yeah, Department of War. You're all tough guys. until someone punches you in the fucking nose. Every single time. Put him up. Put him up. And then Dorothy, all she has to do is bop you on the nose, little boop on the nose, and you turn into puddles, you snowflake little bitches. Oh, wow. 2 white boys bullied a black kid and one of them got stabbed. It's a very sad day. Don't bully. Don't bully, kids. Don't bully. You fuck around, you find out. I tell you what, 2 white people come up to me. 2 white people come up to me and start acting tough. I'm swinging. I don't give a shit. Last time someone threatened me, I punched them in the face. You don't get to threaten me. It's like I always see these people on TV going like, if you say the wrong thing around me or look at my girlfriend wrong, I'm going to beat your ass up. Let's go. Let's do it now, motherfucker. Let's solve this problem right now, you tough guy. Let's do it right now. Tough guys. Tough guy all the time. All these tough guys out there. Everyone's so tough. Everyone's such a tough guy. Really tough. Showing off to his friends. Pushing around a black kid. You can't be in our tent. You can't be in our tent. What a good Christian. No room at the inn, I guess. No room at the inn. Oops. One of these twins got stabbed. Luckily, their parents had doubles. Their parents had 2. They had twins. Metcalf had a twin. His twin's alive. He's dead. I don't cry. I'm not going to cry for bullies.
Lucky for us, our Lisa Desjardins joins us now with more. So, Lisa, let's start in Maine with this pivotal U.S. Senate race. What did Democrats say about their choice to face?
Of course, white people always say, it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race. Because you're dishonest, Jerry Garcia. You've been in my chat a lot. You're a dishonest person. You're a dishonest person. You know that if a white person had been bullied by 2 black people and stabbed one of them, it would be considered self-defense, and they would be tried as children. A 17-year-old, he would be tried as a child if it were a white person, and it would be manslaughter, child manslaughter. But instead, they tried Carmelo Anthony, because he's black. They tried him as an adult, and they got him for murder. And they laughed when they said it was self-defense. He had a self-defense weapon. He used it.
Republican Susan Collins.
What a race. This was a statement from Maine Democrats that was against the establishment. If you look at the results, you can see Graham Plattner ended up with over 70% of the vote. Now, his opponent, Governor Janet Mills, did get almost 20%, even though she suspended her campaign. But look at the amount of votes there. The turnout there is much higher than 2020. That was a COVID year, but it was also a presidential year. So essentially, one of the conclusions here is that Plattner did drive progressive turnout. In fact, in some of the bluer towns, they ran out of ballots yesterday in Maine. Now, he still does face, as you said, some calls about scandals. He has a Nazi. He acknowledged.
They weren't attending the same school. It's true. What difference does that make? They were at the track meet together. Yeah. It's not about race. It's all about race. Of course it's about race. Only white people are saying it's not about race. Who left? The prosecutors. Do I sound like Charlie Manson? Helter Skelter, Cheese Whiz, Spaceballs. Thank you, Leif Erikson. That's funny. Charlie Manson, I mean, he was fun. He was fun. He was a funny guy. Have you ever seen an interview with Charlie Manson? He just always talks all crazy. That guy that guy went up for parole. Every couple of years, they put him up for parole, and he would go to the parole meeting like, oh, the clouds are talking to the trees, and the trees are talking to me, and I'm holding on to the trees thinking about God, and the God is telling me to kill them. Like, it's just so crazy. Charlie Manson, dude.
That there is a tattoo he's covered up that is a Nazi.
God rest his soul. God rest his soul. Charlie Manson, he's dead.
Symbol, but he said he did not know exactly what it was. In addition, there's a former girlfriend who says he intimidated her. He has denied that. He says he is a changed man. And what we saw from Maine Democrats yesterday was embracing him and his
What's a horrible take? I'll tell you what. You think I have a horrible take? Why don't you come on the show? Here's the link for the show. Come on the show. What's the horrible take here? You think I got a horrible take? Here is a link to join. You can tell me why it's a horrible take. Why it's a horrible take. You're so embarrassed by how much you know about Charlie Manson. I mean, he was in the zeitgeist forever. Call in. You can all call in. Call in. Tell me about why my take about it obviously being manslaughter, after reading the definition of Texas manslaughter and Texas capital murder, it's clearly manslaughter. And they got rid of the black jurors intentionally, claiming that it was because they were teachers. And you think this has nothing to do with race? An all-white jury convicts a child as an adult, tries him as an adult. He got bullied. He stabbed one of his bullies. Fuck around, find out. Fuck around and find out. Yeah, make sure you never get this trip. There you go, Jerry. So it is about race then, huh? It is about race. Oh, Manson's goal was a race war? Yeah, but you wish you could. What's my bad take about Charlie Manson? I was just joking about Charlie Manson. I thought you were talking about Carmelo Anthony. What are you talking about? Charlie Manson or Carmelo Anthony?
Apologetically left agenda.
And what did Maine suggest?
If we want to dismantle ICE, win back the Senate, check Donald Trump's power, and take back.
I never said that manslaughter makes it right. Manslaughter is still a very sad thing that happened that day. It was a very sad, horrible thing that happened that day where kids got a little too hot, and one of them who had a weapon he shouldn't have had, and now one of them's dead. Like, I don't know what you want from me. It was a very horrible, sad thing that happened that day. But the trial and everything that happened to Carmelo Anthony, that's a travesty. It's a mockery of our system.
Ours, as Maine goes, so goes the nation. Together, we will defeat Susan Collins.
As for Collins, she's undaunted. Her campaign said, quote,
there were Asians and Latinos. I don't know if you ever hung out with Asians and Latinos. Cool. So that's just that counts, right? They got rid of the 3 black jurors, but they kept the Asians and Latinos. That should tell you something, right?
Mainers aren't looking for bitter campaigns, grand promises, or angry speeches riddled with lies. They're looking for results. This race, as you know, could determine the fate of the U.S. Senate.
Well, I was going to ask you that. What did the results in Maine suggest about other political battles, including for the House?
There's a big race regarding the House. I want to show you where it is. This is Maine's beautiful 2nd district. Look at that. This is rural Maine, the top of Maine. In fact, this district is as large as the nation.
That's the whole district. That's how many people live in Maine. This whole country is talking about Maine because of. Okay, well, this one
of Ireland. Here is where we have Jared Golden, conservative, moderate Democrat right now, but he's retiring. So this is a fight for Democrats. Let's look at what happened in their primary yesterday. That top name, State Senator Joe Baldacci, he is the more moderate of the candidates here who Washington Democrats want. Beneath him, you see 2 other more liberal or progressives. This is going to a runoff.
You want me to pin it? I'll pin it. Sure, I'll pin it. Same energy for Trump's jury, right? Yeah, sure. I'm sure they're going to have the same energy for Trump's jury. For sure. Yeah. You want me to pin the call? I'll pin the call. I'll pin the call-in link. Hold on a second. Let me get my YouTube up. I don't have YouTube in the background, but I will in just a second. I mean, this is a call-in show. I should just have, I made this special thing for a permanent link, but people still, they just don't get it, man. It's just really difficult to get. Let's do it. I'll pin it on the vertical. Here we go. We're going to pin the link right now for everybody. Here we go. Pin it. Okay, the message is pinned in the chat. There you go. How about this? Let's start a poll. Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony. Did he get a fair trial? Did he get a fair trial? Yes or no? There you go. There's also now a link. There's also now a poll in the chat. Please let me know what you feel. How do you feel? Do you think he's got a fair shake? Yeah, Carmelo Anthony got a fair shake, but Donald Trump was treated so unfairly. Isn't that funny how white people in America will say Donald Trump was treated so unfairly when he was convicted 34 times of felony fraud? But Carmelo Anthony, he got a fair shake. That's fair. He got a total fair treatment, completely fair treatment.
In Maine, that is done by ranked choice. So we don't know exactly where that's going to end up. Also, ranked choice will determine the candidates for Maine's governor.
So let's shift our focus south to a red state, South Carolina. What's the deal there?
All right, some big headlines. Let's look first at the governor's race there. And let's look at who now will be moving on in the Republican race. The lieutenant governor there on the left and the attorney general there on the right were the top two vote getters. Also important, who didn't move on, 2 members of Congress.
He didn't belong in the tent. Yeah, there you go. Why? Why didn't he belong in the tent? How come he didn't belong in the tent? Was it because of the melanin content in his skin?
Nancy Mace, who placed 5th in that race, and Ralph Norman, who placed 3rd in that race. When something else notable in South Carolina, the U.S. Senate, Lindsey Graham was able to hold on, and he has really gotten through one of his biggest Republican challenges in years. He spent some $27 million just on this primary.
Wow.
Yeah.
Out west, we've got races in Nevada. Bring us up to speed.
Right. Okay. Let's look at the Nevada governor's race, which could be a real test of the Trump economy. And
Jared, I mean, Trump is like Saddam Hussein. Trump and Saddam Hussein have far too much in common to ignore. Everyone, I mean, you have to compare him to Hitler all the time because everyone knows who Hitler was, but really he's more like Saddam Hussein.
Mood of voters in the fall. First of all, here's the Democrats. They've selected Attorney General Aaron Ford as their candidate. He also won over a progressive candidate there in Nevada. So he will take on Governor Joe Lombardo. This could be a very big test for the Trump economy. As I said, housing shortages, large gas prices there in Nevada. Finally, next door, the race for California governor is now finally set. Javier Becerra, the Attorney General, which is the theme today, will be taking on as a Democrat the Republican Steve Hilton.
I think Steve Hilton's going to be crushed by Javier Becerra. But I think it'd be kind of fun to have we ever had a Hispanic governor in California? I don't think we ever have. Has California ever had a Hispanic governor? Oh, yeah, the 12th one in 1875. So California has not had a governor since Hispanic governor since 1875. Okay, so it'll be the first one. Not technically the first, but since 1875.
Former Fox News host. All of these races expected to be very expensive.
Indeed. Lisa Jordano. Thanks to you as always.
You're welcome.
Support journalism. Yeah, that's what's so massive about this White House card is there's going to be people that don't even know who any of us are. They're going to watch it because everyone's watching it. It's kind of.
I don't think everyone's going to watch this. Are you going to watch it on Paramount? Donald Trump's favorite network, Paramount, the one that he sued for $16 million, and then he threatened that they wouldn't, if they didn't pay, that he was going to get the FCC to shut them down and not let their merger go through. That Paramount, the one that just shut down 60 Minutes. Paramount, you're cool. Everyone's cool with Paramount, right?
One of those things like, oh, if you're watching the fights, I'll sit down and watch them. And then you see this colorful character go out there.
It's on Paramount Plus, everybody. Everybody's going to watch it. This colorful character. Everyone's going to watch him fight. He's very excited about it. Everyone's going to be watching it.
And put on a beautiful performance and an insane knockout. You're like, okay, I want to maybe invest in that guy's career and see what he's doing and become a fan. So that's the plan.
Even if you're not watching, you've heard about this card. You're interested in this card.
Look at this.
Like to admit it or not. And for me to be draped in the red, white, and blue, for me to walk from the White House to the Octagon to represent America, represent myself, represent just who I am and what this country means to me. Man, it's a dream come true.
Have you met President Trump?
I haven't met him before, but I just talked to him on the phone. Well, I tried to talk to him on the phone, but the crowd was so loud, like after my fight in Tennessee, I couldn't really hear what he was saying, but I did hear his voice.
What did he say to you?
I'm just like the South Park character.
It's a massive opportunity.
You sound just like the South Park character. Relax, guy. Did he just say that Donald Trump sounds like the South Park character?
I haven't met him before, but I just talked to him on the phone. Well, I tried to talk to him on the phone, but the crowd was so loud, like after my fight in Tennessee, I couldn't really hear what he was saying, but I did hear his voice. Sound just like the South Park character.
His voice sounds just like the South Park character. That's beautiful. Relax, guy. Say, Satan. The fact that in South Park he has the same voice as Saddam Hussein, I mean, that means Trey Parker and Matt Stone also know that this guy is exactly like Saddam Hussein. The same voice as Saddam Hussein. Hey, Satan. Oh, no. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you for that. I'm so glad I'm watching this UFC fight. I'm so glad I'm going to watch UFC and watch these guys get their ears torn to shit. Whatever. UFC is what UFC, whatever. But I mean, come on. You going to watch? Who's going to watch? But don't criticize Dear Leader. Not a dictator, but never criticize. Never ask any questions about Dear Leader.
It's a massive opportunity, and it's going to be probably the most viewed MMA event, UFC event in history of the sport.
Really? The most? I don't think so. It's the card sucks. It's not there's not even any famous players. It's not like fighters. There's not even any famous fighters. Jer Hair says he's got better things to do. Jer Hair's got better things to do. All right.
CENTCOM command will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be. Because Iran has a chance to make a good deal, a great deal, to codify what they said they've been willing to do, and they haven't been willing to do it. So, as President Trump said, they've been tapping. You can see when someone's trying to tap on a deal.
Tap. Hexeth loves that double tap, especially when it comes to schools full of children. He loves that tap that school, huh? Tap that school. More schools, more dead kids, Hexeth. I'm really glad he brought all these soldiers out here to be part of his YouTube video. It's really great to have them set up as props. I always love it when they use soldiers as props because that's what we need. We need our boy. This is why they joined, is to be props for the propaganda.
Instead, they're going to have tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms.
There's no such thing. He just broke the law again. It's not called the War Department. It's the Department of Defense. It's not called the War Department until Congress says so, and they have not. So he's breaking the law right there, too.
To ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects. We're as you know, we're not in the business of revealing what we're going to do or not going to do, but ultimately.
Didn't you just reveal what you were about to, what?
What we do tonight are going to advance our military interests and also enhance our diplomatic position. Because again, President Trump, he's willing to go back and fight as necessary, but has given Iran an open hand to make this deal. It's right there.
Tap that screen. Tap that screen, everybody.
Then the president will turn to the War Department. If we need to negotiate with bombs, we'll negotiate with bombs, and we're very good at it. Nobody better in the world. And again, so we're in lockstep with the White House, in lockstep with the negotiating team to make sure we set the conditions. And the targets tonight are meant to do that. Absolutely. So from the beginning, we've shown overwhelmingly the kind of capabilities the War Department can bring. This building continues.
Look, I don't know if that was a proper salute, but I do know he's wearing tan, and we do not like. It's not serious. This is a serious man. This is a serious person delivering serious news about murdering people in your name. And this is how he's doing it, with a red carpet and red ropes and some flags and some soldiers as props. This is a serious man. Do you take him seriously?
Continues to plan. And so those strikes that will happen tonight will be strong. They will be clear. If they happen to happen tomorrow night, they will be strong and they will be clear. And there's another thing that was revealed today by the president that the press has not been aware of, but certainly this building, the U.S. Central Command, has known, is that Project Freedom, the idea of running ships through the Strait of Hormuz, it never stopped. It just went underground. And so there's some things the public knows and some things the public doesn't know. But
it's underground, everybody. They're doing underground wars now. It's not a real war. It's an underground war. It never stopped. Operation Freedom.
Ultimately, we've been protecting commercial shipping going through the Strait of Hormuz, as the president announced, to the tune of over 100 million barrels that have moved through and more in the middle of the night, protected by the United States in a way that Iran can't stop. They can't see it. They can't stop it. So
can't stop, won't
stop.
Blockade
is ironclad, which it is. And we're able to move commercial shipping in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. Who controls the Strait of Hormuz? And President Trump said it, and he's right. The United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz. We're able to bring
who runs Bartertown
and other things with partners, and have done so now for weeks and weeks in ways the Iranians don't want to acknowledge. That's a powerful
Master
reality
Blaster
on
runs
the ground.
Bartertown.
Add that to what the United States military, what Central Command did to their Navy, to their Air Force, to their air defenses, to their power projection capabilities, and we know
Master Blaster runs Bartertown. Say it louder.
Exactly on this ledger. Who's on the strong?
Who runs Bartertown? Master Blaster runs Bartertown. Can someone in the chat tell me who runs Bartertown?
Strong end and who is not? Who's had decisive effects and who can't defend? And hard tonight. And hopefully Iran makes a good decision. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I hope Iran makes a good decision. These guys are so rapey. Am I right? Like, these guys are so rapey. I hope you make a good decision. Because I'm coming. I'm coming in. I hope you make a good decision. Fuck, it's so creepy, dude. This guy's so creepy. Whose house is this?
They violated the ceasefire?
City of Pomona is appalled.
Whose house? Oh, it's Run's house. It's Run's house. Master Blaster runs Bartertown. Yes, the American Pirates. This is our American pirate companies. The American... we are the American pirates. Yarg. Shiver me timbers. Yarg. Run's house. Yeah, Exit is very slappable. I'm sure many people have scratched and clawed and slapped his face for sure. Maybe the whistle will work on him too. The dog whistle, he's used to dog whistles because Donald Trump's always doing his racist dog whistles.
Apologizing tonight for explicit photos printed in a summer recreation guide.
Only a few people got them, but Nicole Comstock says everyone is talking about it.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves. Break a deal, spin the wheel.
Well, the city won't even tell us exactly what those explicit images contain, so you'll have to just use your imagination. Everyone except for the few people who actually received those unintended limited edition copies who called the city to ask what the heck was going on. Suddenly, it's the hottest publication in Pomona, the summer recreation guide.
Why is everyone, what happened with the city of Pomona? Pomona, if you don't know, is in the 909. 1 after 909. Move over once, to move over twice. Pomona. Pomona's in the, I think it's the Inland Empire. Pomona. Beautiful part of California.
But it's not the information about seasonal activities everyone's so eager to see. It's
do.
the pornographic pictures that mysteriously made it into some of the mailers.
Inappropriate images, that we would not associate with our children and families or with anything that the city stands for.
City manager Anita Scott says it appears the copies that contained the explicit material only went out to a handful of the 25,000 people on the mailing list. They've recovered 2 of the tampered with copies and believe a 3rd also exists.
There is no city staff responsible for this. The proofs that we reviewed and approved had all approved content.
The city contracts with a vendor to print these. Now they're investigating how this happened, who's responsible, and whether it was done accidentally or intentionally.
We do take that responsibility very serious and look forward to rebuilding that trust with the community. And that begins with transparency and a full investigation.
Whoa, the city of Pomona is sending porn to people's houses. It was bound to happen at some point, right?
The city of Pomona posted an apology about the inappropriate.
It was children's OnlyFans classes at the city of Pomona. We're offering OnlyFans classes to the community. Have you ever considered a career in OnlyFans? Well, you better, because it's the only way anyone's making any money these days. I hope you're considering OnlyFans, because if you were born in America, you're being replaced by AI. What? They're selling AI porn? Yes, they're also selling AI corn. Dang it. Darn it. I thought that we were going to be at least the OnlyFans models were going to be able to make it through this AI revolution. No. There's already AI. There's already AI OnlyFans girls. People are whacking it to AI. People are whacking it to AI. They're abusing themselves. This morning I prayed to the Lord for forgiveness because I did abuse myself, but I did so with the help of artificial intelligence, so no one else was harmed, just myself. I only abused myself. I ate my graham crackers and everything. I tried to eat those graham crackers because they're supposed to hinder my proclivity to self-abuse. But I prayed and ate my graham crackers just like they told me at church. But that AI pussy is too hard to say no to. Shit, dude. Oh, my God. This is the world I live in. This is the world I live in. California homes and fruits and nuts is because we love granola. You forgot the flakes. Fruits, nuts, and flakes. That's how the joke goes. Fruits, nuts, and flakes. I lost all my Melania coin to fake AI OF girl. No. The AI OF girl, she conned me out of my Melania coin. She told me she was Melania. I believed her. I thought she was, I was on the Melania AI OF. Don't forget to become a channel member, everybody. Lindsay is a Graham. Yeah, did you guys know that graham crackers were invented in part to keep your hands to yourself, or to keep you from sitting too long on that washing machine, ladies? You know what I'm saying? Don't sit too long on that washing machine. Women have been fucking robots forever. I don't see, if men want to fuck robots, go for it. I mean, what is a vibrator other than a robot? It's okay for women to fuck robots, but not guys.
Content on Instagram, and most of the comments took on a humorous tone, like, release the files. Literally pulled mine out of the trash for this. I did read it first, though. And by any chance, was this printed from Dunder Mifflin? We didn't receive
Dunder Mifflin. Get it? It was not Mifflin. It was Mufflin. That's funny.
Our recreational guide, so we don't know what it was and what it wasn't.
We're curious.
I am very curious, because if they were that bad for them to pull everything back, it's like, I want to know exactly what it is.
People we spoke with in town joked about how everyone is waiting to get a copy.
I would think it's a joke, but at the same time, if it's from the city itself, I'll be a little upset.
But the city doesn't.
Why would you be upset? You don't have an AI account?
I think this is funny at all.
AI OF account?
But also very serious.
Now, federal laws do prohibit mailing unsolicited lewd materials. It can be punishable by jail time and some serious fines. Reporting in Pomona, Nicole Comstock.
Serious fines. Yeah, because it's inappropriate and lewd. I'm sure that someone's gonna go to jail over it. Go fuck yourself. Come on now. Come on now. Come on. Thank God they locked up terrorist Carmelo. Yes. Thank God. Thank God. Yes. Thank God for that. Yes. He was a huge threat to all of white America. Look out. Kyle Rittenhouse is free as a bird, though. He's totally okay. Because that was self-defense. Kyle Rittenhouse brought an AR-15 to a volatile situation, and he claimed it was self-defense, and it was perfectly, they said it was self-defense. It's funny how that works.
We noticed that there was a body in the puddle next to the van. She uttered up to us, help me.
Oh, they had weapons. They had weapons. What difference does that make? If two bullies try to beat me, if two twins, especially twins are scary, man. Twins are freaky. If twins came up trying to fight me and push me around, and I said, "Don't do it," I definitely stab one of them for sure. For sure.
And that's when we transitioned our form of thoughts to this is a rescue mission.
That's what fuck around and find out. I thought you guys were the fuck around and find out people. The man with the face, evil demon. Oh no, evil demon. Kyle Rittenhouse was an evil demon. Yes, Kyle Rittenhouse is an evil demon.
New at 10, an encounter on a Minnesota trail that two men will never forget. They found a missing woman stuck in the mud. She had been there for 3 days.
He was about to get bashed with a skateboard. Maybe he wouldn't have been chased if he weren't, walking around with an AR-15, waving it around, pretending like he was a tough guy. Just, he did travel a long distance to be where he was. He was there intentionally with an AR-15. But that's self-defense. Self-defense. Yes, totally self-defense. But Carmelo Anthony, nah, first-degree murder. That was totally premeditated. Yeah.
This video shows rescue crews rushing to help free the 68-year-old on Saturday. The men who found her say she had been stuck on her back and was badly sunburned. They say her van got stuck on the trail, so she got out and fell into the mud.
Equal force. Oh, equal force. Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse did equal force. Cool. Okay. Nice. White supremacist. You got a white supremacist in the chat.
That she said was like quicksand. This all happened east of Park Rapids, where the men have been riding their ATVs for the past decade. They say they almost always use the same trail, but not on Saturday.
I've never mapped that trail in my life ever. We changed everything, how we do everything, for some reason, and it had to be God. It had to be.
The missing woman was about 100 miles away from her home. Police are trying to figure.
I don't defend Pete. What do you mean, Pete? I don't defend Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump should be in jail forever. I think all the pedos should go to jail forever. I think that they should just take Elon Musk, Bill Gates, anybody even in the files, all of them. In fact, all the billionaires, take them all. Even Taylor Swift. Yeah, Taylor Swift too. Throw them all in the ocean. I don't care. Throw them all in the ocean. They're all guilty. They're all part of it. They're all part of it. Put them all in the middle of the ocean. Put them on one of those boats, put them all in the ocean. We're all going on a scuba trip and pull up the ladder.
Out why she was there.
Now we have a serious warning about the millions of dollars Americans rely on for retirement. More than 62 million people get benefits from the Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund. A new government analysis says in just 6 years, the fund will only have enough money to pay 78% of its.
There you go. Elon Musk taps out like the first 5 minutes. Smoking Blondie, are you still here? How long does it take Elon Musk to tap out? Because there's a cap on it, right? How long does it take for Elon Musk to cap out on his Social Security contribution? He receives compensation through stocks and exercises stock options rather than a standard W-2. If he were paid a standard W-2 salary, he would pay 6.2% Social Security tax up to the 2026 wage-based limit of $184,000. So he pays none. The maximum possible contribution for an individual is only $11,000. Unlike Musk, 94% of Americans do not earn $184,000 annually, meaning they can continue to make Social Security contributions from every paycheck throughout the entire year and their entire lives. So I pay my entire life, but Donald Trump only pays Donald Trump doesn't pay. Elon Musk doesn't pay. They don't pay anything. So $168,000, that's the income that they're taxed on. So it's only $11,000, 6.2% of $168,000 of their taxable income. And so I've been paying my whole life. They've been taking money. I get nothing. Cool. This makes sense. Thank you. I pay on every single dollar. You pay on every single dollar, but not Donald Trump. He doesn't pay anything. All those people who live off of their stock options pay nothing. You only pay if you have a W-2. Donald Trump's not paying because he's not taking a paycheck, because he's making his money in stock. And, Qatari jets and shit.
Benefits. Now, this calls for CBS News business analyst Jill Schlesinger to break it all down for us. So explain to us, how does all of this work?
Okay, Social Security is a pay-as-you-go system, meaning workers pay for the people who are retired. So
Workers pay, but not that lazy Epstein class.
you're working hard right now. You see that FICA tax come out, 6.2% of your pay. Your boss matches 6.2% of the pay. That goes to pay for your grandma's Social Security benefits. When there were tons of baby boomers working, we built up extra money that we didn't actually have to pay out. There were so many people working. Now, flipped on its head, the boomers are all retiring. Now we don't have enough money of all those reserves that built up to actually pay out the promised benefits. So this is a really important issue.
Yes, the only thing that will save us is Melania coin. Make sure you all invest in Melania coin. You're not going to get Social Security. So Melania coin, it's the only tool for your financial future and the prosperity of America. It's endorsed by the First Lady.
Because we've been warning about.
It's not a pump and dump scam. Donald Trump is a trustworthy individual. He's never done a scam in his whole life. He's never told a lie. And he said that Melania coin is going to the moon. And I trust him. And if you're MAGA, you better own Melania coin, or else I don't think you're actually a believer in Donald Trump.
About this probably for about a dozen years, and it takes Congress to act. So it is not that the system is going broke. It's that those excess reserves that built up, those are going to be depleted.
So what happens in 2032?
Okay, so magic year 2032, which is oddly close to the year I would be claiming Social Security. What happens is the way Social Security is structured is that it automatically would mean that there are cuts to the promised benefits.
Right.
So that would mean a 22% reduction automatically going into effect. So can I just play this out?
Yeah.
Most Americans on average receive, let's say, a $2,000.
Anyone who's honest knows that trial was unfair. He did not get a fair trial, and that's why it's going to be appealed, and that's why he's probably going to be fine after a while. Needs a comeback. We need a comeback, Ryan V. Donald Trump needs a comeback. We got it. We got it. Billions down the drain for nothing. Yeah, man. What do you mean for nothing? We killed a bunch of kids in Iran. What do you mean for nothing? We killed a bunch of kids in Lebanon. What do you mean billions for nothing?
Or monthly check.
Right.
That would mean, as of 2032, you get a lopped off amount, and it is reduced by 22%. So it's no longer your $2,000, right? It's now $1,540.
That's significant.
That is so important. That's the part. So even if you've already claimed benefits, for people who are like, oh my God, I'm going to claim early. No.
You know what's crazy? In France this year, was it last year? France, they raised the retirement age from 62 to 64. In America, it's 68. And the French went to the fucking streets and were like, no, you don't. I'm going to burn all of this down. Where's that revolutionary spirit in America? Where is it? Where are you guys, you boot-licking maggers? Why aren't you in the street burning shit? Why? They're taking you. You will work every day of your life for the rest of your lives working for those billionaires as they buy and sell your children, and you get nothing. You'll be begging for crumbs at their tables your entire life. And they're making it worse. And you're just like, let it happen. At least in France, they have some balls. Jesus. What happened? God damn it. You made me tip over my goddamn light. Damn it, you maggers. You made me tip over my light. What is it with all you Simpson Hall monitors in America? We're a country based on revolution and rebellion. And now we're like, God bless the empire. God bless the empire. We love Emperor Palpatine. Donald Trump is Emperor Palpatine, or like some racist Yoda or something.
No matter what, every single person will take a 22% reduction.
So can anything be done to fix this? And are there any immediate actions?
Okay, so number one, it is fixable. It requires Congress. So that may mean that you feel like, oh my God, it's not fixable. Pound the phones, pound emails, send your political representatives a note saying, I'm worried about this.
I've been saying this for years.
Absolutely. Okay, so what can they do? They can actually increase the amount of money on which FICA taxes are paid. That's the wage base. It can go from about...
The right, you're right. Democrats and Republicans have been in charge forever. My whole life. Democrats, they're both right wing. You're absolutely right, Ryan V. I could see Ryan V is a Democrat. Ryan V loves the Democrats. You're right. That's why you guys win, because You guys are willing to take it in the ass over and over and over again from the bosses. But we got patience. No, you ain't got patience. You got a ball gag. You got a ball gag in your mouth. That's what you got. You got a boot heel on your neck and a ball gag in your mouth, and you're calling it patience. We're going to be patient. Fucking simps.
At 184,000, we could lift it to say 300,000. I know, not going to make a lot of people happy, but we have to pay for the system. We could actually say, hey, you know what? People have to work longer. But again, this is a tough one because if you are a blue collar worker and I'm saying, yeah, you got to work till you're 75, that doesn't make so much sense. Yeah. Congress can fix the problem. Get on it. For right now, go to ssa.gov and check out your own benefit and make sure you're registered in the system.
Breaking it down like boxes on the side.
You know what? You know why no kings marches did nothing? Because they're not about no kings. They don't care about no kings. They just don't prefer this king. They want another king. They hate Donald Trump. It's so annoying. It's always like, yeah, no kings. No kings? No kings? We love capitalism, though. Well, then you love kings. Then you love kings and queens and oligarchs. That's what you love. These fucks that keep saying, like, no kings. No kings? Oh, you just don't like this king. You don't like this particular king, Donald Trump. That's why when MAGA says all this shit about the No Kings protest, it's just like an anti-Trump rally. They're right. You saw the signs. Like if Kamala had won, we'd be at brunch right now. Great. Cool. I don't want you at brunch. I don't want you at brunch. I want you in the streets with guillotines. I want you in the streets meeting your neighbors and telling them that and learning about your neighbors and creating a mutual aid defense, creating mutual aid book trading suppositories. How about depositories or suppositories? Shove the book up your asses if you want. I want you to start community gardens. I want you to start food pantries and help each other. Do the hard work of showing up for each other. No, we want the kings to do everything. It's too much work. It's just so embarrassing, you know. It's just like we just don't like Donald Trump. Is that the vibe? I just don't like Donald Trump. If only we could get a Democrat. Well, we had a Democrat. He sucked. Joe Biden sucked ass. What did he do? Did he put Donald Trump in jail? Did he put any of the J6ers? Did the J6ers end up in jail for any decent amount of time? No. How come Donald Trump's not in jail? Because Biden was sleepy Joe Biden and sleepy Merrick Garland, a bunch of old fucks that didn't get the job done. Oh, the Democrats are going to do great. Did Barack Obama put bankers and realtors in prison after the housing collapse? No, he bailed out the banks. Oh, he took my money and he gave it to the banks. Oh, okay. Oh, and all the real estate companies too. He also gave them money. Cool. Awesome. Nobody went to jail for that. Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, fist bump. It's all going to be okay. We're all going to get Social Security.
An accused scammer discovered the joke was on him. Kent County detectives say that this guy thought he was picking up gold from an elderly Ottawa County widow.
But targeted investigator Susan Samples reports the suspect was in for a surprise thanks to the Kent County Sheriff's Office and an alert store owner.
The 79-year-old victim in this case told me she was devastated. She was so easily deceived, convinced that she needed to secure her money by buying $700,000 worth of gold. That's what brought her here to GR Coins on 10 Mile in Rockford.
1 ounce American Gold Eagles.
The Ottawa County widow ordered 145 of.
I don't think Cosby served his whole. Cosby didn't serve his whole sentence. He got off on a technicality. He got off on a combination of. He got off. I think he got off because of statute of limitations. Why did Cosby end up not going to jail? His sexual assault conviction was overturned by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court in 2021, which resulted in his immediate release from prison. The court ruled that his due process rights were violated because a former prosecutor had previously promised Cosby he would not face criminal charges, a promise that a subsequent district attorney reneged on. They made an agreement in 2005. The former district attorney, Bruce Castor, publicly announced he would not criminally charge Cosby regarding Andrea Constand's accusations. Relying on that promise, Cosby gave a deposition in Constand's civil suit in which he made damaging admissions about giving quaaludes to women. He did this without invoking his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Years later, a new district attorney used his discriminating civil depositions to arrest and prosecute Cosby, which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court found to be an unfair bait and switch. those DAs were playing dirty. They promised him they wouldn't do it, and so then he didn't have to go to jail. So he didn't have to. He had his conviction overturned.
Them. But Ben Soldat of GR Coins quickly spotted red flags flapping.
What was a little bit suspicious about it, the woman just didn't have a good grasp of what she wanted exactly, hadn't bought before. And to buy this late in life a large amount, never purchasing before.
So before he sold anything, Soldat in early May called the Kent County Sheriff's Office, which quickly recognized the gold buying scam, this one based out of India, with scammers convincing the widow by computer and phone that her social security number had been compromised.
These suspects, posing as federal agents, talked them through. We don't want you to lose all your money. You need to take all the money out of your accounts and go buy gold bars.
Buy gold and then turn it over to us for safekeeping, of course, said the scammers.
We had our
buy gold.
Detectives get on it right away. They developed a suspect using several different techniques, including license plate readers. We were able to locate who the suspect was and found that they were coming from out of state.
Damn, license plate readers. You guys got the surveillance state.
Illinois, to be exact. That's where investigators say 20-year-old Yug Chohan traveled from to meet up with a victim in a random parking lot.
So when the undercover detective showed up dressed as an 80-year-old woman, we had to throw together a package quickly with something that looked like gold coins, and one of the employees here had the brilliant idea of using some of our chocolate coins for the ruse. In the end, I'd say the criminals got their just desserts.
You're scamming the scammers.
We're
Ah, they gave chocolate coins to the scammers. That's cute. Come on, that's pretty cute, right? They used illegal surveillance to find out it was a scam, and then they gave the scammers chocolate coins. Come on.
Scammers.
That feels good.
Yes, it does.
So in the end, Yug Chohan got chocolate coins and
that building kind of looks like a stack of coins. Are they at a prison?
2 20-year felonies, false pretenses, and using a computer to commit a crime. He remains here in the Kent County Jail as his case works its way through the court system.
Oh, yeah, it's a jail. Look at that. It looks like a stack of coins. They're making a lot of money. Making a lot of money off those prisoners, huh? Dad jokes in this economy. Bill Cosby is America. Well, it's true. It's true. It was hundreds or even thousands of women over many decades. Yeah, but they didn't try him for that. They tried him for the one that he was promised that he wouldn't be prosecuted. Bill Cosby, man. What are you going to do, right?
In Grand Rapids, I'm targeting investigator Susan Samples.
They're struggling under this blockade, which probably should have been part of the kinetic phase of these operations from the start. I'm surprised that the president called them off when he did. He said that he had spoken with his Iranian counterparts, and this promised wave of strikes, which both he and the Secretary of Defense said would be very robust.
Don't you think it's funny how people keep on asking, like, who are your Iranian counterparts? And he never tells us. Like, we never have seen any photographic evidence of these negotiations. Never. They never take a picture. There's never been video of them talking. Nothing. Nothing. I'm just supposed to believe that. I mean, pics or it didn't happen, right? We're still in the pics or it didn't happen phase, aren't we? And yet he keeps on. He says he killed everybody, all the leadership, but he's having conversations with the leadership of Iran. Who are they? We don't know. We're not going to tell you. No one cares about this. No one else is asking this.
Us and sustained and ongoing in order to create coercive conditions for diplomacy, a breakthrough in diplomacy. And then they called it back, which suggests to me that they're not going to get the kind of breakthrough that they want. They want to apply kinetic pressure to this regime and to particularly to the IG or Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps components that are being very hardline, very recalcitrant. And yeah, this is the straight part of these strikes. Most of these strikes were focused on the Hormuz region. This is
you're talking about today's strikes, because actually I'm listening to you and I'm like, what you're saying could have been applied 3 months ago. It could have been applied to any number of junctures in this conflict.
The strikes on the Hormuz region. This looked like to me the beginnings of the straight clearing operation that this administration needs, because that is the last linchpin in this campaign.
But to your point, I mean, they're not really doing that. Like, they're not really going that far. Trump keeps saying that this is the last straw. If they don't do this by tomorrow, then. But then he keeps saying that over and over again. So the Iranians are basically like, okay, we'll call your bluff.
Listen, you cannot execute foreign policy by temper tantrum. That's what Trump is doing. This is constant temper tantrum because he's not getting his way.
Oh, man, the temper tantrums are getting hotter, though. Aren't they great? The one that he did on Meet the Press this week is one of my favorite things to happen since Donald Trump, like the cry babies. Donald Trump is the biggest snowflake in the history of snowflakes. Just cry, 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 cry. Boo-hoo, poor me. Oh, everyone's so mean to me. Oh, I'm president of the United States and I can't take any pressure.
The Iranian regime isn't House Republicans. Donald Trump is not used to people who are not going to just bow to his will when he wants to. He's used to getting his way. The Iranians are a very complex, formidable opponent. They have been at this for decades, and they have patience, and they don't have a democracy where they have to answer to the political pressures of the citizenry. That's what
Well, I mean, they're technically a democracy. isn't Iran technically an illiberal democracy? What I mean, they're a republic of some kind, aren't they? An authoritarian theocracy rather than a liberal democracy. While it is technically an Islamic Republic of Iran, its governmental structure combines the institutions of a modern republic with a supreme system of clerical rule, making it fundamentally illiberal. That's right. An illiberal republic. That's right. Ultimate authority and sovereignty lie in the hands of unelected religious figures. That sounds like us. Elected republic elements. Iran does hold elections, but they fall far short of liberal democratic standards because voters can only choose from candidates who have passed the religious vetting process. Sounds like us. The president and parliament directly elected by the people to handle domestic policy and day-to-day governance, but they are heavily constrained by the supreme leader and the unelected councils. Okay. Sounds a lot like us. I mean, I don't know. Electoral autocracy. Oh, how about that? Because of its mixture of state-controlled elections and absolute clerical oversight, political scientists classify Iran as an electoral autocracy rather than a democracy. You can read more about its specific governance metrics and rights violations at the Freedom House Iran profile or the Iran Council on Foreign Relations Iran Power Centers. Okay, an electoral democracy. I'll take it. An electoral democracy. What is America?
Happens when you're negotiating with an authoritarian dictatorship that's ruled by mullahs. So, this is.
We're ruled by bankers. Our religion is the almighty dollar sign, like Ayn Rand.
This is embarrassing for Donald Trump, and it's embarrassing for the Americans because for us as a country, looking at the president of the United States blowing past, all of these different deadlines and making these, veiled threats. CNN did a compilation. What was it, 38 times? He said we.
I think it's a bold choice to wear a denim shirt. To like, is no one dressing up anymore? Like, should I I try to at least pretend like I have a fucking I care about this platform a little bit, I'm gonna be online, about 35,000 people watch my show every day, and I feel like 35,000 people just watch the show, and that doesn't even count. I'm not even counting all the people that watch the shorts and everything and the clips. Like, I throw on the tie, maybe I don't shave because I don't have time for all that, but I try to pretend like I give a shit. Come on, man. You're not even gonna try. You're just gonna throw on a hat. You look like a YouTuber.
We're almost there for a deal. We've got a deal. Well, it's just right around the corner. I mean, it feels like it's transportation infrastructure week again. 2 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks. This is real. These are real world consequences. And the downstream effect of this, not only for our economy, but politically in this country is, he's feeling the heat on this. And it's embarrassing.
I got to tell you, I'm less embarrassed today than I was 24 hours ago.
Are
the
you
president
really?
is actually, yes. Oh, well, aren't you? You just said that. Well, Terry, you just said it's really embarrassing that the president.
I kind of like the public access thing. That's kind of what I'm the more the vibe I'm going for. I want it to be a little bit serious. I take the piss. I make jokes. I fancy myself a funny man, but I'm also an intellectual. I read a lot. I read a lot of books. I'm in a couple book clubs. I think about shit. I read political philosophy. I read philosophy in general. I have a degree. I fuck, man. You know what I mean? I'll curse and stuff. Like, I don't know. Can we class this shit up a little bit? I'm thinking about starting to just wear my suit and tie everywhere I go. It's not that hard. Just throw this. It doesn't have to be that fancy.
Because it makes threats and doesn't act on them.
Yes, this isn't a coherent strategy. This isn't a coherent strategy. Launching bombs because you can. Launching bombs because you can is not a strategy.
Going on Truth Social and saying that he's going to wipe away that civilization, that he's going to bomb the shit out of them. This is just bad. It's bad because it began, 4 months ago. It was supposed to last 2 weeks.
Lesbian News Hour. I love it. Lesbian News Hour with Skyjack. Yeah, I should change the name of this show from Morning Sky to Lesbian News Hour with Skyjack. I love that. Let's do that.
It's supposed to be regime change. Donald Trump has found out that the Iranian mullahs are not Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. He's not going to find somebody that he can work with. I desperately want this to be over. I want this to be over in a way that the United States got something out of all of the pain that we have sustained for the last few months. But I fear that the Iranians have figured out that there are elections here in 5 months.
Oh, who's Anthony Jeselnik? Oh, Phil Connors. Phil Connors. Phil Connors? Who is that? Who is that? Anthony Jeselnik. Should I know that name? Anthony Jeselnik. Comedian and writer. Oh, this guy. He's kind of funny. I know this guy. I've seen his stand-up. Yeah, Anthony Jeselnik. He did that funny joke, man. He does this joke that I thought was fucking so funny. It's such a simple joke. But he told this joke that I love, and it goes like this. The average human, most people don't know this, they actually swallow 5 spiders every time I make them a sandwich. I think Anthony Jeselnik. I didn't know he had a book club, but okay. That sounds like fun. Is he cool?
That because of the economic pressure, that
It's just a YouTube channel. He's hilarious and he started a book club. What's the book? Maybe I should.
then turns into political pressure, and there's elections and people.
I thought about doing a book club for this channel, but I don't think many people would do it. You know, I'll just be talking about a book no one cares about because I'm reading it by myself because nobody reads anymore. But I thought it'd be cool maybe to read like The Conquest of Bread or something. I don't know, something less, or maybe some, I read a lot of horror novels. I like horror a lot. I'm reading one called The Country Under Heaven. I really am enjoying this book, The Country Under Heaven. It's like American Gothic. It's fucking cool. I really like it, but I haven't finished it yet, but I'm really enjoying it.
Want this over.
Sounds like you would like more kinetic operations, more attacks in order to get the outcome.
I want a peace deal. I actually want a peace deal, and I don't think. I think
What kind of books does he do? What kind of books does he do? Swaggy McNolegs?
this week has not been. I mean, this is a weird way to get to a peace deal, right?
Phil Connors?
I don't think so.
With Israel bombing and Iran bombing and now the U.S. bombing.
Precisely how you get to a peace deal.
A couple observations. One is that the people that are being negotiated with in Iran are sending a signal that is different.
I like the horror novels because they're usually more experimental than regular fiction. Fiction is so like right down over the home plate. It's just kind of boring. I'm in a fiction book club, but like the books are so fucking boring. I read them and I'm just like, oh, and then I go to my book club, bunch of old ladies, and they're really nice and everything, but it's like, they're like, I liked it when she, like, they talk about these people and these characters in the stories like they're real. I don't know, man. It's fiction used to be amazing. Like it also sucks because I've read the canon. Like I have a degree in English, so I've pretty much read the canon, you know, because that's what you do. So I've read the canon and like have like these incredible fiction writers, and I've read all them. I kind of compare every book that I read to that. So I'd rather read like an experimental horror novel that's at least trying to do something interesting with the medium, you know?
From the people who are engaging in the strikes and wanting to continue the hostilities. It is very, very likely that after today's round, all that happened was that those people called in and said, please, we're ready. We want to talk and we think we can convince them. The challenge is,
that's been said.
The challenge is,
by our count,
as my father
Trump
used to demonstrate.
I mean, Vonnegut, that's pretty rad. He's did a book club with Kurt Vonnegut. That's pretty cool.
He gave you 2 tries. And after that, there was violence. What we need to see is that same attitude that Billy Cooper had with child discipline with the Iranians. We need to continue what was started this morning, and it needs to continue.
We are well past that. Trump has given them tries. He's called it off. He's given them more tries, called off the threats, given them more tries, called off the threats. This has happened many times at this point.
It sounds like you really want us to go forward with this kinetic action, which if that's true.
I haven't read Tender as a Flesh, but I've actually, it's been one of the shortlisted. We've almost done it. Kurt Vonnegut is a loser. Is he alive? I thought he was dead. Is Kurt Vonnegut alive?
Oh, no, here's what I'm going to put on the table.
I mean, he wrote Slaughterhouse 5. I mean, that's pretty fucking incredible. I mean, you don't like Slaughterhouse 5?
I actually think that the threat of force is no longer working in this conflict. It's because now the Iranians are like, well, we'll take some blows and we still won't have to give up our nukes and we'll just keep going. The strait will be closed. The leverage that we have is still there and we don't have to make a deal. So I don't think you guys keep saying more attacks, but I'm like, the attacks also are not working. So
there's also a consequence of these kinetic actions is that we are depleting our arsenal. Our weapons are at levels that are concerning to a lot of folks in the military.
This is the reason for $1 trillion defense budget, for things like this.
No.
You guys are saying that, hold on. You think that Slaughterhouse 5 sucked? I think you must have read it in high school or something I mean, a lot of times people read books like that in high school. Like when I first read Crying of Lot 49, I read it in high school. And I read it again 10 years later, and it was fucking amazing. But when I was in high school, I thought it sucked. So that was Thomas Pynchon. I've read lots of Thomas Pynchon novels. They're too big. They're too fat. They're big, fat novels. That motherfucker always has too much to say. But they're pretty great. He's a good writer.
This is why you don't decide to just launch bombs and get into kinetic activity when you don't have a long-term plan. This is why you don't keep our men and women forward deployed with an unlimited amount of time just because Donald Trump feels like it. And then, maybe we will, maybe we won't. This is no way to save as commander-in-chief of something that's important.
Let me just play this. This is the, Trump.
Yeah, everyone knows Gravity's Rainbow, but I actually think his first novel, his first book, V, I think is fucking masterpiece. It's like, of course, like when he wrote V, and I think it's so good. No wonder, like it's just like right out the gates, he wrote V.
Is confronted with the inflation numbers today, which are a direct result of this war. And here's how he responded, which frankly, I will say will probably live in infamy. Listen.
What do you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
I love inflation. I love inflation. I love the inflation in America. That's how I felt. You know what's funny? Have you ever gone to a Trader Joe's? I go to Trader Joe's because it's my closest supermarket, and they're cheap, and I like them there. You know, I don't buy a lot of groceries. You know, I just buy my little cheap bottle of wine and, you know, some cooking oil and some bread or something. And I go there, and every now and then, every time you go there, they're very friendly. They're like overly friendly, the tellers there, the cashiers, and they're going, "Oh, how are you doing? What are you planning on this weekend? How's it going?" And lately, every conversation now is like, they'll do the price, and I say, "Oh, great deals." She goes, "Okay, it'll be $25, whatever." And I'll be like, "Oh, great deal." And they start laughing, and I say, "Well, you know, it wasn't a joke. I just something that I said, you know, deal. Let's make a deal." And they're like, "Yeah, with these in this economy, whew." I'm like, "I know, $2 chuck is $4 chuck now. Everything's more expensive. I can't buy beer anymore. The coffee's gone up 50%. Like, I can't buy anything that I want to buy anymore without doing grief math. Everything that I do, it's like my $25 that I'm spending for like a little bag of spinach, a baguette, a bottle of the $4 wine. Like it's just it adds up so quickly now." And now the joke, like we all have a good laugh at Trader Joe's now. It's such a funny joke. Everything sucks. We're getting raped out here. We're getting fleeced by Donald Trump. And he says he loves inflation. He loves inflation. Every conversation I have with a cashier now is about how everything's fucking expensive. I bet you the cashiers at supermarkets are so annoyed by people like me who are like, "God damn." But I didn't even say it. I just say deal. That's what I always say. I always say, "What a deal." That's what I always say. What a deal. Every time, so that'll be $25. What a deal. I've always said it, and now people laugh. It wasn't always a joke. It's just like, what a deal. I just say it's just something I say, like, okay, fine, and just something to spice up my interactions with human beings throughout the day. But now it gets a huge laugh. now it's hilarious for some reason because of this asshole. Who loves inflation?
When the war's over? Yes. It's coming down. I know you can't. It's going to come down like a...
When the war's over, inflation will come down. Well, then why'd you start this war? Why'd you start this war, asshole? Why'd you do that? You did this. All right, 54% say that that Anthony did not get a fair trial. Awesome. Let's ask another one. Do you love inflation like Donald Trump? That's the new one. Do you love inflation like Donald Trump does? Like Donald does? Because, I mean, he said it. He loves it. He loves the inflation. He thinks it's great. Which makes sense, right?
I agree that the president's rhetoric is probably the worst part of his approach to this war, and I'll sign on to any critique of his approach rhetorically. But it is funny, what you just described as he's changing the terms, what have you, he's mercurial. That's precisely how the Iranians negotiate. Arghachi, the foreign minister, wrote in his book that the Iranian Bazari style of negotiation is just to be intractable and to change the terms on you and to exhaust you to the point where you give up concessions.
So this is strategic.
I don't think it's strategic. I think it's...
You don't think it's strategic. You think he's a moron. So you're saying your president's a moron.
Driving them as crazy as it's driving us, which is the Iranian style, and it's probably driving the Iranians
So
crazy.
then you would admit that it's folly that Trump thought this was going to be over in like 2 weeks. No, wait a minute. Trump thought this was going to be over in like 2 weeks.
Both sides are being schizophrenic and, let's just use your word, and basically putting things on the table, taking them back. I mean, that does not seem to be a recipe for a deal.
It's not a recipe for a deal, but the deal should be one that is commensurate with our strategic objectives. And by all accounts, the Iranians weren't putting anything on the table that was commensurate with our strategic objectives.
I agree.
They're engaged in coercive diplomacy now. That's what the...
If Donald Trump tells them to love inflation, they will love inflation. They'll do whatever he says.
That sort of thing. And Tara, I will concede that the president shouldn't have given himself a window because you never know how operations are going to unfold once you start. And he was sacrificing tons of political capital by saying something.
He was on a sugar high for Venezuela.
But now he's doing something. So you cannot say that he's sacrificing credibility while he's doing exactly what he said he would do.
Right.
What's the plan?
Today's attack. What's the plan? He's executing attacks on Iranian targets.
Jimmy, both sides did not say the Anthony trial race had nothing to do with it. Both sides did not say that. Race absolutely had something to do with it. Absolutely.
The response to the end, as I understand it, is to force the Iranians to come to the negotiating table in earnest.
It's not working. He's done this already multiple times. And it hasn't worked.
I just want to note that Trump also announced to great fanfare today, both in the Oval Office and on Truth Social, that he's directed the.
You hate his casual use of schizophrenia? Oh, you mean when people don't understand the word and his actual struggles? Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, they're basically trying to say that he's the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right? But guess who else just got described that way by his secretary, Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And so was Donald Trump, but they'll call him schizophrenic, just like his friend Jeffrey.
Military to execute a secret mission, not so secret anymore, to support oil tankers and commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And then he declares that this wildly successful effort is because the United States of America controls the Strait of Hormuz, not Iran. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports.
Wait, we control the Strait of Hormuz this whole time? We control it. Amazing.
So this mission that he's talking about, that he claims is secret, has been widely known. It's been underway for a long time. It's been talked about publicly. And it has not produced a Strait of Hormuz that is open.
Wait, but no, it's not closed. By your own definition, it's not closed.
I mean, that's right.
It's neither closed nor is it in Iran's control.
Right.
Why should so expensive?
It is in the Schrodinger's Strait.
Yeah, it's Schrodinger's Strait. Thank you. I love a good Schrodinger's cat reference because I love to explain Schrodinger's cat. See, Schrodinger was a quantum physicist, and up until recently, people thought that quantum physics meant that when something happens, we know that all possibilities, all of the possible universes are at once true until we observe the result. Multiverse stuff, you know. But what if you put a cat in a box and you put a radioactive material in there that had only an exactly 50% chance of killing the cat, and you let that cat, you had to wait. But according to quantum physics, the cat is both alive and dead at the same time until you open the box. But we know that can't be true. So it's like the Heisenberg and Schrodinger. Heisenberg principle and Schrodinger cat. I don't know. I love that shit, man. It's so like, what? Schrodinger. So so the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is both open and closed at the same time, it's just like Schrodinger's cat. It's the Schrodinger Strait of Hormuz.
Now, the fact that the president shares and discloses things, this is baked in the cake.
Wait.
We've seen that since
Just to be clear, is it open or is it closed?
It's not closed the way the Iranians say it's fine.
It's not closed with military force.
Okay. Yeah, but the reason why Schrodinger's cat's so important, because he basically, with this Gedanken experiment, he basically flipped off the entire quantum physicist community because he turned it up on its head. No one ever thought of that before. So, then how does quantum physics work? Well, Heisenberg says that we know the more we observe something, the more we observe the speed of something, the velocity of something, the less we know about its location. And the more that we observe the location of something, the less we know about its speed. And so that the observer automatically has an effect on the experiment. An observed experiment has an effect. The fact that there is an observer there has an effect on the experiment itself. Crazy shit. Get yourself some. Oh, thank you, Shaky Knob. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for Shaky Knob, please? Thank you so much, Shaky Knob. Get you some UFC tickets, comrade. Oh, I'm going, man. I want to get those gnats. I'm going to get some gnats on me. I can't wait. They won't let me in. Thank you, everybody, for the jubilation. If any of you find any value in the content that I provide every day for 6 hours a day on this channel, please consider making a contribution. Skyjack23 on Venmo, Skyjack Morgan on Cash App, and right here, Super Chats. Thank you. Or become a channel member. Sky City Rebels, you're my favorites. Thank you so much for all your contributions and your support. Thank you. Appreciate you very, very much.
Okay. Are we able to get what we...
Also, really, does anybody know any coffee companies? I need a coffee sponsor. I need a coffee. I need someone to sponsor me for drinking their coffee. I'll talk about their coffee every 5 minutes. I'll mention their coffee. Every 5 minutes, I'm going to mention their goddamn coffee. I need a coffee sponsor. I need it now. If anybody has an inside track, let me know.
Got out of it before, which is free transit.
Obviously not.
No.
So
But
are the
it's not-
Iranians
I'm buying some Melania coins.
stop all traffic through the strait as they say they have and are?
But and I just want to note on that front, they've said in response to this that they are going
Black
to
Rifle.
now.
I don't think
they're now going.
Black Rifles, aren't they super conservative? I don't think they'd be into me. Capricorn coffee. Thank you, Melissa Sweetser. Thank you so much. That $5 buys me almost a pound of coffee. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I actually like Death Wish coffee a lot, but I can't afford it. It's like $17 a pound right now. I can't afford it. $17 a fucking pound. That's like 3 times what I pay. I pay $6.99 over at Trader Joe's for their shitty ass coffee. And god damn it, I'm spoiled. I'm used to good coffee. Now I'm drinking some shitty coffee. Actually, I'm not even drinking Trader Joe's right now. I found one a little bit cheaper on Amazon because it's even cheaper. And I hate buying from Amazon. I hate buying shit on Amazon. I need a coffee company to send me coffee, pay me a little money, and I'll mention coffee every day because I'm obsessed. I'll be the best coffee ambassador they've ever known. I'll do special content about coffee. I'll do videos about myself making the coffee. I'll do shit about me drinking coffee and just pouring it all over. I'll take a bath in coffee. I would take a bath in coffee if they paid me enough money.
I don't know.
That's for the OnlyFans. That's for the OnlyFans, everybody.
That's they're going to attempt to close the whole thing.
I'm going to call my OnlyFans Two Boob Mama.
Last week, Marco Rubio was in front of Congress testifying.
Unless it's taken. Is it taken? Is Two Boob Mama taken?
And he testified that the war was over.
I just watched Euphoria, and it looks so easy to make money on OnlyFans. I just watched Euphoria. I want to go open an OnlyFans right now, Melissa Sweetser. Maybe I'll call myself Two Boob Mama. It's just gonna be me taking baths and coffee. That's all it is. It's just me taking baths and coffee. It's just gonna be like this. It's just gonna be a live stream of me talking about random thoughts in the bathtub with coffee. That's gonna be the whole OnlyFans.
Right. Well, if the war was over, then what the hell is this?
Well, you can't have a blockade. A blockade is an active war. So what is it? We have a blockade. We're not.
I need to dress up like a cute little puppy. Yeah, man, it worked for Sydney Sweeney. It worked for Sydney Sweeney in that show about teenagers, like early 20s. I don't know how old those girls are supposed to be in that show. Sexy violent tweens, I think they are. I don't know what it's early 20s. Counterculture coffee brand. Oh, that's what I need. Counterculture coffee brand. I love it. You and your rubber ducky. I'll be just me and my rubber ducky. Upsides and Downs reminds me of Karma. Euphoria. Everyone loves that. You got to be half canine. Schrodinger's cat is about the decay of an atom, which would trigger the release of a deadly gas. No one can say if the atom has decayed or not before the box is open. Yeah, that's what I said. I said that the radioactive material has a 50% chance of decaying. Exactly. The reason why it's radioactive is because it has to be exactly 50%. We have to know that it's exactly 50%. It can't be 50.2. It has to be exactly 50%. That's why the atom decay thing.
We're gonna leave it. We don't have eyes and ears because they don't know what they're doing.
A federal judge has halted an effort by the Trump administration.
Iran won. Well, yeah, they won. Of course, Iran won. We always knew they would win. We knew Iran would win.
To force states to comply with conditions tied to SNAP food benefits. 20 Democratic states sued over requirements surrounding gender ideology.
Just coffee. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to get like ChatGPT or one of these HBO ChatGPT things. What do you call them? These what do you call LLMs? I want an LLM. I can't get my acronym straight. I'm gonna get an LLM to write me a pitch. We're gonna send it to a bunch of coffee companies, and whoever responds first, they can sponsor this channel. And I will be the best little coffee slave because let's face it, man, I don't want to hawk a bunch of shit. I don't want to fucking hawk supplements. I don't want to hawk ties. No one buys ties. I would hawk shirts. But like, what am I going to hawk? Coffee. That's all I got. Coffee is the only product I'll stand behind.
Immigration and fair opportunities in sports for women and girls. The states argued the agriculture department threw unlawful roadblocks into the SNAP program, which was created by Congress and provides food benefits to millions of low-income families. CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson is here to answer some key constitutional questions about this case. So what are the powers of the executive branch in the context of what we're discussing here?
So in the context of what we're discussing, which is really spending federal funds, as we all know, it's Congress who has the power of the purse. So there are two really big constitutional questions in this case. But the first one that you asked me about, I think, is really a separation of powers issue. It's a horizontal powers issue, where if you think about how we spend money in our system, it's Congress who decides to appropriate the funds. Now, certainly the president has a role to play in deciding whether or not he's going to sign a budget and to try and make clear his funding priorities. But I think there's a serious question as to whether an executive agency could take money appropriated and then put these additional restrictions and additional strings on that money. This is a question of, does the executive branch have the power to do this as compared to Congress? So again, it's Congress who decides to spend the money and decides what to spend it on. It's the executive branch that implements those funding decisions.
What is the definition of federalism?
So this is a great question. It's the second big question in this case. So the first, as we talked about, is really this kind of horizontal separation of powers issue. The second is whether or not the federal government, let's imagine it's the right branch of the federal government that's acting, that it is, in this case, I think Congress as opposed to the executive. There's a question when you, the federal government, say, states, here's some money. Now, in return for
Oh, Schrodinger's cat is kind of like the double slit thing, but the double slit thing is about particles, like traveling through these two slits, right? Anyway, they broke the law again. Looks like they broke the law again. You think anyone's going to do anything about it? Maybe next year. Meanwhile, a bunch of people are going to starve. Donald Trump is starving children again, everybody. Aren't you happy that you got Donald? This is what you voted
this
for.
Money, do X. That can be a federalism concern, meaning a concern about trampling on states' rights. And specifically in this case, the argument that the states would make is that there's essentially a gun to their head, that they are forced into saying, okay, we'll comply with your policy agenda because we need this money for SNAP. We need this money for farmers. And that's really the federalism concern, and that's the vertical power concern in this case.
Why does this case matter? What are the broader implications?
The broader implications, I think, are exactly what we talk about in this segment. It's a who decides question. When it comes to federal funds going to states, who gets the power? We, in our system of government, have decided that the best decision is to disperse power. We came from a monarchy. We fear a concentration of power. And this case matters because we're talking about which branch has the power to act. Lindsay, we obviously talk a lot about, does the executive have the power to do X? And then secondly, does the federal government have the power to do this to the states? And this is a question that's been replicating not just during the Trump administration, but during other administrations as well.
Yeah, because the president, regardless of party, continues to claw more power into the executive branch. This is why every state has the age of 21 for alcohol. Do you think that was by accident? No, the federal government forced them to do it by saying, we're going to steal some of your money back from the interstate highway system. We're not going to fund projects in your districts if you don't have 21 and over for this alcohol thing, because the Mothers Against Drunk Driving won't shut the hell up. So we're all going to be over 21. It's got to be over 21 to drink because Mothers Against Drunk Driving. It's annoying. This is the problem. The concentration of federal power to tell the states what to do. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. The way it works is we give the money. We all give our money. All of us individually give our money to the federal government in our form of federal taxes, our income tax. They pool it all together, and then they send it to the states, and the states decide how they're going to send it out to everybody. Makes sense, right? Because the states know what they need more than the federal government knows what they need, right? Just like if I told you, I said, oh, are you hurting for money? Great. I am going to buy you a new toilet. And you're like, well, no, my toilet's fine. Nope, everybody's getting free toilets. But we all have toilets. Nope, I'm deciding what you need. Can't you just give me the $2,000? No, you're going to get a free toilet. That wouldn't make any sense, right? They should just give you the $2,000. Don't fucking tell me how to use it, because I can decide for myself how I want to spend this money. They've done this so many times too. You blame Lincoln. Yeah. I mean, Abraham Lincoln, definitely. There's some truth to that, but it's just such a bummer, dude. God damn, I'm glad we talked about the bugs first.
On July 17th, 2025, about a year ago, a chunk of Trump's top officials, who you see listed on your screen, led by the vice president, filed into the White House Situation Room without the commander-in-chief, without President Trump. They were trying to figure out how to regain control over the growing ugly narrative that the Trump administration was, at the very least, complicit in a cover-up for the crimes of now dead pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and other predators in his orbit. 10 days earlier, the Justice Department...
No more federal income tax, huh? Really?
And an FBI had released their nothing to see here memo saying that their review found no client list of the powerful men to whom Epstein had allegedly trafficked girls, underage, and women. Vice President Vance reportedly told the group, this is a huge problem. And he argued that all the Epstein files should be released. The report says, quote, Vance had also floated to colleagues an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlists Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator, Ghislaine Maxwell, in prison. It might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been part of any wrongdoing with Epstein. Spoiler alert, Tucker did not get that gig. You will know, however, that the goal here, as stated, seemed to be to get Trump cleared by Maxwell, who is a criminal with questionable credibility, to say the least. The task of the interview ultimately went to then Deputy Attorney General.
That doesn't matter. MAGers, they love criminals. If the criminal says he's not a criminal, then he's not a criminal.
Todd Blanche, who Trump has now nominated to be full-time Attorney General. Cut to August 13th, 2025. The Epstein scandal still raging. A similar Situation Room meeting is convened where the conversation turns to what allegations might be in those files about the president. One official reportedly...
Yeah, it's made of gold. Well, it's gold-plated. It's gold-plated, like the UFC coin. It's gold-plated. It's not actually... It's 18-karat plated. Okay, it's not real gold. Yes. Oh, your reticulum note is down. That happens, DS King of Kings. That's hard. Self-hosting is the future. I recommend DGoog and LM Studio for local AI. That'd be rad. I wish I could do stuff like that. I really want to. It's Ghislaine. Why does no one pronounce her name correctly? Yeah, am I a 12-year-old boy? No, I used to call her Ghislaine, but everyone thought I was being too offensive.
It's the subject of a disturbing but unverified accusation against Trump that had come to light in case filings unsealed in 2023. And
Yeah,
that included emails sent to a journalist.
Like the Trump watches, just like the Trump watch. It's gold as a Trump watch.
By Epstein victim Sarah Ransom. Apologies in advance for some of the blunt language and visuals it will impart. We are going to edit some of it just because we don't need to go into all of it. You can read it in the New York Times story if you want more. Ransom claimed, quote, Ransom claimed that she knew a girl in Epstein's sex trafficking ring named Jen who said she had sex with Trump. Ransom also claimed that Jen had told her that Trump had a predilection for nipples, unquote. It goes on into more graphic and disturbing details. Again, not corroborated allegation. The New York Times report also notes that Ransom's credibility was not uncomplicated, given that she had made another claim that she had footage of prominent men having sex with young girls in Epstein's orbit, and Ransom later retracted that claim, saying she was fearing for herself and her family if she went forward. Again, just to underline, these are all unverified allegations. Trump has not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing in any sort of court of law. He denies any wrongdoing. But Trump officials were concerned about this allegation resurfacing if the Justice Department released all the Epstein files in its searchable library, which they only did, by the way, after being compelled by Congress. Now, here's how some of the Situation Room debate went down, according to this Times report by Haberman and Swan. Quote, the vice president said he thought the president would be okay with releasing the nipple-related documents, arguing that Trump had been accused of worse. I think we should put it out, he said. It would cause people to say, we're going further than we need to. Trump White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles quickly responded that the president would not, in fact, be okay with it. It was a point no one wanted to continue debating. Now, this story summed
nipples
up the White House dilemma, as the report put it, quote, piles of accusations were impossible to disprove and equally impossible to make go away. Every door they opened led to another room, and in every room were more claims for more women, unquote.
What was so interesting was that you could really see President Trump losing control of the Epstein story paragraph by paragraph as they give this internal account of the Trump team trying to deal with it. And part of what is so fascinating about it is that, listen, we're living through a presidentially led backlash to Me Too, right? The president has appointed himself the chief opponent of this movement. But then what happened is it turned out that people really cared about the Epstein.
I love this idea of a solar panel, man. I kind of want to buy a house and just put solar on it. You know, why not? Let's just do, I want to be off the grid. I'm sick of paying all these assholes.
Files. They were grossed out by the idea of young women being manipulated by the powerful and the wealthy. And part of the lasting power of Me Too is that there's a lot of empathy, especially for very young victims. And so to see the president sort of hit by, you could almost call it a backlash to the backlash, was really interesting.
Congressman, we were talking about this in the break, and you were making the point earlier on the show. A lot of what happened with Epstein-related things before the president took office for his second term was firmly in conspiracy theory world. You know, it was about a cabal or things that touched on anti-Semitism and other very problematic areas. But then there was this bipartisan push to put these files out there, and what you saw was it's not just Republican and Democratic presidents.
I'm thinking about, because, man, honestly, I'm thinking about going. I'm pretty sure I'm moving to New Mexico, and New Mexico, it's like more days of sunshine, and I would actually, but I'm thinking about living in a condo, but I could also just buy a house. I like condos because it's like you could just leave and not worry about it. It's like lock the door and walk away. But when you leave a house, it's always like, man, someone's like, you got to have someone watch your house. But if you leave a condo, you just like lock the door and you're out, go on a trip, leave, go to New York for the week, you're fine. But a house, you could put solar panels up and you could do stuff to it, It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I kind of want to do it, but I don't know. I also love the idea of just not having all these responsibilities, like mowing the lawn and doing shit. But part of me wants to have a little greenhouse with vegetables in it. Like I want to do that. So I'm on the fence. What kind of place? I'm making a big move right now, and I'm on the fence. What kind of movement I want to do? What kind of thing I want to do with my life?
presidents whose names appear, not to say to allege any wrongdoing on anybody's part, but also, titans of industry, Bill Gates today, filmmakers, like every corner of elite society, essentially looking the other way so they could stay part of the club. Why? Like what is wrong?
It's true. If you're a renter, why are you paying anyway? Well, they'll shut you off eventually. They'll shut off your electricity eventually.
The question is, what is wrong with everybody? I guess is the thing I keep coming back to.
You have a charismatic guy on the one hand who's also a sociopathic manipulator. I mean, this gets to the veracity of like emails. Like, gee, I wonder if this guy's totally above board. No, he's trying to blackmail folks to maintain connections or to do whatever. But I was just struck, as you mentioned. Like, I spent a couple of years hearing this from folks who were trying to allege that there's some grand pedophile conspiracy cabal across the U.S. government and that's being undermined and Israel is involved in all this, and trying to say, okay, like, come on, guys, like let's live in reality. And now I'm hearing the exact same thing from folks with a inverse political affiliation, and it is astounding. I mean,
because the evidence is piling up. It looks like there's a pedophile cabal in our government.
Kind of Epstein class descriptor is, it's QAnon, but something fit for daytime TV. But a lot of the folks who are hearing that are hearing a dog whistle that gets into some parts of the internet you really don't want to Google some of the terms associated with. And I'm seeing it become this populist catnip. Yeah, there's folks who have tangential associations with Jeffrey Epstein who are,
Then they shouldn't be in politics. It's that simple. Where do we lower our standards so much? If you have any connection to Jeffrey Epstein, that's a political deal breaker. Even Hakeem Jeffries? Yeah, even Hakeem Jeffries. Fuck it. He's in the Epstein files. Out. Even Michael Ian Black? Yes. Out. What about Roy Wood Jr.? Sorry, Roy Wood Jr., you're out. You're mentioned in the Epstein files, you're out. Sorry. Everybody's out. Donald Trump, you're out. Howard Lutnick, out. All of you guys that were in the Epstein files, you're out. Sorry. Sucks to be you. Shouldn't have hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. You nasty fucks.
Prominent fundraisers or prominent elected officials. I mean, he was texting.
There was an Obama lawyer that lost her private sector job. Yeah.
And the very fair question is, like, what did somebody
even Hassan Minaj? Yes, Hassan Minaj. Sorry, buddy, you're out.
Actually, no. Was it that there was a charge that maybe
Jon Stewart? Yeah, you're out. You're out.
Said, oh, well, it was not a big deal, and there have been other prominent folks who've had, charges dismissed, or they.
Like, none of you are allowed to do politics. Like, Jon Stewart doesn't do politics. He's a fucking comedian on a politics show once a week. He does one show a week. So yeah, I'm totally okay with Jon Stewart being precluded from politics. Sorry, you can't be in politics, John. You're in the Epstein files. Sorry. You're out. Like, I don't know why it used to be, even if you went to, remember, who was that guy? Shit, who was that guy who got electroshock therapy? Who was that politician who got electroshock therapy and the Democrats turned their back on him because of it? Senator Thomas Eagleton in 1972. Shortly after being nominated for vice president, Eagleton revealed to the press that he had been hospitalized for depression in the 60s and had undergone electroshock therapy. Initially, presidential nominee George McGovern declared he was behind Eagleton 1,000%. However, facing intense political pressure and media scrutiny regarding his mental fitness, McGovern ultimately asked Eagleton to step down from the ticket just 18 days later. Eagleton withdrew, and while the 1972 Democratic suffered a massive defeat, Eagleton remained highly popular in his home state and was reelected to the U.S. Senate in Missouri for multiple terms. See, he didn't have to leave. He just couldn't be vice president. Is it right? No. It's not right that because someone went to a mental institution and got electroshock therapy no, it's not right, but it's a deal breaker. I'm sorry. Where the fuck that used to be the standard? You got electroshock therapy? Can't be vice president. Sorry. You suffered from depression? You could be senator, but you can't be vice president because we don't want you one heartbeat away from being president. Sorry. Sucks. Them's the breaks. Tough life. Wear a fucking helmet. It's a tough life out there. Sorry. But now, if you're on the Epstein files, totally cool. Like Gary Hart had just pictures of himself with a woman. Deal breaker, you're out. Donald Trump told a prostitute she reminded him of his daughter and then paid her off with campaign funds. You're in. You're fine. It's fine. Plattner has a Nazi tattoo. Like, all these guys are just fucking. I mean, I'm not saying that back in the 70s it was glory days, or even in the 80s it was glory days, but god damn it, at least we had some fucking standards.
Like, I'm not going to speak to any of those. All I'm speaking to is where it fits into on the political spectrum. Yeah. And that seems to use the facts as a basis and then fly a million miles away from them into some very dark places.
Well, and the thought at the beginning when Trump first raised this, and there were a lot of conspiracy theories, is that they long believed that there was this list that involved a bunch of powerful Democrats. And the reason why I think Democrats raised the alarm last year was because all of a sudden Trump's DOJ just did a complete 180. And as you know, the reporting shows, they're sounding the alarm. They're freaking out within the White House because they knew that this would end up being a crisis for Donald Trump. And so what happened between whenever they got access to the files or the information they got, and then, you know, over the first few months of the year and into whenever they passed the legislation to release them, there was obviously an effort within the White House and within Trump's inner circle and DOJ to cover something up. And I think that's why Democrats have also been very vocal about this. Now, they obviously, Pam Bondi testified, but I think one big question and what could hold up Todd Blanche's ultimate confirmation is that Pam Bondi said that he was the person in charge of this. And if he was the person in charge of this and is now trying to be the Attorney General of the United States, then this issue is going to come up for the administration. Once again, more oversight. This is sort of never ending for them.
I don't know what's actually being covered up.
That's the thing. I don't care if you're only mentioned. You're Jon Stewart. You're just mentioned. Sorry, I don't want to have to deal with the headache of having to explain every time why you're in the Epstein files. Todd Blanche, you want to be Attorney General? You're the guy that went and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell and got her the sweetheart deal. Sorry, I don't want to have to explain it every day. We got to get some serious people to do serious work. This is supposed to be a serious job.
Todd, thank you. A Hamburg family is speaking out tonight, remembering their young daughter who took her own life.
She was a student at Frontier Middle School where her parents say she was bullied relentlessly. Newsworld's Rob Petrie sat down with the family and joins us now with more. Rob?
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Jeff and Marley. This whole thing is just so very heartbreaking, but it's through that heartbreak that the family is finding the courage and the strength to speak out on an issue that's really never talked about and share the memory of 11-year-old Nadia Santiago.
How do you go on? How do you live? How do you...
It's a distraction. It's a distraction. Every single day. That's the thing. That's why you can't have someone like Donald Trump in power, because every single day it's about Epstein. You tell me he could do his job? He can't do his fucking job. Even if he was good at his job, he wouldn't be able to do his job. Every single day we're talking about Epstein. Every single day we're talking about Stormy Daniels. Every single day we're talking about the documents. Every single day we're talking about how he fucking raped Ivana. Like, every single day. It's too much. It's time to go, man. That's why we don't like people who ain't serious. You're not a serious person. Get out. You can't be. You're not in the club. That's why we don't like these fucking scandals. The same thing with Bill Clinton. He should have resigned because he had all this shit. Like, Donald Trump's got multiple open cases. He's got multiple open lawsuits. Bill Clinton had one, maybe two, over 8 years though. Like, and he should have resigned. Instead, it just got worse and worse and worse, and it festered and got worse and worse and worse. He should have resigned. Instead, he let his pride. He didn't want to resign. He should have fucking resigned.
Enjoy your other kids, knowing she's not here.
There are no answers for a mother and father living every parent's worst nightmare, that being the death of one of their children. That has become a truly heartbreaking and tragic reality for Dina Gresco and Daniel Santiago after their 11-year-old daughter Nadia ended her own life.
How do we look at another little girl? How do we look at little clothes? How do I look at the things she liked? I couldn't even walk by the soccer shirts because she liked soccer.
Nadia Santiago's parents tell us their little girl led her life here on Earth, spreading love and inspiring those around her, especially her siblings, who they say she shared a close and personal bond with, and that no matter where Nadia would go, a bright light would follow.
We knew that she was going to be something big. She just had this light in her. And her smile, oh my God, always smiling. It didn't matter. She smiled all the time, or her big smile. And she was just... She really was the sweetest kid.
At her young age, Nadia's parents say she went out of her way to make sure they were impressed by her commitment to her education.
She loved school. She was an honor student. She didn't even ever fight to go to school. She loved it.
That is.
It's so tragic. She got bullied and then she killed herself at 11 years old. Like, why does this keep happening in America, you know? 48 stars and 11 stripes. Well, it's 13 stripes. I don't know. Maybe it's getting cut off by the There's 13 stripes, but there's 48 stars. That's right, because it's a Jasper Johns painting. It's a famous painting by Jasper Johns. It's got 48 stars. That's the way it used to look. 48 stars. Before Alaska and Hawaii.
Until the morning of Tuesday, May 19th, when Dina says Nadia asked to stay home from school. That afternoon, Dina left Nadia at home briefly just to go up the street to pick up her siblings from school.
I gave her a hug and a kiss, and I love you. She said, I love you, Mom. And that was the last time I seen her. If I would have known anything like this was happening, anything was running through her head like that, I would have never left her there. I would have brought her with me.
But Dina says there was nothing indicating Nadia was being bullied at school until after her passing, when the family of some of her friends started reaching out.
I feel guilt that I didn't know, but nobody told me. She didn't tell me. My family is broken. We're not ever going to be the same. Nobody that she touched in her short time of marriage is ever going to be the same. We are just devastated. We're mad. We're sad. We're hurt. We don't understand. And we're just never going to be the same.
News 4 reached out to the Frontier School District, sharing the parents' concerns and requesting their school bullying policies. A district spokesman issuing us the following response saying, quote, the Frontier Central School District.
How the fuck doesn't the school know? Everybody knew and no one did anything? Why are we sending these? This is like, I don't even know why we send kids to school in America. Why even bother?
Is equally concerned, and we take this matter very seriously. We have an ongoing DASA investigation. At this time, we are granting no media interviews on this matter. DASA stands for the Dignity for All Students Act, which requires school districts across the state to strictly report incidents of bullying and harassment. The school district then works in coordination with the state to investigate. But what would lead a child to feel that there was no other option?
This needs to go beyond the school.
Dr. Wendy Weinstein is a clinical psychiatrist and unit chief at Bryland Hospital.
Threshold movement. Threshold moment. I'm not a Democrat. Thank you. Go rot in hell. Please jump off a bridge as soon as you can.
Intense sense of shame, the feeling like nothing's going to change. When you're in school, that's your whole life. That's all you know. You don't think about the future. And it is so prevalent. It is more common than you think, but it's kind of like this secret that no one talks about.
But the Santiago family is talking in the hopes of saving future children from the same fate of Nadia and ensuring her memory is never forgotten.
And I won't let Nadia be silenced, and they're going to see my face. And I won't stop until a law's passed for Nadia and for all the other little children that are bullied.
What law? What law would you pass that? This always just seems like an American problem. I really think like this is because of lack of health care, right? We don't have health care in this country. If you were getting bullied and you had a mental health professional that you could talk to, you would tell them and they could step in. But she didn't have anyone to turn to. The teachers didn't care. The parents didn't know. She lost her third space. It probably, maybe church would have been something but we don't have that. There's no place to go. So you just end up hurting yourself. I mean, Carmelo Anthony got bullied and he stabbed a dude and he's going to jail for 40 years. I guess he could have killed himself. I guess that's what people would prefer, right? Get bullied, kill yourself. That's what white people would prefer, I guess. They prefer suicide. Must be it.
If you were
Here's a hotline. It doesn't go anywhere. They'll put you on hold.
A pro-life student activist.
They've cut all the funding. There used to be a federal hotline, there used to be a federal hotline, suicide hotline. We don't even have that anymore. Fuck.
Caught in the center of an Antifa mob outside of a Turning Point USA summit in Texas. Lydia Taylor Davis says the group was harassing women and things got chaotic when she went to speak with them.
I mean, social media is certainly social media is a problem, but it's just always going to come back down to lack of healthcare. Mental health is healthcare. Mental healthcare is healthcare. We don't have healthcare in America. We have the worst. We spend $3 trillion a year on healthcare that doesn't serve us. We should be spending $50 billion a year on single payer healthcare and put it in our constitution that you have a right to healthcare. But no, Israel has a constitution. Well, they don't have a constitution, but they have a legal right to healthcare. Iran has a constitutional right to healthcare. Iraq has a constitutional right to healthcare. They have it in their constitution that you have the right to healthcare. Since 1995, Israel, every man, woman, and child has the right to healthcare. Not us, not in America. Why do we keep killing ourselves and each other? Why do people keep flying off the handle and doing crazy shit? Why are there all these school shootings? Why do we keep doing this? Yeah, no school counselors. I mean, school counselors. Yeah, and it's funded by America. Don't forget, yeah, all of them, like Iraq and Israel, their healthcare is funded by us. We can fund healthcare for other people, just not for us. Israel spends about $40 billion a year on healthcare for every man, woman, and child. Bernie Sanders said he could do it for $50 billion in the United States of America. I think that might be bullshit because we got so many people, but maybe. I don't care if it costs $100 billion a year. Why would that matter? $100 billion a year? I don't care if it costs $1 trillion. America spends $1 trillion on the military. Why are we doing that when we don't have the concept? What are we fighting for? The constitutional right to kill children in Iran? What are we fighting for again? Oil? Cheap gas? Gasoline prices? Is that what we're fighting for? We're not fighting for our kids. Wow. That was a loud noisemaker. Okay, so this lady is an agitator that went to a activist. They're calling her the activist and the mob. The activists are the mob, and she's now the activist. I think that's really funny that far left activists harass women at Texas TPUSA event.
Towards women and see that you are not the side of women.
Students for Life spokeswoman Lydia Taylor Davis joins us now. So
now she's on Fox News. That's what she wanted. Now she's on. Maybe she'll get a job.
Lydia, you were at the summit in
the one on the left hates her. She's like, we don't need younger blondes.
San Antonio. You said it was the second day of the summit. You were
Where's
walking
your
back
cross?
over to the building and you saw this group of activists, agitators outside. So you decided you'd just wade into the crowd with a microphone and go talk to them. I mean, got to admire
Yes.
you.
Wow, you just decided just willy-nilly to do this, huh?
No question. Why did you want to get in the middle of them instead of just avoid them?
Well, my intention was to have peaceful dialogue with them, specifically talking about abortion, as I'm a pro-life activist with Students for Life. But it turns out that the far left, these Antifa activists, are incapable of having peaceful dialogue, as it quickly resulted in them screaming at me, calling me a pig. And it's very ironic that the side that calls themselves feminists then attacks a woman simply for having a different opinion. So
I'm a woman. Hey, idiots. Protests? That's not the time to have conversations. Conversations happen indoors at a desk. At the protest, it's not a time to have a conversation. This isn't the time for that. This is time for yelling and screaming. Time for talking is over. Time for talking is later, not at the protest.
I stood my ground and thankfully had a few good conversations, and yet was still harassed. I had water thrown on me. It was very disappointing, but not surprising to see the pattern of violence on the left side.
Lydia, this struck us, obviously, this exchange with one of the protesters about the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Oh my God, the murder of Charlie Kirk. Oh no, now you've done it. Oh no.
Yes, I do. You do support.
I heard he leaned to the left in the end.
So you support assassinating people who believe what I believe. I support assassinating fascists. So what is a fascist? No, I'm not going to have this conversation. You don't. That is fascism.
I'm not going to have this conversation with you. This is not the time for conversation. Fuck off. That's the only thing. If you're at a protest and someone puts a mic in your face, you say, shut the fuck up, fuck off.
That was pretty unbelievable. I mean, you point blank asked, do you support what happened to Charlie Kirk? That protester said, yes, I do.
No, she said, I support killing fascists. That's what she said. Are you saying that Charlie Kirk was a fascist? She just admitted on Fox News that Charlie Kirk was a fascist. She said, I support killing fascists. You love the Tucker. Victim. Yeah.
Yeah, it was horrific. As someone who deeply cared about Charlie Kirk, he was a great partner of us at Students for Life. It was horrifying to see someone celebrating that violence. This is a trend that we are seeing. There was a December 2025 Gallup poll that found that 30% of people 18 to 29 years old said that political violence is acceptable.
I think it's funny that she said, I'm not going to have this conversation with you. And then she died. She died like Charlie Kirk. It's kind of funny, really.
This is insane. And this is a trend that we are seeing constantly on our work on college campuses as we're advocating for life. I have to wear a bulletproof vest on campuses now. We have to bring security in order to just have peaceful conversations about these
Really? You have to wear a bulletproof vest? Is that real? You have to wear a bulletproof
hard
vest?
topics. And it's really disappointing, but we certainly aren't deterred, and we're going to keep standing in honor of Charlie Kirk and in honor and in partnership with Turning Points, and we're not backing down, absolutely.
You know, as troubling as that person's view was on the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I thought it was very telling when that person said, I'm for killing fascists. And you said, what is a fascist? And that person was at a loss for words. I mean, they don't even know what they're against.
No, you're in a protest situation. It's time to yell and scream. We're not going to have a peaceful conversation when everyone's here with loud noises and screaming and yelling with the signs. This is not time for talk. This is time for shouting. That's what protests are. Protests are not like, hey, let's have conversations. That's not what a protest is, dumb shits.
Absolutely. No, it's ironic. They call us fascists, but they're trying to attack others and silence free speech.
Really? How are they silencing free speech? They call us fascists, but they're trying to silence the fascists.
And that's exactly what fascism is. And so
That is not exactly what fascism is. Anti-fascism means punching Nazis in the face, like my grandfather did in World War II.
total hypocrites. And it's so easy to point that out just when I have these conversations with them. And so this footage is
You're not allowed to use violence. Only fascists are allowed to use violence. If you use violence against fascists, you're a fascist.
changing minds when people see this violent behavior of the left. They realize the left doesn't actually have any facts to base their ideology on. So they resort to trying to silence people through violence, through harassment. There were young women leaving the Turning Point event that were just trying to get lunch, that were getting screamed at. Just 16-year-old girls trying to go peacefully
Is screaming violence?
to their hotel who couldn't even do that because these violent leftists are just so against us to the point where
Violent
they're
leftists. They're violent. Was there any violence?
celebrating violence, but we're certainly continuing to stand
Where's the violence? Tell me what violent thing happened.
for life in the midst of it. And if anything, it's only encouragement that we're doing something right.
How long did you stay in the mix there?
I went out there a couple times. I tried to have a peaceful dialogue, and eventually it got so aggressive that I had to leave. So I was out there for half an hour before I quickly had to go inside because it got a little too crazy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's a sign that these folks, they don't want dialogue, they don't want discussion, they don't even want debate, they just want
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We don't want debate.
to yell and shout and try to shut you down.
Yeah, we don't want debate at the protest. Nobody wants debate at protests. Fuck off.
Lydia, thank you for being with us. Really great,
Thanks,
interesting
Lydia.
story. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
For the hour, we'll get to the grieving family of this Penn State student, Billy Schmidt. That family is now talking in an interview with Fox News. He was 22 years old. He was a senior, shot and killed near his home in Philadelphia. Police still searching for suspects. CB Cotton has more on that as we get a bit more evidence. CB, good morning to you.
Hey, Bill, good morning. So
Yeah, the punny sign, the dressing up like Charlie Kirk, that was violent.
investigators say Billy Schmidt was gunned down by two suspects trying to rob him. Schmidt's family is now pleading with the public for answers.
You gotta clean the city up to stop the violence. I mean, this can't happen every day.
They deserve to spend the rest of their lives in jail for taking away my brother. And I don't think no one will ever understand this pain that they have caused. They are animals for doing that to him. He was unarmed. And all this for a phone. It just doesn't even make sense.
You can feel her heartbreak there. So Billy's father says his son left a neighborhood bar on Saturday and was only 50 feet from their home when he was approached by two men who stole Billy's phone. Surveillance videos from neighbors captured the verbal confrontation. You can see two hooded suspects pacing on the sidewalk. Billy can be heard demanding for the suspects to return the phone, and then he chases after them.
Dude, someone take your phone. Just let them have it. Brick that shit. You're going to get killed over a phone?
Another surveillance video shows a different angle. You can see there a suspect in a black hoodie pointing a gun. We've frozen the clip the moment the gun was fired. The district attorney's office says officers have recovered a spent shell casing and continue to canvass the area. Billy's father says he found his son's phone shortly after the shooting, and now investigators are looking into whether it could hold a key piece of evidence.
They have a print on the phone, but they don't know if it's mine, Billy's, or the person who threw it. But they're trying to get DNA off the.
Dude, I mean, bars are unsafe places. I hate to tell you, man. I spent my life in bars. I used to run bars. I run bars all over the world. I ran bars in Las Vegas. I ran bars all over. And they're dangerous. Even the nice ones, even the ones at 5-star hotels, they are dangerous places. People get killed in bars. You know, Miranda rights, you know, like you have the right to remain silent and the canon will be against you and everything. That guy that it's named after, Miranda, he got let out of jail. He went to a bar and got murdered that night. Like Christopher Marlowe murdered in a bar. I'm telling you, bars are dangerous. And if you're not going to have a good plan with a buddy, have a buddy walk home with you. Unless you're 6'5" with blue eyes. No, it's dangerous. And if you're going to get robbed, just give them the fucking phone. What are you doing, man? Just give them the phone. People that can't handle alcohol are dangerous. Yeah. I mean, yes. People who can't handle alcohol are dangerous. Dangerous places. It's not just the alcohol, though, man. It's people know. Like, I'll tell you what. There used to be this club called, it still exists. It's called Hakkasan. And there's guys, and also even like Thunder Down Under, there's these places that they know women are coming out at like 3 a.m. shit-faced. And so there are guys lined up who are not shit-faced. We're not in that club. They're dressed like they were in the club, but they were not in the club that night. And as the women come stumbling out, the guys start holding their hands and saying, "Oh, baby, oh, yeah, where you going after this? What's going on?" And those guys are literally just there to take advantage of drunk girls. That's all they're there to do. Some are there to rob them. Some are there to assault them. And you see it happening. And there's nothing you could do. I remember when I first started seeing that, I would like go up to the women. I'm like, hey, get out, get away from her. Hey, take care of your fucking friend. Take care of your fucking friend. And the guys knew, because I was a manager, and I look like I'm armed because guys in suits often have guns. And so they would leave me alone. But man, I'm telling you, that's everywhere. There are people hanging outside of bars waiting for just this shit to happen. Those guys probably saw him at the bar drinking, saw that he had a nice phone. They saw that he was alone. They have a gun. He doesn't. He's probably drunk and not paying attention, and now becomes an easy target. Be careful. It's just a dangerous world out there, man. Sucks.
So, and they took video cams from a lot of neighbors.
Billy
Those guys will never get caught.
was a senior studying digital journalism and media at Penn State. The city of Philadelphia is offering a $20,000 reward for any information that.
Oh shit, he was a Penn State student too. He's probably at a college bar getting wasted. These guys had the plan. They planned it. They followed him home.
leads to an arrest and conviction. A vigil in Billy's honor is scheduled for tomorrow.
Wow. Okay, we'll be watching for that report then. CB, thank you.
Don't walk home alone. Don't wait till last call either. What time was it? After midnight, after 2 a.m.? Fuck, nothing good happens after 2 a.m. in America. Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. in America. Not out of doors. Make sure you're indoors by 2 a.m. Shit, I used to work from 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. And let me tell you, man, I used to work 6 p.m. to 4 a.m. in Las Vegas. Holy shit, man, the shit I seen. It's no joke. It's really upsetting. It's sad. It upsets me very, very much.
Tracking the economy this morning, a new study finds bankruptcy filings in Tennessee are on the rise.
And their answer is like, more cops. More cops do not stop crime. Cops are doing their job after the crime. The cops would not have prevented that crime. What are they going to do? Walk him home? You know, at Berkeley, we had actually on our ID cards on the back, if you were drunk, you could call and have someone walk you home or pick you up. And it's included in your tuition. They just come and pick you up. And if you had a car and you were drunk, they'd bring another person to drive your car home so you could get home. It's pretty cool. I never used it, but I knew people used it.
Chapter 11 filing by a popular Nashville grocer highlights some of the financial challenges that a lot of businesses are facing. News 2's Jaxie Pigeon joins us live from downtown to show us what's happening. Jaxie, good morning.
Good morning, Nicole. Tennessee continues to rank among the states with the highest bankruptcy filing rates in the country. According to Smart Asset, they found that personal bankruptcy filings in Tennessee rose 6.6% over the past year. That's more than 21,000 filings in the most recent 12-month period study. Tennessee also recorded about 299
Yeah, the cops. Yeah, he wants more cops. The cops will just throw you in jail for being drunk outside.
filings for every 100,000 residents. Researchers placed Tennessee in the nation's so-called bankruptcy belt alongside several southern states. The American Farm Bureau Federation says farm bankruptcies nationwide climbed to 315 cases last year. Economists say years of declining farm receipts combined with high production costs are adding to financial strain in rural communities. A recent local example is Smoke and Oaks Organic Farms in Nashville. The company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection last month and reported about $3.1 million in liabilities.
Dude, they're calling it the bankruptcy belt. Tennessee is in the bankruptcy belt.
The company says its farm, market, and operations are continuing as it reorganizes. Smoke and Oak says the goal is to stay open and emerge from the reorganization process on stronger financial footing. Live in Nashville, Jaxie Pigeon, News 2.
Dude, Tennessee joins the bankruptcy belt. We got whole states full of companies going bankrupt in America. We've had more bankruptcies this year than 2020, which was the worst year ever.
New tensions are flaring over a massive data center building in southern New Mexico. Dozens of people who thought the county would host a town hall on Project Jupiter instead say there's been a bait and switch. News 13's Bella Olage reports.
Hours of fiery exchanges.
I'm sorry, that is enough.
You woke up 5 hours later, covered in blood with 5 dents, wallet, keys, and phone missing. Cops did nothing. They're not going to do shit. I got a friend. He was outside of a bar in New York, and they beat the liver. They stomped on his leg, so they broke his leg. So now he's got all sorts of rods in his leg. His jaw had to be wired shut because they broke his jaw. He doesn't remember any of it. He had head trauma. He got severely fucked up. He's lucky to be alive. Don't hang out late at night. Nothing good's happening in America after 2 a.m. Do not wait for last call. As soon as last call happens, fucking jet. Get out of there.
Public.
Don't be. Well, one more. Just one more. Fuck that.
No public. I'm not.
In front of the Doña Ana County Commission yesterday.
That's enough. There's no opportunity to participate at this point. Thank you. Thank you.
A blow up over the Project Jupiter data center, where the opposition is clear with signs like "We can't drink data" and "Let Senator Teresa breathe." Rallying together, dozens say they deserve to be heard over their concerns.
Please come up.
At the heart of this week's meeting, a large group of Doña Ana County residents say they're not only worried about the project's size and environmental impacts, but also frustrated about its.
Dude, everyone's pissed off about these data centers. What the hell? Are we ever going to, what are we doing in America?
Change to an upcoming meeting on Project
You
Jupiter.
can't drink
Opponents
data.
wanted
You can't drink data, everybody.
an open town hall to ask questions. Instead, that meeting is now slated to be a career fair and open house.
The community open house and career fair that Project Jupiter has announced should not be regarded as a substitute for a genuine public forum for serious education and discussion about the huge project plan for Doña Ana County.
Others for the project arguing the planned meeting is for the best.
I support the project. I support the idea of this open house because it creates a platform for real and genuine conversations.
County leaders who've clarified that they're not hosting the upcoming meeting are also split on what people will get out of the open house.
It was designed so that people could go into depth to get actual details, because that's what people have been saying has been lacking.
The change went from a serious discussion, thoughtful, meaningful discussion, to una fiesta, una feria, a fair.
And that open house hosted
Una feria. They don't want data centers in their backyards. People don't want that shit. What is the hard part to understand here? We don't want data centers in our houses. We don't. Shit, did you see that one we showed yesterday? They've got it right in their backyard. Their houses are falling apart because of the explosions to build these things. That's my brain with alcohol. One more. That's why I have strict rules about alcohol. I don't do shots. Never do a shot. Never, no shots, ever. Don't do them. Why do you need to get drunk fast? Chill out. Slow down, boy. You'll be all right. Drink slow. It'll be all right. And then when what last call comes along, you make your say goodbyes. Have a good night, everybody. I'd like to not get killed tonight. Don't go out on Friday either. I never go out on Friday night. That's the other rule. Never go out on Friday night. Saturday, okay. Not Friday. Friday's a bunch of morons who don't know how to drink. It's amateur night. A bunch of morons who don't know how to drink. There's fights at bars. People act the fool because they all just like, hey, we just got off of work. It's payday. Want to go out? But Saturday, it's like, hey, next week on Saturday, you want to go out and have a couple drinks with friends? They plan it. Friday's like, fucking catch as catch can. Crazy. Fuck them. They're all in bad moods. They all been at work all day. They all just got paid. Nah, man. Don't go out on Friday night.
by the data center's developers is expected next Wednesday. The data center's tenant, Oracle, sent us a statement today saying, in part, the event is, quote, designed to maximize community participation and engagement. We'll have the full statement at alwaysonkrqe.com.
Doña Ana County, which previously approved billions of dollars in bonds for Project Jupiter, has agreed to make a public comment website, which they're hoping to launch in the next few weeks.
It's a website. Let's have a website. That'll be fine. Another website. Hey, we got another website. If you have a problem with this data center, would you just not make so much noise? Can you just type it on your website? Trust us. We'll read every comment. We're going to read every comment on the website. I know what we'll do. Get this. A website. It's going to be a website. You could, it's going to be so great. It worked for the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Let's do a hard to navigate, shitty city controlled website. You got a problem with the data center?
Mayor Katie Wilson is taking heat after unveiling a.
It's funny. You're talking about you go to the club, a regular bar where you know most everyone is the safest. Yeah, that's true. If you have a regular bar, then Sure. You go to your regular spot, fine. But even then, don't be out after 2. Cops and robbers, man. Cops and robbers are the only people after 2. Cops and robbers. I saw somebody saying something about being a club, but I'm a billionaire. Ask me anything. Why children? I saw someone about something. Oh, I'd rather drink and game than go to a club where you can't even chat. I mean, than go to a club where you can't even chat. Well, I mean, drink and game all you want, or go to a club where you can't even chat. Who cares? Do whatever you want to do. Just don't be a fool about it. It's funny because you reminded me when I was a kid, I used to go clubbing, and we would get fucking shit faced before even going. We'd go out at 1 a.m. That's when we went to the club. We'd leave my place at 1 and go to the club. I'm lucky I'm a big white guy.
Fleet of tiny homes for the homeless that some critics are calling porta potty drug dens. That's because there's no rules stopping the homeless people who move in from doing drugs. And the mayor is not requiring treatment for people who enter. Watch.
Today is about more than a new shelter.
I think I kind of like these little homes, these little mini homes for people. I don't know. I think this is a pretty good experiment. I hope it works.
It is about creating a place where people can come inside, find safety and stability, connect to services, and begin moving toward permanent housing. The goal here is not simply shelter. It's not simply a roof over someone's head. The goal is to help people successfully move from homelessness towards stability and housing. That's exactly what this site is designed to do.
So, Emily, you're the Seattle person.
I hope it works. I'm glad that someone's trying to do something,
Tried this, and I would say mixed results, same type of thing, where they said, well, if you don't have to get sober, just get off the street, get into one of these things, and then maybe we can get you sober from there. Again, mixed results. What do you think of it in Seattle?
I think any success rate or stories is an exception, not the rule. Every one of those tiny shelters costs $16,000. Seattle already pays almost $1 million per homeless person. The homeless population is about 130,000, which compared to the population of Seattle in general, it's actually small, even though it's, of course, one of the largest in the country. My point is that if you actually cared about data-driven getting homeless off the streets, you eliminate the pull factors, and that is drug use. So in those...
How do you eliminate drug use? Healthcare. That's how you eliminate it. How do you eliminate the pull factors? Healthcare. Oh, you don't want to do healthcare? Okay, so I guess we're going to do these little fucking shelters until we get healthcare. Like, this is the solution, because you don't give us healthcare, because you take our money and you spend it in Iran, Israel, Iraq, Afghanistan, wherever the fuck, Venezuela, and you don't give us healthcare. We pay, we get nothing in return. Oh, we got to stop. We got to figure that out. Yeah, we got to figure out, it's drugs. All right. Again, every time I look up the statistics about drugs, it's usually not drugs. It's usually a tragedy, a horrible emergency, something bad, something catastrophic happened to these people. They lost their jobs. They lost a loved one. Their house burned down. All sorts of shit causes homelessness. It's not just drugs. Fox News wants you to think it's drugs, but it's not. Drugs are a problem because what happens is you end up in the street. And then guess what? You're fucking going crazy because no one will talk to you. All of a sudden you hate yourself. You can't get nutrition you need. You can't get the food. You can't clean yourself regularly. So you're smelling bad. You're feeling bad. You're angry. You're grouchy. You're hangry. You're hangry. You're going crazy. No one wants to talk to you. Can't get a job. Can't find shelter. You're living under a bridge. You're going to start doing drugs. You're going to start drinking alcohol. You're going to do whatever you can just to maintain. So now you got another problem. You got a problem chasing another problem. Stop the drug use so we stop homelessness. Sure. Then how do we do that? Healthcare. That's a healthcare issue.
Tiny homes, there's no requirement to be clean, and you share a bathroom. It is just a shelter. It is just an umbrella from the rain. And the homeless already have that with the overpasses. So if she...
No, they don't already have that with the overpasses, you dumb fucking cunt. This person, I hate her so much, this woman with her fucking cross. This person claims to be a Christian. What's her name? Emily Campagno, right? I think her name is Emily Campagno. She's a piece of garbage. Oh, yeah. They don't need shelters. They already have it under the... No, it's against the law to sleep outside. The Supreme Court said so. It's against the law to sleep outside in cities. So no, they don't have shelter from the rain. Because cops are going to kick the shit out of you. You don't have a lock on your door. You're sleeping out there with all of the animals and humans and cops and everything else that are going to kill you. And most of all, you don't have an address. And without an address, you can't have a bank account. Without a bank account, you can't have a job. You can't have identification without an address. You can't vote. You can't do anything without an address. So you get this in this little shelter. They got an address. They got a little mailbox for you. They got people helping you out with your drinking problem, with your drugs. They've got security so you feel safe, and you got a lock on the door so you can jerk off in peace. Sounds great to me. Sounds like until we get health care, this is the best thing we can do, which sucks.
He actually cares about transitioning homeless people. It means curbing the drug use. Those people are not, for the most part, again, there's an exception there, people who have fallen on hard times and are just needing a paycheck. They are.
No, they're not people who just fell. They're drug users. Meanwhile, everyone at Fox News is doing boner bumps, doing rails off of fucking off of Jesse Waters' cock. And they're like, oh, yeah, it's the drugs that are the problem. It's funny how many rich people do drugs. It's funny that Elon Musk does all these drugs and he's not homeless. It's the drugs that are the problem. Really? It's the alcohol that's the problem. Really? Because everyone's fucking drinking. Everyone's doing drugs. It's the drugs.
If you go to Seattle, molecules of shared drug-addicted individuals who have come specifically to those streets because it is a pro-drug environment, and everyone that lives in Seattle is paying 1,000,000 times over with all of their taxes and all of these funds to pay for the idiocy of that incompetent mayor because no one will stand up and simply say, you know what these guys need? A punch in the face and no more needles.
Punch in the face is no more needles. Once again, Fox News is pushing the final solution. Because remember when Brian Kilmeade said the same kind of thing? He said, well, if they're homeless, just lethally inject them. Fox News, the solution is a punch in the face and no clean needles. What a great solution. Compassionate. That's what Jesus Christ would have done, right? That's what Jesus Christ would have done, right? That's why she's got that cross around her neck, right? That's Christian of her. How Christian of her. That's so Christian. What a Christian.
What do you think of it, Greg?
Well, they call them tiny homes, but for you, it's a mansion. I looked. That's the first time I saw that place. That's a New York City studio.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry. You know how many New Yorkers would pay $2-3 grand a month to?
Yeah, so they don't deserve that? They're human beings, Gutfeld. I can't wait for Gutfeld to tell me why they don't deserve humanity.
Live in that thing.
The village.
She calls them transitional shelters, and I think she's right because it's like a pre-coffin. But you know what? I think it kind of makes sense because they've made the behavior acceptable. They've even encouraged it by like reviving people who overdose and then giving them more drugs so they overdose again. So you made the villagers, but you didn't have a village. This is zombie storage. I hate it, but it's a better solution than letting them like wreak havoc on people on the street. I mean, at least they're not attacking kids. This is basically Junkie Island, which was my idea a few years ago. And by the way, I think they're only doing this because the World Cup is coming. So if World Cup wasn't coming, I think they would just let them roam around and die.
Yeah, maybe that's true. Maybe they are doing it just for World Cup. Gotta do something. People want to start seeing solutions. We got a homeless problem in America. And if you want to put it on the individuals, I mean, if we have we've always had homeless people in America, and homeless people is going up, and they'll blame the individuals as if everyone who takes ketamine automatically goes on and gets homeless. Everyone who smokes a spliff goes homeless. That's not the case. It's not through individual choices. I mean, some of them probably, a lot of them maybe. I mean, we've always had hobos and street people and people just that prefer that lifestyle, people that are unhelpable. They don't want help. We have situations like this, and that's always going to exist. But today we have this epidemic in every city. And it's because our system has failed them. Our system has let them fall. We don't have a net. We've got nothing for them. And we don't have a shared humanity or shared culture, so we just let them die. We're skipping over feces. This is a long project. This is a 50-year project of Ronald Reagan deinstitutionalizing people, not allowing people to have a place to go when you fucking slip. In America, if you slip, they catch you slipping, you're fucking all the way on the ground, and then they'll come by and they'll kick you in the teeth. So someone like Gutfeld will spit in your face because you slipped on a banana peel.
It's an open air asylum. If you keep it away from the public, but I think the big point here,
an open air asylum, love it. We need to bring back asylums.
It's going to blow a hole in the myth of affordable housing, that all you need is affordable housing, because this is going to get really ugly really fast. Hey, man, if we just have affordable housing for these people, it'll be fine. But evidence shows you, and I know this because I live among this every day, when you are a junkie, any housing gets destroyed quickly. There is nobody that says, oh, thank you, I'm going to take care of this. Maybe I'll get some drapes, I'll get a planter, I'll scrub the... No. They don't just create a mess. They break the stuff. If there is copper, they will take it and they will sell it. So this is the idea that like, oh, this will be helpful. No. Junkies are vessels of drugs. When you are talking to them, you're not talking to a human anymore. You're talking to the drug.
How did I know he was going to dehumanize them? They're not humans. They're not humans. This is how it starts. 1935 Germany.
Sorry.
It's true. And Jesse, it's like they have no fear of a failed policy because governing is like a big social experiment that they are continuing from college.
Well, why experiment? We know what to do. You take them in a bus and you send them to Mexico. And then you drop them off. That's what they're doing. They're sending us their people. We should return the favor. I like what Greg said about the coffin. You really are. You're basically, instead of 6 feet under.
Mexico's sending us homeless people? Or is it failed international policy that we impoverish others? We abolish NAFTA. We make China favored trade status so that all the middle class gets evaporated in Mexico so that no one has any jobs. And so you have an impoverished class of people that are trying to feed their families. So they'll do anything they can.
You're basically 6 feet above. The compassion test. We've been reading the Bible with Harold Ford Jr.
Yes.
You read the Bible. You're reading the Bible. Careful, Jesse.
Do unto others. Love thy neighbor. Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. He's literally mocking the Bible. Jesse Waters literally mocking the Bible in front of this Emily Campagno with her cross around her neck. I hope she's clutching it right now. How dare you mock the Bible? How dare you? Blasphemies. Wait a second. Which one of the 10 commandments is blasphemy? Which one of the 10 commandments is blasphemy? That would be the third commandment. Great. Yes. You shall not take the name of your Lord in vain. Blah, blah, blah.
Really let it
I'm really thinking it. If this mayor were a homeless addict, would this be the way she would want to be treated?
That's a great toilet.
Well,
would she want to be stuffed in a drug hut and then given free needles? Does she think that's the best way to get her off drugs? Or her son? Would she let her son, who is an addict, be in a shed in the backyard and just given meth and then have the neighbors pay for it? In no world would this be acceptable. So that's where I'm thinking Mexico and beyond.
Jessica, what do you think?
Martha's Vineyard.
Or Martha's Vineyard. Or Canada.
You can't ship American citizens to another country. It just doesn't.
He thinks he's really funny.
Try me.
And you want me to say that they're not Nazis?
Every day you prove yourself to be more special than the last. I think the lesson from this experiment and also the results of the LA mayor's race, which were not rigged, is that we are in desperate need of good solutions to our homelessness crisis. That this is something that everybody, no matter how you vote, is concerned about, but they don't want to hear things like ship them to Mexico or what, you know.
Well, they're tired of your solutions.
Angelina, well, I have more to say about that.
Put them in jail. That's what we used to do.
Okay.
Actually, it's not what we used to do. We didn't just put them in jail. That's a lie. We did not just put them in jail. If someone was homeless, we had shelters. We had places for them to go. We had asylums, sanatoriums, all sorts of things, a whole social safety net for people if they were homeless. We had all sorts of housing. We had all sorts of project housing. We had all sorts of shit for when someone was homeless to help them out. And that's gone. We didn't put them in jails, you fucking idiots.
Are examples like San Francisco with Dan Lurie, Matt Mahan in San Jose, who's cut homelessness a third. And they have done things that have worked, that have put people who are on drugs into treatment plans, gotten people who have fallen on hard times, because yes, there are homeless people who are not just drug-addled deportees in waiting, or whatever you want to call them, Jesse, who need real help. And so I would
never
love
show
those
the stats
examples.
for that.
Well,
Go ahead,
Matt Mahan talks about his stats all the time.
I wish I around Mom Donnie would talk to him because I walked over 5 of them today on my way to my dance class.
Hey, they're just down on their luck, paycheck to paycheck.
I know. Okay.
All those people do drugs. All those people you just watched dehumanizing people who do drugs. All of them do drugs. Do you remember people like Rush Limbaugh said the same shit, that that the death penalty, that junkies should get the death penalty, that drug users should get the death penalty, is what he said. And guess what? He was a junkie. They caught him in an airport with a bunch of Quaaludes and shit, bunch of drugs. And you know what? He didn't want the death penalty. So weird. He broke the law and was in lots of trouble. But he all of a sudden didn't think the death penalty should apply to him. All those people at Fox News use drugs. They all drink alcohol. All of them. They all go to cocaine parties. They all do. But if you do drugs and you're poor, well, you're not human anymore. You deserve to be killed or deported to Mexico, as if that's so bad. Mexico would probably actually take better care of them.
Carly, progressive superintendents, including leaders from Loudoun County Public Schools, facing some tough questions from the House Education and Workforce Committee over their district's stances on allowing biological males in female spaces. Watch.
Is it the policy of Chicago Public Schools to forbid biological men, boys, to go into locker rooms with biological girls?
Any student, gender identity include.
I take that as a yes.
Transgender women should be allowed in women's spaces.
That's a yes.
San Francisco, we follow state and federal law.
I take that as a yes as well.
Our next guest is a parent from Loudoun County. Seth Wolf joins me now. Seth, were you satisfied with the testimony of these school leaders, including yours?
I would say I wasn't satisfied listening to that yesterday. It's just like they run around the question, so we're not getting clear answers, and that's what we're looking for leaders.
I mean, not.
Why do these people hate trans people so much, man?
That this is something
just because Donald Trump told them to.
You wanted to win in the sense of having your superintendent be the focal point, but I feel like you got a little lucky because Chicago's superintendent really had some of the wackiest answers from this entire hearing, including in this exchange between her and the North Carolina Congresswoman, Virginia Foxx. Listen to this.
Is it appropriate for biological boys to sleep in the same room as biological girls? Yes or no? You're adhering to the policies. Do you decide that?
If a student is transitioning and that if they have gone through the eligibility process and it has been approved according to Illinois policy, that would be considered on a case-by-case basis.
Seth, as a father of 2 girls myself, that was the wrong answer.
We need to not have sports in schools. This solves this right away. Make it a private. Why the fuck are we doing sports in school? No other country does this. No other country has sports in schools. The rest of the world's laughing at us. Why are we doing college sports and high school football? Why? Why are we doing that? So that we can train them for the NFL? Let them join clubs after school someplace else. They don't need to. What the fuck are we doing? And that's after school. We have to keep the whole school open and have security and all this other shit just so they could run a football program and a surfing program and a lacrosse program and all the shit that they have in these schools. Fuck that. Golf teams. Oh, I'm on the high school golf team. Why? You want to play golf? Go play golf. Why do I have to pay for that? Sports. And then we have to have these arguments on the public stage. We have to internationally, we have to talk about sports all the time. All the time. What about women and what about trans women in the locker rooms? I don't know. Donald Trump is so fucking gay. He can't shut the fuck up about Arnold Palmer in the locker room and how big his dick is. Like, he's way worse. I'd rather be with a trans person in there than Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump's like, hey, what are you working with there? Hey, is that big? You got a big one, huh? You got a big one. You know, Donald Trump was that creepy old guy in the locker room. You know, oh, you're working with a lot of equipment. You got a lot going on, but not as big as Arnold Palmer. Oh my God. Oh my God, he was all man. Half lemonade, all man. Donald Trump is so fucking he loves dick. Of course he does.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was the wrong answer. I mean, this should be about our kids' education, our safety. We send our
then why are you asking about sports?
kids to public schools for them to get an education.
Then why are there any sports there? If they're there for education, why are we talking about sports?
And then for them to have to worry about all these policies that keep these kids unsafe, it's just not right. So, yeah, I agree with you completely.
Bring back the humanities. Abolish sports.
The theme of this hearing overall was parental rights. And I want to get your general thoughts on this. Do you think we are in a better or worse place than we were, let's say, 5 years ago when it comes to parental rights, when it comes to me as the...
Yeah, I'd rather have a trans person in my locker room than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump has already admitted that he likes to look at people's dicks in the locker room when they take showers. That's creepy. Donald Trump is far creepier than any trans person I've ever met. I've never met a trans person that's like, let me take a look. But Donald Trump is. Donald Trump's like, breaking into locker rooms. Donald Trump, you don't want men in women's lockers rooms? Donald Trump admitted to breaking into women's lockers rooms, teenagers' locker rooms, underage girls' locker rooms. You're okay with that. But you don't want trans women in locker rooms. The fuck? But Donald Trump breaking into locker rooms to look at teenage girls naked, that's okay. Cool.
Parent being able to dictate what I want my children's life to be and not having the state vis-a-vis the school system do that in lieu of me.
Yeah, we're in a worse place right now than from 5 years ago. I think the policies that are in place
Do English high schools have sports? Secondary schools have sports, but their structure is vastly different from the highly competitive daily after-school programs in the United States. They have sports like PE. It's mandatory. They have a recreational focus. The primary goal of school sports is participation, general fitness, and teamwork rather than high-stakes athletic. Traditional sports, instead of American football, basketball, and baseball, typical offerings focus on sports like soccer, rugby, netball, field hockey, after-school leagues. While some secondary schools have teams that play against other local schools, after-school sports are not the cultural center of the school. Students who want to play competitively join outside community-based sports clubs rather than relying solely on their high school. There you go. That's what I'm fucking talking about. You want to tell me England has the same as us? They do not. I lived in England, and they do not. They do not go to each other's schools and have these rivalries and steal each other's mascots and put a bunch of fucking money in big stadiums. They don't do that. They join community-based, and if you're good, you get in. Like David Beckham was just a kid, and yeah, they have PE, physical education. They don't have they don't put them on buses paid for by the taxpayer and send them to other schools to compete. They don't do that. It's not that sports is bad. You don't know anything. Some kids aren't artists, they're athletes. That's fine. Then they could fucking take classes about it. Why do we have to have all of this other shit? What are you talking about? You want to have a class on how to play football? Fine. But what do we need to have a sports team with a mascot, and we got to send them over here and send them over there on buses? But the arts, you could take all the money out of the arts. You don't need any arts. Not every kid's gonna be an artist. Well, they need to learn about art. They need to learn about the humanities, and they need to learn. I learned how to do all the sports in school in PE, physical education. Sure. Okay, if you want to be a professional artist or a fucking football player, then you need to go join a community-based program. Why are we doing it? It's not that it's bad. Shouldn't they have the same opportunity for extracurricular activity? Extracurricular. Yeah, they can go out and do that. Just like artists and piano kids that are good at piano, they get after school lessons. And they do recitals and they do all that shit. Sports are definitely the source of all this bullshit about kids with trans kids.
They do take the rights of parents. There's things going on inside these public schools that the parents don't know about until it's too late. There's decisions that these kids are.
Every nation teaches kids about sports. We do not need to have it be the cultural center of the town and have all of our identity about sports and all of our pride. Roll Tide and all that bullshit. That's a college team. Roll Tide, the Crimson Tide of Bama. Why the fuck why do I even know what Roll Tide is? It's a college. Do you know how much money they're spending? It's a public university.
Left to make by themselves. And as a parent,
like, why are we allowing the public universities of the United States of America be the minor leagues of the NFL? You want minor leagues? Pay for it in NFL. NFL, you make billions of dollars a year. Pay for your own minor leagues. Pay for it, NFL. No, the NCAA, they want that.
You know, we send our kids and we want them to be protected. We want them to have a good education. And the more that I look into these policies throughout the public schools, especially here in Loudoun County, it does scare me as a parent to send your kid not knowing everything that's going on inside of school.
Scares me too. The era of school districts facilitating life-altering
decisions.
That's not true,
Leaf. That is a commonly told lie, Leaf. That's not true. They do not pay for all the other cultural activities and all that other shit. They do not. They have a sports program, and football, because football is very popular, brings in the lion's share of that. So the sports program is very well funded usually. They're not buying books and calculators and computers with it for all the kids, all the nerds. They're not funding the fucking chess team. They're not funding the goddamn, they're not buying canvases for artists and pianos for kids. That's not true. They make a lot of money for themselves, And they pay. How do you think they make all this money for their fucking coaches? These coaches at the NCAA, they make crazy salaries. Because it makes a lot of money, we should keep it.
For our children, it needs to come to an end.
It also costs a lot of money. We have to build all this shit. They don't pay for those stadiums. We pay for those stadiums.
And it needs to come to an end now. Seth Wolf, thank you for your time.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
If you like sports, fine. You like sports, great. I like sports. I don't think everyone should have to pay for it. I don't think it belongs in our school system. School is for education. You heard him just say it. School is for education, not for fucking hero worship. This whole jocks versus nerds thing, all that shit, all the violence that it causes, all these kids dying of heat stroke every year, all these kids getting CTE, brain damage and shit. It's bullshit. All these injured kids blowing out their knee in high school, like hobbling around. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. You want to go hobble around, you want to go blow out your knees, join a team. Join a team. Not at school.
So I'm holding in my hands a document you basically never get to see. It's like a hidden treasure. And I think this...
Yeah, the highest paid state employee is a football coach. Exactly. Yes, they removed auto programs and most industrial training. Yeah, but they kept the sports for some reason. For some reason, the sports program couldn't save those. Why not? Why couldn't they just use the football money? Like you said, they made so much money. Well, how come they couldn't keep it? How come they couldn't keep it? They got rid of plastic shop, wood shop, photography, art, consumer electronics, consumer auto. They got rid of all of these programs. But football makes so much money, how come they couldn't save it? Why couldn't they save it?
This document is the key to understanding the Trump department, the Department of Justice, and its abuse of power.
Indoctrination is football. What are you talking about? I've seen people with tattoos of Virginia Tech on their neck. They didn't even go there. They just love the football games. What are you talking about? Indoctrination? No, I have a big problem with the way education works. You've been watching this show for how long, Leaf? How the fuck long have you been watching this show? You don't know how I feel about education in America? But if it's about education, then make it about education. Instead, it's about locker rooms now. It's always about building a sports facility. It's about the locker rooms. It's about some shit every time with sports. It's always about sports. It's a fucking scourge. It should not be in schools. It has no business being in schools. And if you just opened your eyes and looked at it without your bias, you would see that. There's no business for sports being in schools. If it's about education, then make it about education. They should be learning shit, how to do stuff, how to get jobs, how to balance checkbooks, how to open up bank accounts, how to understand the stock market, some financial literacy, all that stuff. Well, how can they? They're concentrated on sports. You think I went to high school in America? I went to high school in America. I saw what it's like. I went to 3 high schools in America. It's a goddamn disgrace.
These are federal grand jury transcripts, and they're almost never released to the public, often to protect witnesses and to shield the innocent. It's important grand jury secrecy. These ones were. That's why we have it.
I wasn't picked on. Leaf, what the fuck is wrong with you? Are you wake up on the wrong side of bed today or something? I didn't get picked on in high school. I did great in high school. I had a great time in high school. I was a popular kid, good times. I was one of those kids that could hang out with any crowd. I loved it. I had a good time. Maybe too much of a good time, actually. I was having a good time. Girls liked me. I liked girls. I was loving it. I had a cool car. I had a great time. I didn't go to a school that was like, I mean, there were some idiots that were crazy into the football, but in California, it's not like Texas out here. We got other shit to do. The surf team probably had more. The surf team probably everyone thought they were cooler than the football team. But it was stupid that there was a golf team. It's stupid. Every morning they had golf. That was a class, and they got to go have golf, and we were all paying for that shit. It's stupid.
Exceptional step that was ordered by a judge because
water polo. Shit, I remember I had this friend, a friend. I still know this guy. He became an aqua jock, and he was into water polo, and all all these guys, they were so into aqua jocks, man, and they all wanted to be firemen. All of them wanted to be firemen. Only one of them became a fireman, but they all wanted to be firemen. They were all aqua jocks. They all hung out together, and I hung out with those guys. I liked them. It's just fucking stupid. If you look at the paper, you look at the numbers, it's dumb. It's dumb because we're idiots in America. If NFL needs a minor league team and a farm league, then they should have one. Make it yourself. Instead, I'm paying for it. Great.
Conduct by Trump DOJ prosecutors. These grand jury transcripts, which is what these are from a case against the so-called Broadview Six. You might remember this. Last fall, there were hundreds of protesters that demonstrated at the Broadview ICE detention facility outside Chicago. They were part of a crowd that confronted a vehicle reportedly carting away a detainee, and the protesters were met with force by
Democrats. I know I hate the Democrats, Joey. I hate the Democrats, but I hate the Republicans more. I hate the Republicans. I hate them. I don't like the Democrats, but I hate the Republicans. You've been listening to Donald Trump a lot. You got the Democrat thing in your head. Great work.
Agents. That included then congressional candidate Kat Abgazella, who was thrown hard to the ground by agents twice.
ICE came in and tried to drive the car through us. They almost ran someone over. We did not move. We stood strong, and that's when they brought out the pepper balls. That's when they brought out the tear gas.
There, that's not a thug though. That's not a thug. Throwing Abgazella on the hard concrete like that. She's not a. You should have gender assignment surgery. No, I've never had any I've never had gender affirming care. Donald Trump has had a lot of gender affirming care. He's had his hair, his scalp reduced. He's got all the makeup. He's got all the filler. He's got all this work done. He's got the liposuction. He's got a lot of gender affirming care. I don't know. Are you a Trump guy? Shane Lewis, you seem like it must be a Trump guy. A Republican. Are you a Republican? You must be a Republican. Must be. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had any gender affirmation. But Trump has. So is Elon Musk. So is what's that lady's name? Who's I forget her. I forget the press secretary's name. She hasn't been in the news lately because she got pregnant. I forget her name right now. Caroline Leavitt. She's had lots of gender affirming care. Marco Rubio has had hair plugs. He's had gender affirming care. Not me though. I'm natural, baby. I'm natural. I love it. Yeah, leave it. Love it or leave it. Love it or leave it. Caroline, leave it. Yeah. I like the MAGA. They make themselves sound stupid. I mean, they're really into it, right? I mean, like Shane comes in. You said gender affirming care. I've never needed it. Elon Musk is going to sue me. Maybe he'll sue me, but I should sue him because the richest man on earth keeps trying to have a surgery to look like me. He's got himself a big penis implant to try to look like me. He's got teeth implants, a jaw implant. Like he spent a lot of money trying to look like me. I should sue him. I
got shot like 6 times, but that's nothing compared to what some other people experience.
After that protest, after she was thrown to the ground by federal agents, federal prosecutors then announced that they had gotten grand jury indictments against 6 of the protesters, including then congressional candidate Abgazella, who, as you just saw, was thrown to the ground. And they were indicted on felony conspiracy charges for blocking an ICE vehicle. Conspiracy.
She gets lip filler. She gets lip filler all the time. Caroline, you saw like all the needle marks in her mouth when they did that photo shoot. Yeah, lots of gender affirming care.
Charges. But then last month, the U.S. Attorney for Chicago, Andrew Boutros, abruptly dropped all the charges. And the apparent reason is this, are the papers I'm holding in my hand. Transcripts of conversations that DOJ prosecutors had with the grand jurors before they voted to charge the Broadview Six. Conversations those prosecutors tried to redact when the judge in the case asked to review them. Because what they appear to show is U.S. attorneys manipulating grand jurors in a grossly unethical fashion and abusing the system, violating rules to get charges against Trump critics. So, for instance, the first time they tried to indict the Broadview Six last October, one grand juror asked a common sense question. If the ICE agent driving the vehicle was afraid of running over people, isn't the right thing to do to stop? Assistant U.S. Attorney Sherry Mecklenburg responded, well, didn't you hear the testimony that he said he was afraid to stop because he was afraid they were going to break the windows and pull him out and he would be injured? Elsewhere, she improperly suggested her evidence was stronger than it was. This is a big no-no. You can't what's called vouch in front of a grand jury. You're not allowed to be like, trust me, right? This is like a red line. So she then tells the jurors, I would never ask you to charge somebody if I didn't think there was probable cause. That is basically textbook vouching. It's the example you learn as a prosecutor you're not supposed to.
Matt will vouch for me.
Now, get this. Ultimately, that grand jury did not vote to charge anybody. So the following week, the prosecutors presented their case again to most of the same grand jurors. And just 9 minutes into that presentation, one of those jurors asked, aren't you actually presenting?
No, they were injection points. They were injection points. Can we hear about how anarchy will fix all this? Sure. What do you want to know?
Are you actually presenting any new actual?
No more leaders? No more bosses? Yeah.
Facts, or just a different viewpoint on your side? When Mecklenburg, the assistant U.S. attorney, asked that juror if they had an open mind, they responded, quote, I heard this case like last week, and I thought it was a crock of shit then, and I still think it is. The transcript shows Mecklenburg excused that juror and just kept going on with the presentation. But she doesn't get to do that. Only a judge gets to remove grand jurors. And think about this. If prosecutors can do that, if they can just eject jurors, they can just remove no votes until they get an indictment. And that is exactly what it looks like prosecutors were trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, Leaf. Anarchy's all fun and games before eventually some tribal, then a dictatorship. Sounds like this. Sounds like what we got. Sounds like exactly what we have, except in anarchy, we would have term limits. We wouldn't allow them to have, these positions. There wouldn't be a position to fill. There'd be no president. So there'd be no way for them to rise up. Well, theoretically, right? Of course, with community, we should all read The Conquest of Bread. I've never read it all the way through. But the idea is pretty simple. Like tribal is a very good point, right? Tribal, like Indian tribes, they were almost like anarchism, right? Like communally owned land and tribal councils. And they worked sort of like, so no one person would go rising to the top. These idea of chiefs and things like that, there were some that had, chief, I'm the king, and I could tell, but they weren't. They had tribal councils. They weren't kings and queens. And no one owned the land they were on. No one owned the river. No one owned the air. We all shared it. You still had personal property, but not private property, because the things that we all need to live shouldn't be owned by anybody. You understand? I mean, I like how you say anarchy is all fun. And you can say the same thing about capitalism is all fun and games before eventually some becomes tribal, then a dictatorship, because that's what we have right now. That's what we had under Hitler. It's all fun and games until... Anarchy is at least an organization, a way of organizing society that would help prevent, or at least disincentivize, the columns of wealth and power, because hoarding of wealth and power doesn't exist anymore in anarchism. There's nothing to hoard. We're not going to hoard all the bananas and then lord it over somebody else. Can't do it. Anybody who tries, we kill them.
So last week, after the judge in the case,
but really, there's no money. So doesn't really happen. But if somebody tried to say, okay, this river belongs to me now, we'd say, no, that river doesn't belong to you. It belongs to all of us. And we would kill that guy.
April Perry finally reviewed the unredacted transcripts. Keep in mind, she's not in the room. There's no judge.
Anarchy organization. Actually, I mean, if you know the symbol, the A and the O stands for organized. That's what anarchism is. Look it up, man. Anarchy isn't chaos. There's organization. It's just a way of organizing society that doesn't encourage hierarchy. It discourages hierarchy. It discourages the columns of wealth and power. It discourages conflicts based on the controlling of resources. It discourages capitalism and corporations. There's no such thing as a corporation. We have organizations that you willfully adhere to. You have consent when you enter into these agreements with your organizations. Lots of organization with anarchy. Lots of organization.
Room, right? It's just the prosecutor and the grand jurors. So when she finally gets the transcripts and she reviews them, she said she was, quote, incredibly shocked by what she discovered, adding,
According to World Population Review, no modern countries are fully anarchist. That's true. But we do have organizations that have been anarchist, and we have groups that have been anarchist. Anarchism is usually existing alongside existing countries. But no modern country is purely capitalist either, or purely communist. We usually have to cobble it together somehow, right? I mean, the idea of I'm a communist. If someone said I'm a communist, it's like, well, what does that really mean? Does that really mean like a Marxist, like classless and stateless society? Well, we've never gotten there. So there's never been a purely communist country. There's never been a purely capitalist country. There's always been a mix of socialism, mercantilism, corporatism, fascism. We kind of mix it around like jumbo, like gumbo, trying to figure out how to govern as we go. And we have these names for these things, but we don't really, those names of those ideas are purist. Like we can look at something and say, okay, this is capitalism, but there's never been a capitalist country. There's some that are more capitalistic than others. There's some that are more democratic than others. There's some that are more communal or socialist than others. But to say like there's never been an anarchist. Yeah, okay, well, anarchism is usually just deciding on more democracy, more direct democracy, less of this republic shit, more of direct democracy for electing officials to do things that for specific tasks, and we can unelect them at any time because we don't like what they're doing. So like the people running the power companies, we should elect those people. Those people should be elected so that if we don't like what they're doing, we unelect them. But instead, what we do here is we have a corporation that shakes hands with the government, the state, and they give money to the politicians, and the politicians make sure that the company has a monopoly. And then even though you require electricity to survive in America, you don't have any control over it. They just see you as a customer, and they cut corners in order to increase their profits for their stakeholders. And you ain't one of them. You ain't a stakeholder. Well, you should be. You should be. Yeah.
Never seen the types of prosecutorial behavior before a grand jury that I saw in those transcripts. Inflating the strength of their evidence to grand jurors, vouching, gaslighting them, removing those that don't buy into their narrative.
You don't have to be a purist. Pure anarchy. So what if it's not? Pure capitalism is impossible too. Pure capitalism is impossible. Pure socialism is impossible. All these things like purists, this idea that you're going to have a society that's purely one thing, it's just dreaming. It's fiction. It's like when you read Marx, you have to understand that even Karl Marx knew that this was political fiction he was writing. It was ideas. It wasn't a roadmap. In some ways, the manifesto was kind of a roadmap, but it's just ideas of what could happen if we all got our heads out of our asses. It's his idea and others, because he didn't invent communism, right? But Marxism, it's just his ideas. You don't have to be, well, there's never been a purely Marxist. You fucking, no shit. There's never been a purely Adam Smith wealth of nations country either. He doesn't even use the word capitalism, but people kind of like, there's like feudalism. Even they had people they answered to. They had even kings and queens like Henry VIII and shit. They had people they answered to within. Like the divine right and kings thing is really scary, but even they had political shit they had to deal with, and especially when they interact with other countries.
All in the service of what sure looks like an overtly political prosecution. Trump's lawyers are forced to take these steps in hopes of sneaking.
Yeah, the weird obsession with purity is just because it's all cultism. They're all cultists. Like, I'm a Marxist, and that's all I'm going to ever think. It's like I eventually put anarchist up on my screen under my name because I was sick of everyone, all these morons coming in. You don't like Donald Trump, you must love Biden. And it's like, no, man, I don't like them either. I don't like these fucking bosses telling us what to do. We should hold the reins. I think power to the people. We should hold the reins. It's that easy.
Some phony charges passed a jury of one's peers. And you know what? A lot of grand juries haven't been buying it. Remember, they tried to indict the guy who threw a turkey sandwich at ICE in D.C. Grand jury said no. They tried to charge anti-ICE protesters in L.A. Grand jury.
Humanity will always have emotions to react to, and that's why it's not just emotions. We just have situations that are difficult to navigate. I mean, if you think about capitalism, right? Oh, I love capitalism. It's my favorite. I love capitalism. You hear people say that shit all the time, and it's like, okay, well, we still need stoplights. All right, well, then we need to collect taxes from everybody, and okay, well, you're a socialist now. It's like it's just always gonna have some kind of, or like market economies, right? Market economies, often you need some kind of currency so that you can trade goods outside of a gift economy, which is a gift economy, which it would be great, but that's just not how the world is set up at this point. The capitalist won. We have market economies that interact with each other based on bullying and threats of violence. So what are we supposed to do? Rely on your community, build shadow organizations, exist outside of this so that you don't rely on the system, because the system is going to fall apart.
Jury said no. They tried to indict another protester for assaulting an agent. Grand jury said no 3 times. They tried to charge New York Attorney General Tish James with mortgage fraud. A grand jury said no.
It's a great point. Nihilism is your choice, but in reality, it doesn't work. I mean, philosophy is the same way. People want to be purists, like stupid. Who's that fucking Australian? That guy, that Australian philosopher who wrote Animal Liberation. I'm blanking on his name, but he's a utilitarian. He wants to use utilitarianism to answer every question, every philosophical question. It's stupid. It's just stupid, because that's not how the world works. Stoicism and like all these ideas of philosophy, you aren't supposed to pick one. You're supposed to pick all of them and navigate the world. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to understand the pitfalls of each, understand what we like, what we don't like. When you say I'm a utilitarian, it's like, okay, so what are you, a Jeremy Bentham utilitarian? Well, I'm a Kantian deontologist. Really? So if the Nazis come to your door and you're hiding Jews, you don't, because lying is wrong. You're going to tell Peter Singer, exactly. Peter Singer. Peter Singer. Well, it's okay not to tell your wife you're cheating on her because the utility is in the positive, because you've derived joy out of your affairs, and she would have suffering if you told her. So it's completely okay to hide your affairs from your wife. That's how Peter Singer sees the world, because he's a utilitarian. Is that ethical? Of course not. But Kant would say it's always ethical to tell the truth, and you must tell the truth under all circumstances. Well, that's deontologic, and that don't work either. You're supposed to consider all of them and understand their pitfalls, what they're good at, when to use which. That's why capitalism doesn't work. The more capitalism you get, the worse off you are. It's definitely the most poisonous. There's all the other ones, but like communism ain't worked. It's hard to have communism without lots of blood all over the world at the same time. And we ain't going to do that anytime soon. But an anarchist saying like, oh, I think we should have more direct democracy and less of this government telling us what to do. Everyone's like, oh, chaos. I don't think we should listen to these fucking bosses and just do what they say all day and live in a dictatorship for 40 hours a week. What do you want? Chaos? What am I going to do if my boss isn't telling me when I can take my bathroom breaks?
As a Lawfare blog put it, it is nearly unheard of for a grand jury to fail even once to return an indictment known as a no-true bill. I'll add, it is even rarer to hear about a no-true bill happening unless reporters get a tip. And yet, Trump's federal prosecutors keep racking them up, because the everyday citizens impaneled on grand juries are increasingly presiding over nonsensical arguments and prosecutions out of the Trump DOJ. Even then, they still do manage to get charges from some grand juries, charges that eventually get dropped when they fly in the face of the facts. Like their claims that the kidnapped, deported, and rescued immigrant Kilmar Grego Garcia was a violent gang member. That case dismissed last month. Or Miramar Martinez, the Chicago woman shot 5 times by
broke the law with Abrego, Kilmar Garcia. No one's talking about it.
Agents last year, feds initially
did anyone go to jail over that? No.
Charged her with ramming an ICE vehicle, then dropped those charges after the ICE agent who was involved sent texts boasting of the shooting. So what went on with the grand juries in those cases, right? The ones where they did get indictments. Or what about the indictment of James Comey for seashells on a beach, for taking a picture of seashells? It's virtually impossible to know. Right? We don't know what the prosecutor said to the grand jurors. No one really.
The problem with the welfare states of those countries, of the Scandinavian countries, that they still rely on places like the global south. So while people in Norway are doing great, the reason why they're doing great is because someone in, I don't know, Bengal or something, somewhere in Sri Lanka, someone in Sri Lanka can't eat. Someone in Sri Lanka is being exploited so that someone in Norway could do great. And they could have all these social programs. That's why socialism, liberalism, with the adherence to capitalism, someone's getting fucked. There's no reason for them to be fucked.
Who knows? The judge doesn't know. Just the jurors and the prosecutor, and they're sworn to secrecy. The system is by design a black box. But get this, Comey's lawyers, you know what they're trying to do right now? They are seeking the grand jury transcripts in that case.
Laws, rules, and authorities. Well, I mean, if you can't envision a world without cops, I don't know, man. It's a weird world. What are you so afraid of? You don't need cops. Cops aren't keeping us from killing each other. We've had cops all this time. People still kill each other. And you're like, well, we need more cops. We have add more cops. People still kill each other. Add more cops. People still kill each other. So you got to ask why. Why are they killing each other? Oh, it's money. It's because some people have shit and some people don't. Sure, there's crimes of passion, people killing their moms and their fucking cousins and shit because they looked at them wrong, weird shit like that. But most people, they're killing for money. They're killing because I ain't got shit. That's why they're killing. Add more cops. Doesn't solve the problem. More cops then. Same problems. You could have 100,000 cops. That you think people stopped killing when they had in Nazi Germany, when they really had it on lock and everywhere you went, they were checking your papers. You think crime went down, I guess. Like the mafia didn't really exist in Italy after Mussolini started fucking killing everybody. Is that what you want to live in? You want to live in Nazi Germany or Nazi Mussolini land, Italy, Nazi Italy? You want to live like that? No one's allowed to go anywhere without paperwork?
In no small part because what we now have learned from the transcripts in the Broad's U6 grand juries. Proceedings that show federal prosecutors just outright violating due process, engaging in the kind of misconduct that no DOJ in our lifetime would have tolerated before Donald Trump turned the department into a personal revenge factory.
Two of Graham Plattner's...
This stuff, I'm so bothered. Let me, totally unrelated, but look at this shit. Like this. Does this bother anybody else? This always like, look, I told you I've worked in bars my whole life. This looks more like I don't know. It looks like it's supposed to be a sports bar or something. I'm so sick of these sets for podcasts and shows looking. It's so inauthentic. I don't believe it. You're not a bar person. You're not a person. Why is there a gumball machine there? What the fuck is it? It's supposed to be like a diner? Hey, Crazy Jackdaw, thank you so much for contributing to. I mean, I don't know, Crazy Jackdaw, how do you like this? I mean, even Sean Hannity now is making his shit look like a bar inside. Like, why are all these podcasts? It's just so disingenuous. It's so unauthentic. I don't get it. Because I want to take some money once I sell this house and I move. I want to take some money and like make a little studio, and I want to keep it like authentic and real. I'm not going to decorate it like a bar. And the reason why, so I looked up why they do it. It's because they can do product placement. They can put liquor on the table. They can put liquors on the shelf that they can represent for these companies, and they could take money for it. But it's like, it's just such fit. You think Sean Hannity's hanging out at cool Vegas lounges? No, he ain't hanging out in those places.
Ex-girlfriend spoke with the Free Press about the reactions to their claims about the Senate candidate.
Can I get some jubilation for Crazy Jackdaw, please?
Woman was Jenny Rasico, who is a Democrat. She said, quote, I have seen many people around me who loudly supported the Believe Women movement, now having to ignore and make excuses for Graham's behavior. The Plattner campaign did not respond to a request for comment from the Free Press. He previously told the New York Times he was far from a perfect boyfriend in the past. Audrey Fahlberg is a Washington correspondent for the Free Press, and she joins me now to discuss her new piece. It's so good to see you, Audrey.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So tell us a little bit about what these women had to say to you, how they're feeling about the reaction to them coming forward.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I mean, this has been one of the biggest pieces in one of the biggest Senate races of this cycle. This huge expose drops in the New York Times last week. One of the most fascinating things that happens here is, these women are kind of, it takes a lot for them to come forward in the New York Times, and a couple of them are kind of frustrated by how they're portrayed. One of them is a woman named Lindsay Fifield. She is a Republican that is featured very prominently in the piece. So she kind of spoke to the New York Times under the assumption that other women's kind of accusations or experiences with Graham Plattner would be featured a little bit more prominently. But what me and my colleague Franny Block in the Free Press are really interested in gleaning from her was her reaction to how Democratic operatives and lawmakers were talking about this. One thing that really caught my eye was Sheldon Whitehouse. He's a senator, from the Northeast, and he said he was, quote, not impressed by the allegations that were outlined in this piece. And that kind of raised a lot of questions about, okay, what do you mean impressed? Obviously.
I get what you mean. I probably would have done okay in Germany. I don't have a problem with structure, etc. Problem is, I am sure they would have shoved me into the military. Then I would have had to excel at that, or they would have killed someone that you love, someone you care about. That's the other problem. You might have been okay, but someone that you love is now dead because of it. You think you'd be okay. Everyone says that, like, oh, I would have survived. Until your brother or your sister or your mom gets executed for looking at a soldier wrong, or speak for leaving the house without the proper paperwork, because a lot of that type of shit was happening. Or your mom gets raped by the Gestapo because they have all the power and you have none. Your sister gets raped. That type of shit happened a lot. Military rule, martial law is not pretty. It ain't pretty. Martial law is not a good thing. And you might think, well, I'll be all right. Yeah. Maybe you'll be all right. The problem is, it's not all about you. Yeah, Nazi Germany. Yeah. I mean, look what's happening in our concentration camps, right? There was that case about the guy, the guard, an ICE guard in the detention center. He was having women fuck him so that he would give them visitation privileges with their families. That type of thing happens. Abu Ghraib stuff happens. People go crazy when they get too much power. It's like that Stanford experiment, which is mostly bullshit, but it's still people who get that uniform, get that power, and they're young and they're full of fucking anger. They do weird shit, man. Military boredom is scary. Martial law is scary. And you think it's going to be okay because you're going to be okay. But then someone you love gets executed. It's always, I don't know why you guys can't see that. It's always a Republican who can't see that, right? They hate the gays until their sister's gay. And then they're like, oh, I didn't know. They hate abortion until their mom has to have an abortion because she was raped. Now they get it. But they never get it until until their nose is in it. They never get it until their nose is rubbed in it, you know?
It takes a lot for women to come forward about negative experiences that they've had with someone. And so I think moving forward, you mentioned those commies.
Yeah. You could be Hitler's best boy and your family's still affected. Yeah, I love that movie. Jojo Rabbit's really good. I think that was what's his name? Waititi. I think that was Waititi's last good movie, honestly. I think he did a great job with that. I think it was his only good movie, to be honest. I can't think of another good movie that director made. I think he did a good job with Jojo Rabbit. I thought it was really good. I thought that movie was really good. I mean, I knew people who served on the Nazi as Nazi soldiers. I knew them. I lived in Germany and I met them. I heard the stories they told me. You think you're okay, and then you have to take a group of people into the forest and shoot them all. You think you're all right. You think you're going to be okay and you're okay, but you have to be the person who follows orders and takes a bunch of innocent people and walks them into the forest and shoots them all because they look different or whatever. I actually I knew this guy. He was a publisher. He did okay for himself after the war. He was really religious, and that was his story. He was told and ordered to take the people and execute all these people. And he's like, fuck, and he's like freaking out. He starts to pray. And for whatever reason, his commanding officer say, you come back here, actually pull up the truck. And so they went, they still shot all those people. And he was like thanking God that it wasn't him. But they ordered him to be the one that piles all their bodies on the truck. And he considered that to be a sign from God that he was chosen to follow Jesus. Like, you think you're going to be okay.
The comments from Jenny Rasico, she's a lifelong Democrat. She described an experience that she had with Plattner where he allegedly came to her house very blackout drunk, she alleges, and had a very unsettling experience, so unsettling that she, cut off contact after that. And so I think, part of his appeal on the campaign trail is that he's a changed man. But I think a lot of women.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who shouldn't be in power. How many times have you met asshole managers? How many times have you had an asshole boss that should not be fucking in charge of people? I've met so many people like that just should not be in charge of people. And every time, I was a manager for most of my life, and I was like, I just never want to be like one of them. I always thought about that. I don't want to be like one of these guys. And even when I had to like really put the hammer on somebody, I sat him down. I was like, look, man, I don't want to be a dick about this. Please, just person to person. This is what I'm dealing with. My boss is saying these things. I need you to comply with what they're making me tell you to do. It's not because I disagree or I agree with, but this is what we're doing here. We're both at work. We're both trading our time for money. And we both need to do shit that we're uncomfortable with, we don't like. Can you do it, even though you hate it? And 9 out of 10 times, people would be like, yes, guy, thank you for respecting me enough to fucking lay it out like that, instead of just telling me what to do. I was so bad. I was so sad when we got to look at Scarlett Johansson's shoes. Remember that? I couldn't believe they killed her in the movie.
And who've dated him are really kind of sounding the alarm on whether that's true.
Right. That's one of the things he said in an interview this morning, is that he's changed because of his relationship with his wife. You were able to look at some diary entries from Fifield from, I think, 2016. What did they say, and did they match up with what you had heard from Rasico as well?
So when we were reporting this for the Free Press, one thing that we really wanted to do was speak to her friends at the time. We reviewed messages that she had with them, spoke to friends, and you know, they talked about how she had been really open about his mental health struggles at the time and how she was trying to help him through that. But those diary entries were...
It's not that hard to sit people down and be like, look, man, they're going to make, I remember one time this guy, I said, look, man, they're going to make me fire you. You keep on showing up to work with a beard, and you're not allowed to have a beard. Why don't you just go to the doctor and tell them, because you could go to the doctor and say it's an ADA complaint. You have to have a beard because, I don't know, your razors give you razor burn. And this all goes away. Just go to the doctor. I don't give a shit. But the union contract says you're not allowed to have a beard. Please, bro. And he shows up the next day with a beard. And I had to go get his union steward and we all have to sit down in an office again. I'm like, man, please, Al, please don't make me fire you, Al. I do not want this is now third time. The next time I'm going to have to suspend you. Please don't do this. It's not going to be me. It's just like they're making me do it. My boss sees you working all day. And when I get to work, they make me write you up. Because that's my job, is to write you up for having a beard. You're not allowed to have a beard at work. It's here in black and white. Your union steward isn't even arguing. Please. And that guy, I had to fire that guy. And it was so fucked up. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget that. I hated firing that guy.
Really revelatory in, talking about how emotionally turbulent this experience was for her. She opened up in those diary entries about having to break a lease to put physical distance.
Like, I fired hundreds of people, and some of them just stick out, man. And some of them, I think was the best thing for everybody. Some of them, I'm just like, I wish that never happened. But some, I'm just like, fuck, this was so stupid. Just so stupid. I remember one time I had to fire a guy. He was drunk. And I was like, dude, do you have a problem with alcohol? No. Just admit that you're drinking and that you have a problem. Like, I'm fucking queuing him in. His shop steward is like, because we're not allowed to say it. But if he admits that he's an alcoholic and that he's drunk right now, he doesn't get fired. Instead, he goes into a program. Because it's a disease. He goes to a program and he gets paid while he's in it. But I'm sitting there, you have a problem, right? You're drunk right now, right? Nope. That guy got fired. Fuck.
Between them. In the New York Times expose, they got her on the record speaking about how, according to her, at one point, he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her in a room and held the door closed, which is something that's kind of a pretty disturbing anecdote from someone, right? And so I think moving forward, thinking about this midterm cycle, Democrats have all this enthusiasm. Trump's numbers are obviously sinking.
I don't give a fuck about Plattner, man. It's those types of things, though. It's like, I always felt like I had to protect my workers from the bosses, always. And I had to protect the company from the workers, because that was also my job. My job is to protect the workers, but protect the company, because the workers will steal from the company. Like, there's a lot of that shit going on. You got to you're always trying to balancing act. And your bosses are fucking screaming at you, and the workers are like, they're upset all the time. So you always got to try to manage everybody. I was pretty good at it. I was really good at it, actually. I missed that job. I missed those jobs. Yeah. Only 10% go to a program will succeed. Sad number, but the truth. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Some of my firings, I cried in my car afterwards. Man. I never cried after. Sometimes I could feel it in my voice, though. I could feel afterwards, fuck, I need to take a walk. Because sometimes I would fire people and it would just be so heartbreaking. Because they're kids. They got kids. They got a family. All this shit about them, all this stuff they got going on. Because you work 10 hours a day with them,
Okay,
it's just such a bummer. But I wouldn't cry. No, I wouldn't cry. Monkey in the middle is what it is. Yeah. I was a general manager. And general manager, you're upper management. You're like the top management. You're not a director, right? You're the highest you could get in management. And it's like, because all your assistant managers, they're getting fucked too, right? The workers are hard on the assistant manager, harder on them than they are on you, right? That was always the assistant managers were always just getting ground down. There's getting ground. There's in the mill, you know, there's grist for the mill. Assistant managers get screwed.
Played this earlier. I've talked about it. I just have to play it again because this was Trump's answer to a reporter's question about rising inflation numbers today.
The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now.
Not only did Trump actually utter the words, "I love the inflation," but he also
I love the inflation. I love the inflation. God damn it. Kind of hard to be fired. It sucks to be fired. And the last time I got fired, I went, all right, well, thanks for the severance. Sayonara, suckers. That's what I said. I said, sayonara, suckers. I said, good luck. Good luck with everything, you fucking idiots. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. You're so dumb, but whatever. It's just business.
also said that the U.S. has been secretly taking out billions of barrels of oil.
But it's traumatic, right? It's traumatic. That's why severance is so important. You need that 3-month severance.
Without Iran's knowledge, all of which is big if true. And it'd be so great if someone from the Trump administration could explain the whole I love inflation thing and also the whole taking barrels of oil thing. Well, it just so happened that a few cabinet officials, including Energy Secretary Chris Wright, were testifying today on Capitol Hill right after Trump said those things.
I am a humanist. Yes. I think it's a good thing. Yeah. Why do you think I studied Shakespeare?
I'm sure they were delighted by that. And here's how that went.
Humanities.
Do you feel like your positions and policies?
Most jobs don't provide that, but I haven't really been fired from any jobs. And the jobs that I have been fired for, like the jobs at my level, I would get severance because they would have to have a reason to fire me. I never gave people a reason to fire me. I usually had to quit, you know. When things got too nasty, I just ended up quitting because fuck them. But I never really had to get fired. Just the last time actually I got fired. My last job working for somebody else. And it was with no cause. And so they know I'll fucking sue them if they fire me for no reason. So they just gave me, I think, 3 months of severance. And I was happy. Like, I still felt like they did me dirty, but they didn't do me too dirty, you know? They gave me money.
Statements are...
It's like they did me dirty, but they paid me. So...
in line with President Trump?
Yes, I hope so.
Do you love inflation?
Dawnflation.
I love ending Iran's ability to have a nuclear weapon. I think
do you love inflation? Yes, that should be the question from now on. Oh, I fucking love this. I hope that all of the Democrats start doing. Do you love inflation? Everybody should be asked. They should ask Hegseth this. They should ask Todd Blanche. Everybody should be asked. Do you love inflation?
Existential.
Thank you. That was not my question. Do you love inflation? Yes or no?
I love ending Iran's.
That is not my question. Do you love inflation?
Weapon?
Yes or no?
No, I would prefer lower inflation.
You would prefer.
Thank you for answering the question.
Low inflation. Do you know that your boss, essentially President Trump, just stated that he loved inflation?
He's an entertaining, hyperbolic guy who's done tremendous leadership, and on balance is driving inflation
down. So it sounds like
down.
you're unaware that
Entertaining, hyperbolic guy. He's an entertaining, hyperbolic guy. That's the description of a liar. An entertaining, hyperbolic guy, everybody. That's beautiful.
And I certainly don't want to get you in trouble with your boss, but it sounds like you don't love inflation, but he does. Mr. Chair, if
No, you don't love inflation, but your boss loves inflation. So what is it?
Can I play some audio from some comments?
What's the deal with these people? What's the deal with inflation? Who are these people? Who loves inflation? I go to the shop. It's 50% more than it was when I started. I go to a store. The prices are one thing. Now the prices are digital because the prices are changing so quickly. Who are these people? How can I buy? I gotta buy the largest. I have to buy the biggest package of toilet paper because toilet paper is going up. It's going up while I'm dropping deuces. As I take a shit, as I drop the Browns off at the Super Bowl, the price of each sheet of toilet paper is going through the roof. While I'm dropping shit down the tube, my toilet paper prices are going through the roof. Who are these people? They say they love inflation.
That President Trump made in the Oval Office. Okay.
The numbers look great.
I don't
You
think
know what I
we've
really
heard
love?
this.
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out
Let's suspend
millions
that
of barrels
phrase.
of oil. Nobody knows.
Don't play that. Don't play that. Donald Trump says he loves. No, clack, clack, clack. You can't play Donald Trump's words for us.
You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now.
Mr. Secretary, it seems like you didn't know about this either. So why would the United States be taking out millions of barrels of oil from Iran?
Well, it's essential that we prevent oil sales from generating revenue for Iran to spend to develop nuclear weapons and oppress.
Mr. Secretary, I understand this might be an uncomfortable line of questioning and you don't want to do it, but you are not answering my question. So I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to hope that you will answer it honestly. Did you know that the United States is taking millions of gallons of oil from Iran?
I'm unaware.
Come on, I was doing young Jerry. Give me a break. Seinfeld does a terrible Seinfeld. I was doing young Jerry. You can't do old Jerry. Israel's really important to me. Israel. Who doesn't love Israel? Who doesn't love Israel? Who doesn't love genocide? I'm a huge Seinfeld fan from the old days, but I even read his book.
So do you think that the president is lying based on the audio that you just heard? And I will send it to you in case you say you didn't hear it.
Oh, no, I do not think the president's lying. I think the president's talking casually about our efforts to stop the flow of
Do you
Iranian
think
oil.
that war is casual? Do you think that it is appropriate to talk casually about war?
I think you talk to all different audiences and you talk in all different styles. But I don't have any serious objection to what
The solemn business of war. It's just a joke. We're just joking about killing Iranians.
he said.
I love inflation.
I mean, that is what having your butt handed
She always looks good in green. She always looks like shocking in green.
to you in a hearing looks like, everyone. Joining me now is Democratic Congresswoman Amelia Sykes of Ohio, who you just saw kept a straight face while she was questioning the Secretary of Energy. Okay, Trump said, and I love talking about this because it's helpful for people to understand how this works. He said, I love the inflation. Just a couple of hours before you questioned Secretary Wright. I'm sure you had a different set of questions you were preparing for him. What made you focus on this one?
Well, we hear so much about the cost of living from gas and groceries and housing and healthcare back at home and across the country. And it just seemed a ripe opportunity to direct a...
What's the deal with boats rescuing helicopter pilots? There's no one on the boat. Who are these people? Who bombs a school full of school children?
Very clear yes or no question to the Secretary of Energy. Energy costs are rising all over the country, including in my district, Ohio's 13th. And I wanted to hear directly from the Secretary. Did he agree with President Trump's terminology of loving inflation? And he said no,
Yeah, I guess it's because she's a ginger. I guess she probably doesn't like doing it very often because it kind of makes her look like leprechaunish, but a little leprechaun-y. But she looks, I think she, every time she wears green, I notice. I'm like, damn, Jen Psaki.
Assume he would, as most Americans are not too keen on inflation and increased costs, and you saw what happened next.
If anybody wonders if law degrees can come in handy for elected office, they can watch that exchange. No, there was another notable part of your questioning is when Wright seemed completely unaware.
I'm so annoying. I can spell your.
That Trump had claimed that the U.S. military helped 100 million barrels of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, despite him being, of course, the energy secretary. I would note he should know that sort of thing. And what was said by the president, according to the New York Times, Trump was referring to previously reported efforts by the U.S. military to help commercial ships through the strait. But what do you make of the fact that Wright had no idea what you were talking about? And tell people watching what's actually going on with this.
Well, we heard the Secretary dodge questions about grants and funding opportunities and ways to lower costs for hours. And, hearing that stunning admission from the president that they had secretly taken millions of barrels of crude oil from Iran was stunning, because where is the oil? Is it being sold? Why are gas prices still so high if you have all of this reserve? And so I would have expected the Secretary to know exactly where.
Prove it, Abigail. You can't spell. I could see you, Abigail. Blonde hair, blue eyes. I could see you. When you insult people on the internet, you should try to, spell properly. I don't really care. I don't really give a shit about spelling, honestly. I mean, I was an English major. I guess I should, but I don't really give a shit. We just made up spelling anyway. But I do think it's funny that when people insult other people online, you're an idiot and you're annoying and you can't fucking spell your. It is funny. It's funny. It's just funny. It's ironic. Don't you think? It's a little too ironic. Yeah, I really do think. And who would have thought it figures? Oh, and Angel Baby 68. I'm not going to give you a 69, but I'll give you a 68, and I'll owe you one. I'll owe you one, Angel baby.
Where these barrels are, but apparently
I'm not going to give you a 69, but I'll give you a 68, and I'll owe you one. I'll owe you one.
As President Trump said, no one knew it, including Iran in that moment, and neither did Secretary Wright.
What did you make of, I mean, in all seriousness, it's like sometimes you watch them and it's ludicrous and you watch them try to defend Trump's statements and it's embarrassing and hard to watch.
I love inflation. Does Anna Gale love inflation? Does she love inflation? What's her name? Anal beads? Angel baby? Anal baby? Anal baby. Are you anal baby? Is that what you are? Do you love inflation? 81% say no in the poll. Anal baby. Are you also anal baby? How did you answer? Yes or no? Do you love inflation or do you love Donald Trump? There's only two choices. Do you love inflation or do you love Donald Trump? Which do you love? Which do you love, anal baby? No, anal baby. Which one do you love? Do you love Donald Trump or do you love inflation? You can't love both. No. If you love Donald Trump, you do love inflation. That's the rule now.
He's the energy secretary. He's supposed to know about oil markets. He has.
Unfortunately, no one in the fucking cabinet knows what they're doing because they're all podcasters.
Over, he has a lot under his.
Like, I shouldn't be put in charge of the Department of Education. Hate to tell you. I think I'd be a good congressperson, but a secretary of whatever? Nah. No thanks. Nah. I want to fight for the people. I don't really want to lead an energy department. Department of Energy? No, thank you. No. Department of Defense? Not for me. No. I'm not an expert on any of these things. But you look good on camera. All right, I'll do it.
Purview. What did you make of his answers, his inability to answer any of them, his, I guess, fealty and fear of Trump?
Well, I started my questioning around meritocracy because they were talking about programs that encouraged women and people of color as being improper. And he then quoted.
I knew you'd love it, anal baby. Anal baby 68. I'm not giving you 69, but I'll give you 68 and I'll owe you one. Anal baby, I knew you lived inflation. I said, that's okay. I know some people just like it in the ass.
Now, this is out of your league. This is not part of your expertise. But then to have an exchange in that way and then show how unprepared and illogical and reckless they're behaving, there's not a meritocracy in this administration. We're only seeing the folks who are the most loyal to the president rise, and they can't answer simple questions like, where are millions of barrels of oil that have been confiscated from Iran? You would expect the Secretary of Energy to know the answer to that question. And if, in fact, they were working on merit and skill and logic and intelligence, he would have known it, but they're not. And so that's why he could not.
I don't have much time left, but maybe it's a warning.
You're absolutely right. Donald Trump is a misinformed and a American hater. He's an American hater. Donald Trump hates America. We already know that. Thank you.
Warning to them. But what else do you want to know from this administration?
I want to know where the Epstein files are. Well, and I want to know when they're going to lower costs too.
Well, those are very.
I want to know what the Epstein files and want to know when you're going to lower costs. That's a great question. When are you going to give us the Epstein files? When are you going to lower costs? Donald Trump said that the gas prices would be decreased by 50% at the end of his first 12 months, and they've gone up 50%. My price of coffee has gone up 50%. All the things that I can't cinch out on, all the stuff that I want, I have to buy, like coffee and gasoline. I can't not buy those things. Darn it, Donald Trump increased my fucking cost by 50%. You son of a bitch. 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 You done did it, didn't you, Donald? You done did it, didn't you, Donald? You done did it, ding dang do. You done did it, Donald. You started a war with Iran and they closed the Strait of Hormuz. Ding dang do, you did it. You did it. You raised the price of coffee, you son of a bitch. You silly son of a bitch.
The backlash to Javanka's grifting has gone global. Protests are continuing to grow in size and intensity in Albania, where reporters estimate there were tens of thousands of people in the streets today.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Jared Kushner and Ivanka. Remember when Jared Kushner got pardoned for all that fraud he did? God, why do they love fraud? Why is MAGA all about the fraud? MAGAs love fraud. You dirty, silly MAGAs, silly, ignorant MAGAs.
To oppose the plans for a Jared Kushner-backed luxury resort on protected land on the coast, land that Jared Kushner and his wife Ivanka Trump found when they were on a yacht trip, and they jumped off the yacht and went swimming and then hiking barefoot. It's being called the Flamingo Revolution. It's sending a message loud and clear that, for their part, people of Albania are drawing a line in the sand and will not stand for destroying.
What do you mean he's done the opposite, Marx and Felix? You mean when he said that we would never start a war with Iran? Remember when he said he would never, ever, ever start a war with Iran?
Their country's natural environment.
I don't know. I mean, people forgot about Maduro already. Literally killed 40 people and kidnapped the head of state. What if they did that to us? Would that be an act of war?
To benefit the barefoot billionaires. Now, despite those protests, the country's prime minister tells Reuters
Barefoot
this,
billionaires.
Albania will plow on with a luxury resort planned by Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, on a remote stretch of Balkan coast despite persistent protests over its environmental impact. Adding that the developers will stun onlookers with their plans in the coming months. Quote, I'm telling you, it's going to be a beautiful project and we're going to do it and we're going to be proud to contribute to Europe, the prime minister said during an interview in his office a few meters.
Yeah, I keep on filling I have a Honda CR-V, the best car ever invented. And I fill it up halfway right now. Fill it up halfway. Although gas has come down a little bit from that 650. It's come down a little bit, but it's still hella expensive. And so I fill it up halfway in the hopes that if I just drive very, very sparingly, perhaps the prices will go down by the next time I fill up. I only fill up halfway and then I try to drive as little as possible. That's my plan right now.
Where nightly demonstrations against the Javanka project have taken place. I want to bring in Norm Eisen, who served as special counsel for ethics and government reform in the White House under President Barack Obama.
We don't have ethics anymore.
He's now a senior fellow at Brookings and the executive chair of Democracy Defender.
I mean, the Albanians, you remember when Slobodan Milosevic coined the term ethnic cleansing when he, in Serbia, decided to kill all the Albanians, and then they put him in The Hague and they tried him for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And then he died of a heart attack right before his sentence started, mysteriously. Milosevic. I just feel like don't fuck with Albania, right? I mean, are you really Ivanka Trump is gonna go to their islands and build another island? No more islands, billionaires. I don't want to have Kushner Island. We do not need Kushner Ivanka Island. Jared Javanka, they're calling her. Javanka Island. Dude, we don't need Epstein Island Part 2. We do not need you stupid billionaires building islands. This is why we should cut off the heads of all the billionaires. Even Taylor Swift, yes. No one should have that much money. They start getting crazy ideas like building pedophile islands. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I'm sick of you. No more billionaires. No more. Off with your heads. If you can't live off $999,999,000.99, then I want a basket with your head. If you can't live off of that, then sorry. No more.
All right, just into our newsroom. Police have discovered the remains of a New Mexico woman who's been missing for nearly a year. The body of Melissa Casillas, an assistant at the Los Alamos National Laboratory, a nuclear security facility, was discovered in a national forest about...
Why do they keep on finding all these dead scientists?
70 miles from her home. Police say they also recovered a gun near her body. Casillas first reported missing last June when she didn't show up for work. Her purse, her phone, and her ID all left at home. You probably remember the story because Casillas is one of those several scientists and military service members who have either unexpectedly died or gone missing just within the last few years.
Why? Why are they all missing? Deceased scientist and national security expert, including a retired Air Force general, a NASA materials scientist, a nuclear physicist, has sparked a massive federal probe by the FBI and an ongoing investigation with the House Oversight Committee. UFO conspiracy theories. Oh, I don't know. Melissa Casillas, a former Los Alamos National Lab worker, discovered in the Kit Carson National Forest. This is weird, man. Why does it keep on happening? While the unusual overlap prompted the House Oversight Committee to demand answers, family members and law enforcement caution against wild speculation. Don't worry. Don't pay attention. Authorities are treating the case individually, exploring grounded explanations ranging from murder and suicide to tragic hiking accidents. Do you think that's weird? What do you guys think? Think it's weird?
Police say an investigation into her death is now underway.
New police body cam footage may be shedding light on just what happened to missing Air Force General William McCaslin when he just vanished from his New Mexico home. This was in late February. No sign of him since. The 68-year-old once served as the commander of research for the Air Force Research Laboratory,
Where'd he go?
which has long been rumored to have ties to top-secret UFO research projects, even the alleged Roswell crash. In this new body cam footage recorded just a few hours after McCaslin vanished, an unidentified female caller speaks to the officer investigating his disappearance, claiming that she not only worked with the general, but she had dinner with him the night before he disappeared. She says they weren't alone. Apparently, members of Space Force, which tracks unidentified objects like UFOs, were also there. She also said McCaslin seemed to be acting out of character. Take a listen.
I was shocked this morning when I saw the alert because what I noticed Thursday evening is
I love the graphic of the UFO.
he wasn't his usual self. He was kind of spacey and quiet.
Spacey? Spacey
wasn't his usual self. The caller also filled the officer in on just who McClaughlin was and why it was so important to find him.
Right. Does he carry like a security clearance or anything like that?
He has a very classified security clearance. He was the head of Air Force Reserve Lab. To the point, the man's names are in the UFO documents that have recently been released. He's in that index, so he has a very high security clearance.
So what's odd about this is that before this body cam ever rolled, McCaslin's wife posted a plea for help, where she said her missing husband only had, quote, very commonly held clearance.
You think that Tyler Robinson's going to get a trial? I don't think Tyler Robinson's going to get a trial. I think he'll be dead before they... Maybe they'll do it. Maybe the Tyler Robinson trial. I don't think so, though. I think Tyler Robinson is going to be DOA. He's going to self-harm himself. He's going to do some self-harm. They already put him in a suicide vest. I don't know, Cat Daddy Maine. I don't know about. Well, you guys think he's going to get it? No, last I heard they were arguing about cameras in the courtroom. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot going on with that. I hope it does, because I want to see them actually try to get that text thread admitted into court, because you know it was a plant. There's no fucking way Tyler Robinson and his trans lover wrote that way. My love, I shall abscond with the murder weapon, though a squad car be blocking my path, my love. Thou must goeth on. Fucking weirdos.
Since retiring.
Nobody, no zillennial kid writes like that. No little Gen Alpha kid talks like that.
From the Air Force 13 years ago. Though if the caller's claims are to be believed, the missing general may have been more involved in that top secret work than his wife realized. But does it explain McCaslin's disappearance? Joining me now for a closer look is the deputy
Tyler Robinson is the one that supposedly shot Charlie.
Science editor at the Daily Mail, Chris Malore, who has been covering the story since the beginning. Chris, welcome to the show. A lot to get into. So if the caller's...
I don't have time for all this shit, man. These missing people, we're just gonna we're never gonna see these people again, right? They're all gone.
When reporters...
We'll never see these assholes again. We'll never see these kids again. These scientists, they're gone.
Finally got a chance to ask questions.
We'll be talking about these scientists for like the next 50 years. We'll never see them again.
And one of them asked about the terrible inflation
we'll never know what
that
happened.
Came out this morning showing the highest inflation rate of Donald Trump's presidency. Donald Trump's first lie was to say, I love it. Those are his exact first words. I love it. His second lie was the numbers were glitched. Donald Trump trying to tell you.
That's the thing. Like if you put someone in a suicide vest on their first appearance, I feel like you're telegraphing, man. The kid said he wasn't suicidal, and they put him in a suicide vest, and then made him appear in court in a suicide vest, via Zoom or whatever. But still, he had to appear in a suicide vest. To me, that's telegraphing. Like that just shows me that they want this to happen. They're putting that out in the world. Trust us, he's suicidal.
You that every number the government issues is wrong, whether it's a vote count in Los Angeles or an inflation number that he doesn't like. But he instantly abandoned his lie about the inflation number was glitched, whatever that was supposed to mean. And
one thing I know is that scientists love hiking.
Then he said these exact words. You know what I really
Alone.
love? I love the inflation. You know why? And then he rambled about his war in Iran, and he actually never answered the question about why he loves inflation.
Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning.
I love inflation.
The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now.
Oh, really? So you're stealing oil from Iran? I thought it was about nuclear weapons. So wait a second. You said this wasn't about oil this whole time. Now you're saying that it's a big secret that we've been stealing their oil. But now it's great news that we're doing this for oil. All those kids that we killed, over 200 children, that's for oil?
We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it.
And then he just kept going, and he completely forgot about the lie that he suggested he was going to answer. I love the inflation. You know why? He forgot to answer the why question that he asked of himself. This is the sleazy real estate salesman's pitch at work. This is Donald Trump trying to sell an apartment in the 1980s, and the potential buyer looks out the window and sees nothing but the brick wall of the building next door, and Donald Trump says, I love that there's no view.
And then he goes on to tell the buyer about how much better it is for sleeping, that you'll never have any direct sunlight in this apartment, waking you up all the time. The lying salesman junk that desperate, fast-talking liars like Donald Trump traffic in so nervously as he did today. Donald Trump saying today he loves inflation. He loves every price going up. He likes everything being more expensive. He loves that. He wants everything to be more expensive for everyone out there who voted for him to make everything less expensive. The stock market was already having a bad day. And then when Donald Trump said, I love inflation, the stock market got much worse. 79-year-old Donald Trump, who is days away from being 80-year-old Donald Trump, gets lost in his own lies now, much more than he used to. And so when he says, I love the inflation, and then asks, you know why, he forgets the why. And so Republicans running for re-election are left with the burden of Donald Trump saying, I love inflation. And Democrats can show Donald Trump saying that on
he said that we've stolen 22 boats of oil from the Iranians.
Video in as many campaign commercials as they want.
We just pirate. We do it at night. We do it at night because that's when the good guys work.
In a tense meeting in the Situation Room where the White House can monitor every potential hotspot in the world, the Vice President of the United States said, this is a huge problem. It is the same Situation Room that has faced huge problems before, just as President John F. Kennedy did, facing down the Cuban Missile Crisis in the Situation Room in 1962, when the world came the closest it ever has to nuclear war. And that's what ranks as a huge problem in the Situation Room. The same place where Vice President Joe Biden sat with President Obama and other national security officials watching the successful mission President Obama authorized to apprehend or kill Osama bin Laden. But in Donald Trump's White House, the Situation Room has been disgracefully degraded to the place where they discuss the Epstein files. The scene is delivered.
Everything's about the Epstein files. Everything's about that. Stealing oil, fucking children.
In remarkable reporting, including over
they all float down here, Georgie.
1,000 interviews of people close to Donald Trump by New York Times reporters Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan in an excerpt of their forthcoming book, printed in the New York Times today under the headline, Inside the White House Freakout Over the Epstein Files. The title of their book that will be published in 2 weeks is Regime Change Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. It can be pre-ordered online now, as I have already done. When reached for comment, the White House did not respond to any specific details in the New York Times report. The Situation Room meeting described in the book happened 11 months ago, just 11 months ago, on July 17th of last summer. Vice President James David Vance was the highest ranking official in the Situation Room. Donald Trump's chief of staff was there, his White House counsel, his press secretary, along with his trusted Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was also his former criminal defense lawyer. Attorney General Pamela Bondi and FBI Director Kashyap Patel joined the discussion by speakerphone.
I love this as Kashyap.
In their reporting
That's
in the
what
New
I
York
say. I
Times
said Kashyap
today,
Patel. That's his real name.
The Vice President appeared panicked to others in the room about the way the subject of Epstein was already dividing the MAGA coalition. He was privately pressing for the administration to release all the Epstein files. Vance had also floated to colleagues an extraordinary PR gambit that the White House enlist Tucker Carlson to interview Epstein's longtime girlfriend and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in prison. It might help the president if Maxwell was willing to state that Trump had not been part of any wrongdoing with Epstein. Vance told the group that he believed all the files should be released as soon as possible. He argued that Congress was going to force the release of the Epstein files eventually. When the White House counsel, David Warrington, said Ghislaine Maxwell could be given a pardon or have her sentence reduced, there were objections, not because it was the wrong thing to do, but because it, quote, would create a huge PR problem. So we now have detailed descriptions of discussions in the White House that mirror what we suspected they were doing in the White House a year ago. We speculated on this program a year ago about exactly what they were doing there, about the possibility of Donald Trump wanting to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for Ghislaine Maxwell saying she never saw Donald Trump do anything wrong.
Peterson.
In that meeting, in the Situation Room, Todd Blanche came up with the idea of asking federal judges in Florida and New York to unseal grand jury testimony in the Epstein-related cases, which everyone agreed was a good idea, especially when Todd Blanche predicted that the judges would refuse to release the grand jury.
Totally agree. I think that we should always use their real names. That's why I call her Pamela Jo Bondi.
Transcripts. The Times reports, if the courts refused to unseal them, as Blanche predicted, they could shift the blame for withholding the Epstein material away from the Trump administration and onto the judges, and all the better if the judges had been appointed by Democratic presidents. Blanche's suggestion.
I'm getting one. I'm going to get my commemorative Trump 250 gold coin, the UFC coin. It's mine. I'm definitely going to get one.
Would make it appear that the White House wanted the materials released when it was almost certain not to happen. Todd Blanche's alternative to J.D. Vance's idea about having Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell was for Todd Blanche himself to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, which is exactly what.
I don't know. I think the Knicks are dead, man. I don't think the Knicks are going to win because Donald Trump showed up, man. Donald Trump lost them the games, man. Their people are pissed. The owner of the Knicks invited Donald Trump to the show. Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have invited him to the game, man. They snapped their 13-game winning streak, and now the Knicks are on a losing streak.
Todd Blanche then did. There is a dramatic.
It's been like 70 years or some shit. It's been long as 50 years since they won a championship.
Account in the book excerpt of the deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, clashing with the Attorney General Bondi and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Bongino showed up to a daily Justice Department meeting with the FBI staff and the Attorney General. He was in a volcanic mood. As soon as he entered the room, he erupted at Bondi, shouting at her, "You effed this thing up from the start." Bongino yelled, "The way you've been talking about this, that dumb effing charade with the Epstein files, they're on my desk nonsense, all the promises to the folks out there." Patel and Bongino both subsequently told a White House official that Bondi needed to resign. 2 days later, on July 9th, the two men were summoned to a meeting with Wiles and Bondi in the Situation Room complex. They were the last to enter the small wood-paneled room. Seated around the table were Bondi, Wiles, Blanche, and Taylor Budowich, who one of Wiles' deputies. The moment Bongino sat down, Wiles told him that she had been informed he leaked a sensitive story about Epstein and Trump to ABC News. "I'll tell you what," Bongino replied, "I'll give you $100,000 cash right now. I'm not kidding. Walk out to West Exec, put that reporter on speaker, and get him to admit I leaked it. $100,000. Bongino's aggressive response to Wiles startled the others. She was the White House Chief of Staff, essentially a stand-in for the president. Wiles put Bongino on the spot. Going forward, she said, "We're all in. We're all going to agree to move forward."
Man, poor Wiles. Poor old Wiles.
You in or not? "No, I'm not," Bongino said. "This is not my plan. I'm not part of this going forward. Forget it. I'm out of here." He stormed out of the situation.
Now we know why Bongino left, man. Bongino quit.
And he eventually resigned his position at the FBI. Maggie Haberman. And
remember when he disappeared? Remember when he disappeared? We were like, "Where's Dan? Where's Dan Bongino?"
Relationships at the top of the Justice Department were.
And he was quitting. He was trying to. He said he couldn't handle it anymore.
By now, beyond dysfunctional. At another July meeting in Wiles' office, Bongino and Patel told the chief of staff they suspected that Bondi had leaked negative stories about them. "Blondie effed this whole thing up," Bongino later told a confidant. "She was the one on TV saying over and over they had all this stuff. There was never anything. We were always clear about that. But now everyone thinks we did something wrong, and I gave up everything." Bongino complained that he had given up his high-rated show and millions of dollars, and now it's all disappeared because people think we screwed something up with Epstein.
Well, it's going to be in a book. Maybe I'll read the whole book.
Bongino paused. "This is going to be Donald Trump's Iran-Contra."
This is Donald Trump's Iran-Contra. I don't recall.
The book includes Donald Trump's reaction to his supporters.
At least Bongino was like, "I don't want to go to jail," because that's the thing. They're not going to put Donald Trump in jail, but all of his friends will go to jail, just like always.
On the Epstein files.
Everyone who works for Trump goes to jail.
Told aides he was very unhappy with some of his most influential supporters, including Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, all of whom were publicly urging the administration to come clean. Kirk had held a Turning Point USA event the previous day that turned into an Epstein grievance fest, with one speaker after another bashing Bondi over her handling of the situation. Trump had called Kirk and scolded him. The book excerpt that appears in the New York Times.
Steve was here a couple days ago.
Ends this way. "The Epstein crisis had exposed something that some of Trump's closest advisors spent months refusing to see. The president could break institutions, redirect the federal government against his enemies, and bring the world's richest men into the Oval Office bearing tribute. But he could not, it turned out, make Jeffrey Epstein disappear."
He tried. He tried to make Jeffrey Epstein disappear. It just never worked. He tried and tried and tried. He just couldn't make it happen. It's too bad. Sorry, Donald Trump. You just couldn't make it happen. Thank you all for watching. I kind of want to play a little guitar. I think I'm going to play some guitar if you're down. But yeah, Frankie, you can't say that name. Sargon of Akkad. Now he's NFC Coin. He's been here. NFC Coin. He's in there. NF Coin. NF Coin is his new name. He's been in the chat. He was here a couple days ago. NF Coin. Yeah. They need to call in. Hey, Meg, if you're thinking about calling in, just ding, dang, do it. Hey, you can call in right now because I'm about to say goodbye and play some guitar. But I don't think that MAGA never calls in. MAGA never calls in. They're cowards. All right. Well, this is the show. This is the end of the show. Thank you all for being. Oh, I can't. Oh, man. My headphones are attached to my jacket. Damn it. I can't lift. It's so hot in here. It's summertime. I don't have the AC on. It's hot. It's hot, brother. It's hot. It's so hot. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I love you. I don't know. I think I should call it. I think I'm going to call it. I want to keep playing, but they aren't any of these. They aren't calling to any of these lives anymore. No, they're too afraid. They're too afraid, man. I put the chat. It's a call-in show. People say call in. They don't call in. They're too afraid. MAGA is always too intimidated. They're always intimidated by me. If I were a young woman or a black dude, they'd call in because they're not as intimidated. But me, they're totally intimidated. They can't do it. Have a good one. I got a call on a Friday. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I think I need to call it. I'm tired and I want to read. I got to read and I got to like work on my house and make sure I can sell it. I haven't checked to see if my realtor has email texted me. Did we get an offer on the house yet? No. I hate this I hate this house shit. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it, man. You read and play your guitar, boyo. Yeah, I think I was gonna do it on live though. I usually play guitar live on the stream, but I was gonna maybe I'll do that. I'll just change and we'll play some guitar. All right, stay tuned if you want to play guitar. If you want to see me play guitar, I'm gonna hang out a little bit longer, about another hour. We'll play some music, hang out. We'll start the hangout session of the show. It's a fun time, and I'll get going right away as soon as I can. I'll be right down there. Give me a second. Thank you so much, everybody. Here we go. There's the music for you. It is going to be no, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Where is it? This one. This song. Fuck yeah, this song relaxes me, man. I love this song. You should grow a long beard and not shave it until the house is sold. Oh, I like that idea. I like that idea, Ben from Berlin. All right, I'm going to go get the guitar. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome back. Thank you so much for being here. It's Good time, good time, good time will be had by all. Where is my... There we go. I think it's... Oh, the music's not playing anymore, right? Pause that shit. Awesome. I think we're good. Awesome. Been playing songs that I like to play different songs, you know. Goofy Jackass. Yeah, man. Goofy Jackass. That's right. How you doing there, Shane Lewis? Shane Lewis, do you play guitar? Shane Lewis doesn't know how to play guitar. That's too bad. Shane, do you know how to play guitar? You should play. You should come play with me. It's fun. You should learn how to play an instrument. It's good times. It's good to learn how to play guitar. Celebrate your humanity, you know? I think so. Super important, actually. Fairly Well, Dink's song. Yeah, man, I could try. Fairly Well. Fairly Well. Okay, we'll try it. We'll try Fairly Well. I don't know that song. Fairly Well. I got Bob Dylan, Indigo Girls, Kathy Ryan. There's so many Fairly Wells. Hold on, Dinks. Oscar Isaac, Mumford & Sons. What song are you talking about? Honest Doubter. Dinks. What are you talking about? Dinks. Oscar and Mumford. All right. Mumford Sons. Oscar Isaac and Mumford & Sons. You know, I met the Mumford & Sons a long time ago, and they were cool, but they're of course it's tuned all fucked. Why is it tuned all fucked? DGB. We're still gonna play. We're gonna play it in standard tuning. See if we can do it. I don't know if it's gonna work. But we're gonna try. If I had wings like Noah's dove. All right, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. I've never heard this song. Never played this song. Wings like Noah's dove. I'd fly to the river and the one I love. Fare thee well, my honey. Is it fare thee well, my honey? Fare thee well. So do they do it fast like that? I'm guessing it's like that. Fare thee well, my honey. Fare thee well. I had a man who was long and tall, moved his body like a cannonball. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. Remember one evening in the pouring rain, and in my heart there was an aching pain. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. Muddy river is muddy and wild. You can give a bloody for my new unborn child. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. Just as sure as the birds fly high above, life ain't worth living without the one you love. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well.
if he does it fast or slow. I don't know. I don't know how fast they play that song, so I'm gonna try it one more time just for you, because I don't know if that. I never played that song before. I don't think I've ever heard that song. Oscar Isaac at the Cafe Vivaldi. Inside Lewis Davis. Oh, because he played it inside Llewyn Davis. All right, let's try it again. If I had wings like Noah's dove, I'd fly the river to the one I love. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. I had a man who was long and tall. He moved his body like a cannonball. And it fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. I remember one evening in the pouring rain, and in my heart there was an aching pain. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. Muddy river runs muddy and wild. You can give up bloody for my unborn child. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. Just as sure as the birds fly high above, ain't life worth living without the one you love. Fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well, fare thee well, my honey, fare thee well. How is that? I mean, I don't know. I never played that song before. I don't think I've ever heard that song before, but I hope you liked it. An Honest Doubt, I hope you liked it. I wanted to play that song about being a president. By War. I never played this song before, but I think it'd be kind of fun to try to play it. Okay, I've never played this song before. Let's see if I can do it. Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. Thank you, Kathy. Honest Daughter. I never played that song before. I hope it was sort of like, maybe not close to the original, but at least kind of like the spirit of it. Why can't we be friends? 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 Seen you around for a long, long time. I remember you. Okay, I think it needs to be way faster. It's too slow. It's too slow. I also feel like maybe I'm a little out of tune. Let me see if I got this. Not so bad. All right, here we go. Sky, can you please play Story of My Life? This is the story of my life. Yeah, totally. I'll play that next. Frankie. Why can't we be friends? 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 I've seen you around for a long, long can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? I've seen you walking down in Chinatown. I called you, but you not look around. Why can't we be friends? 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 I bring my money to the welfare line. I see you standing in it every time. Why can't we be friends? 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 The color of your skin don't matter to me, as long as we can live in harmony. Why can't we be friends? 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 Kinda like to be the president, so I can show you how your money is spent. Why can't we be friends? 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 I'm gonna try this one. Sometimes I don't speak right. Sometimes I don't speak right, but yet I know what I'm talking about. Why can't we be friends? 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 I know you're working for the CIA. They wouldn't have you in the mafia. Why can't we be friends? 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 You go like, why can't we be friends? 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 Something like that. I think you'd probably play it. I never played a song before, but I think you'd be playing it with the bar chords more. But first time ever playing that. This is the first day of my life. Story of my life. Oh, story of my life. Oh, that was the first day of my life. I like that song. Story of my life. Story of my life. Which version? The social D. I'm guessing it's social D. Oh, social D. Yeah. That's the story of my life. I saw Social D live when I was a kid. Oh, Kentucky Waltz, Bill Monroe. Okay, we'll play that next. We'll play that next. Crazy Jack Doll. We'll play it next. He plays it here. Oh, fuck, of course it's a messed up tuning again. He tunes it all fucked up. Alright, we'll play it anyway. La 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 High school seemed like such a blur. I didn't have much interest in sports or school elections, and in class I dreamed all day about rock and roll weekend. And the girl in the enter the room. So close yet so far, you know, she never seemed to notice that this silly schoolboy crush wasn't just pretending. Life goes by so fast. You only wanna do what you think is right. Close your eyes and it's past. The story of my life. The story of my life. This is the story of my life. Story of my life. Well, I went down to the old neighborhood. The faces had all changed. There's no one there left to talk to, and the pool hall I loved as a kid is now a 7-Eleven. Well, I went downtown to look for a job. I had no training, no experience to think of, and I looked at the holes in my jeans and turned and headed back. Oh, life goes by so fast. You only wanna do what you think is right. Close your eyes, and it's the past. That's the story of my life. Story of my life. That's the story of my life. That's the story of my life. Good times come and good times go. I only wish the good times would last a little longer, and I think about the good times we had and why they had to end. So I sit at the edge of my bed. I strum my guitar and I sing an outlaw love song, thinking about what you're doing now and when you're coming back. Life goes by so fast, you only wanna do what you think is right. 'Cause you close your eyes and it's the past. That's the story of my life. story of my life. Thank you. Thank you, Terry. Thank you very much. Thank you for the jubilation. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. I was playing it's funny, Mike Ness, the guy who wrote and sang that song, Social Distortion, he grew up around me. He grew up around here where I live. And when I was a kid, he was really famous, but he was drunk and he's like famously drunk. And we went to go see him, and it was okay. It was a fun show, but I saw him recently, and I thought he was better now. I think he's amazing now. I think he's so much better than he used to be. I think he's fantastic. Kentucky Waltz. Don't know that song. But I'm a big fan, actually, now. When I was a kid, I could take or leave him. Kentucky Waltz. By Bill Monroe. You got it. Turn the fan. It's getting hot in here. Okay, let's try it. Kentucky Waltz by Bill Monroe. Here we go. For you, Jackie, of course. I don't know this song, so we're gonna have a fun time with it. We were waltzing that night in Kentucky, neath the beautiful harvest moon. Okay, so let me speed this way the fuck up. We were waltzing that night in Kentucky, neath the beautiful harvest moon. And it was the boy, and I was the boy who was lucky, but it all ended too soon. As I sit here alone in the moonlight, I can see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace. Oh shit, it's a weird. And I see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace. In that beautiful Kentucky waltz. We were waltzing that night in Kentucky, neath the beautiful harvest moon. And I was the boy who was lucky, but it all ended too soon. As I sit here alone in the moonlight, I can see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace. In that beautiful Kentucky waltz. I think that, hold on, let me do that again. Crazy Jackdaw. How was that, Crazy Jackdaw? Was that anywhere near? The Chicken Tail. It's an oldie. It's an oldie but a goodie. Oh, we were waltzing that night in Kentucky, neath the beautiful harvest moon. And I was the boy who was lucky, but it all ended too soon. As I sit here alone in the moonlight, I can see your smiling face, and as I long once more for your embrace, and I long once more, and I long once more for your embrace, in that beautiful Kentucky waltz. Yeah, I'm playing that. Your embrace in that beautiful Kentucky wall. We were waltzing that night in Kentucky neath the beautiful harvest moon. And I was the boy who was lucky, but it ended all too soon. As I sit here alone in the moonlight, I could see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace in that beautiful Kentucky waltz. That beautiful Kentucky waltz. I feel like your embrace. I wonder, does he pause there? I bet he pauses. Is that how he does it? Because it's a weird. I bet it does that. I bet he goes like. And I could see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace in that beautiful Kentucky waltz. We were waltzing at night in Kentucky neath the beautiful harvest moon. And I was the boy who was lucky, but it all ended too soon. As I sit here alone in the moonlight, I can see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace in the beautiful Kentucky waltz. Yeah, that beautiful Kentucky waltz. That's pretty close, right? Your embrace. Is that how he does it? I could see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace in the beautiful Kentucky waltz. So it does that, like it goes. I was a boy who was lucky, but it all ended too soon. As I sit here alone in the moonlight, and I see your smiling face, and I long once more for your embrace in the beautiful Kentucky waltz. Beautiful Kentucky waltz. Something like that. I tried to do it. I don't know if that's. I never heard that song. Thank you for that. Kentucky Walls for the Osborne brothers and Bill Monroe. Honest Doubters by Horse Feathers. What? Honest Doubters by Horse Feathers. Never heard that song. Horse Feathers. Honest Doubters does not exist. Maybe I can just figure out horse, see what they have from Horse Feathers. Horse Feathers, 2 words? Ooh, lots of songs by Horse Feathers. Hardwood Pews, Thistle Spring, Working Poor, Heathen's Kiss, Without Applause, Mother's Sick, Curves in the Weeds, Eyes Full of Rose, Birds on a Leash. Nothing called Honest Doubters, though I can't find it. And I don't know the song. Pick another song by them, though. Hardwood Pews? Sounds like a fun one. Working Poor, you got it. You got it, dude. You got it, dude. Standard tuning. Nice. I like it when things are standard tuning. It's a little easier to play. That was a banjo song. I thought that was fun. I thought that was a fun song, man. I don't know that band, Horse Feathers. I don't think I know them. I like that song, Working Poor, though. That's a fun song. Working Poor. I'll heart that one. So maybe I can listen to it later. Man, I listened to a lot of John and Roy yesterday because of you. I was listening to them a lot yesterday. I just had them playing in the house all day. Curs in the Weeds. Thank you, Honest Doubter. Thank you for introducing me to another great band that I don't think I know. It's funny because my memory is like, I'm very old and stupid. I don't remember everything. But a lot of these are banjo songs, so like I would never think of trying to play them. I probably, you know, when I was in Virginia, I cut my pinky a little bit. Curs in the Weeds. I'm gonna try to play Curs in the Weeds. When I lived in Virginia, everything was bluegrass, fucking bluegrass, fucking bluegrass, 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 bluegrass. And so, of course, I was in a punk band. And I didn't want to... Bad Bambi. Oh, thank you, Bad Bambi. Daniel Rosen. I don't know Daniel Rosen. My voice is a little fucked right now, too, so... Lovers of the things, won't you agree how winter could bring the darkest spring with hell on your face, dirt on the walls in the back of the place. You grew and complained. Father of grief, don't you believe that the ones in between, the ones that are blamed of fickle faith, cynics that see how the children are cursed to believe. I feel like I'm playing it too fast, right? It's hard when you play banjo songs. It makes you want to like fuck, because you think of banjo, you think of like. Marrow without bone. Live in a house with no home. Where the sun is the darkest sea. Crawls with the curs in the weeds. something like that. I'll try to play Daniel Rosen in a second. Bad Bad Bambi. Let me take another crack at that song. I feel like that song is way better. I fucked it up, I think, a little bit. House with No Home. A minor 7 is occasionally played with the G on the high E string added. The high E on the center. Okay, it's a banjo song, so I think like it's kind of. How was that? You know the song, don't you? Honest Doubter, how close was that? Lover of things, won't you agree how the winter could bring the darkest spring with hell on your face, dirt on the walls, in the back of the place you grew and complained. Father of 3, won't you believe that the ones in between, the ones are blamed of fickle faith, cynics that see how their children are cursed to believe. It's a little slower, more low key. Yeah, I kind of figured it would be slower. It feels like it should be slower, but I keep on wanting to speed up because I know like banjo songs are always like fucking frantic. I don't really. A banjo has to be like real chill for me to like that instrument. I should have played it slower, I guess, but I really like playing it. Let's listen to the. Let's see if there's a song by Daniel Rosen. I don't know Daniel Rosen. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you for the applause. Thank you so much. Working Poor, Curs in the Weeds. I love the name Curs in the Weeds. Curse in the Weeds. So nice. Daniel Rosen. Daniel Rosen. Okay. Do you have a favorite song? Is Bad Bad Bambi here? Bambi. I have a bunch of songs. The last one. I kind of like the name of that one. Should I just pick one at random? Unpeopled Space. Oh, I kind of like the name of that one too. Saint Nothing. All right, we're gonna pick a song. We're gonna do the last one. I think the last one's got a great title. Let's see if I can play this song. Oof. Let's see if I can't find this someplace else on the neck of this thing. Here we go. 4. That's it. That's it. That's it. Across the island, back when I was strong, both eyes that open, when what I saw was true. It was true enough to feel it, clear and hyper-real, nothing could deceive me. There's all these like, is this in standard tuning? It is in standard tuning. Bambi, are you here? Bambi's not even here. I'm sitting here trying to play a song by Daniel Ross and Bambi ain't even here. He or she is not even here. Golden Mile, Silent Song, Unpeopled Space. AB7. Fuck, these songs are like really advanced. They're like I could play them, but they're like super hard to just sight read because there's like a bunch of minor chords, a bunch of A, B, 7s and 9s and shit. They're not like straight ahead songs. They're like very, very complicated songs. Does anyone have a favorite song by this guy, Daniel Rawson? I never heard this song. He doesn't play like he's... I might just give up on this goose hunt. Or you know what? Let me try this. Here, let me try this. It's just like fucking EP. It's got all these dissonant. They can't make heads or tails of his songs just by reading them. I'm sorry, Bambi. I can't think of ones that are just like. Daniel Rawson. I never heard of this singer, so I don't know. I think I'm gonna pass on Daniel Rawson for right now. But Curse in the Weeds was a good song. That was a good idea. Let's do this one. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines, where the sun don't ever shine. Where the shiver the whole night through. My girl, well, you know I'm going where the whole will go. In the pines, where the sun don't ever shine, where will shiver the whole night through. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines, where the sun don't ever shine. I would shiver the whole night through. My father was a hard-working man, and he killed 1.5 miles from here. His head was found in a driving wheel, and his body was never to be found. My girl, don't lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines, where the sun never shines, and I shiver the whole night through. Ooh, Mother Big River by Jessica Pratt. Love You, so Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I think I hear Kurt Cobain too, but it's a Lead Belly song. He covered it in the Unplugged. Mother Big River. Thank you, An Honest Doubter. Man, I didn't get such good sleep last night, man. Kept on waking up all stressed and shit. Mother Big River. Ooh. That's a fun chord. fortune run. When your sails come back together, she will follow you wherever you go. But still rivers run, and running water run so slow. I had a picture of my mother, even mother doesn't know. Where big rivers flow, someday I'd like to know. He has followed you down beneath the starlight. Bitter town, hard wings cling to roads that you ride on your way back home. But still rivers run, and running water runs so slow. Had a picture of my father, but even father doesn't know. Where big rivers flow, someday I'd like to know. I mean, I thought that was pretty good. Hitting the hay early, hopefully. I'm going to hit the hay early today for sure. You got 3 hours sleep. I could not sleep last night, man. I was dying last night. I could not sleep. I felt like, when I woke up today, I was like, fuck. That's why when I was done with the news, I was like, man, I don't know if I have it in me to play guitar. But now I'm glad I did. Got to practice every day, you know? Was that kind of, sort of close? Honest Doubter, are you here? Did you listen to the song? But I feel like it should be more like this. She has followed you from where dark water and fortune run. When your sails come back together, she will has followed you down neath the starlight in bitter towns. Heartbeats cling to the roads that you ride on your back home. Over a still river run, and you're running water on so slow. And a picture of my father, even father doesn't know where rivers flow. Someday I'd like to know where big rivers flow, and I'd like to know. Oh, I'd like to know. Something like that. Was that something like that? It was more, hers is more droney, more low key, but yours is good. Jacked out, you lost connection. No, immediately turn off the live stream immediately after making a song request. You did that once. You did that once. You did that once. Stuffalopagus. 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 How you doing, Stuffalopagus? Most iconic 90s Bittersweet Symphony. Oh, I've played that song before. I'll play that song. Stephalopagus. I'll play that song for you. I'll try to play it different though. I'll play it. It's a bittersweet symphony, that's life. That guy, Richard, whatever his name is, he got screwed on that song, you know? It's a bittersweet symphony that's life. Cause it's a take you down the only road you've ever been down. No, the one that takes you to the places where all the veins meet, yeah. No change, I can change, I can change. I can change them here in my mode. I'm here in my mode. I'm here in my mode. Now I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I'll change my mode. No, no, no. I can't change my mode. No, 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 need to hear some sounds to recognize the pain in me, yeah. I let the melody shine, let it cleanse my mind. I feel free now. But the airwaves are clean and there's nobody singing to me now. No change, I can change, I can change, I can change. I'm here in my mold, I am here in my mold. I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I can't change my mold. It's a bittersweet symphony that's live, trying to make ends meet, try to find some money, then I die. No change, I can change, I can change, I can change, and I'm here in my mold. I'm here in my mold. I'm a million different people from one day to the next. I don't change my mold. No, 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 no. I can change my mold. No, 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 no. Something like that. How's that, Stephalophagus? How is that one, Stephelson? How is that? I Am a Rock. Oh, I fucking love that song. I haven't heard that song in years, Jackie. I am a rock. I am an island. You know, and a rock feels no pain. An island never cries. Jackie. All right, we're gonna try it. Sometimes Simon Garfunkel songs are really like the first time I played Under the Sound of Silence, I couldn't get my breath. A winter's day in a deep dark December, I am alone grazing from my window to streets below on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. I am a rock. I am an island. I built walls and fortresses steep and mighty that none may penetrate. I have no need for friendship. Friendship causes pain. It's laughter and it's loving I disdain. I am a rock. I am an have my books and my poetry to protect me. I am shielded in my armor, hiding in my room, safe within my womb. I touch no one and no one touches me. I am a rock. I am an island, and a rock feels no pain, and an island ends high. A rock feels no pain, and an island never cries. All right, let's try that again. When we go to Nashville, we're going. Jackie, sorry, that one was a little, I've never played the song before. Oh, winter's day in a deep, dark December. I am alone, gazing from my window to the streets below, on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. I am a rock, I am an island, a walls, fortress deep and mighty, and that none may penetrate. I have no need of friendship. Friendship causes pain. It's laughter and it's loving I disdain. I am a rock, I am an island. Don't talk of love, I've heard the words before. It's sleeping in my memory. I won't disturb the slumber of my feelings, but I've died, and if I never loved, I never would have cried. I am a rock, I am an island. I have my books and my poetry to protect me. I'm shielded in my armor, hiding in my room, safe within my womb, and I touch no one and no one touches me. I am a rock, I am an island, and a rock feels no pain, and a rock never cries. Rock feels no pain, and an island never cries. Was that better? I think the second time was a little bit better. I feel like I can turn that song into something a little bit more fun. Kind of like, I kind of want to do it one more time. Let's try it one more time, and then I'll call it quits. It's time to go anyway. I'll do it one more time. Oh, winter's day in a deep deep, dark December, I am alone, gazing from my window to the streets below, on a freshly fallen silent shroud of snow. I'm a rock, I'm an island. I built walls, fortress steep and mighty, that none may penetrate. I have no need of friendship. Friendship causes pain. It's laughter and it's loving, not disdain. I am a rock, I'm an island. I don't talk of love, but I've heard the words before. I'm sleeping in my memory. I won't disturb the slumber of feelings that have died. If I never loved, I never would have cried. I'm a rock, I'm an island. I'm a rock, I'm an island. I have my books and my poetry to protect me. I am shielded in my armor, hiding in my room, safe within my womb. I touch no one and no one touches me. I am a rock, I am an island. I am a rock, oh, I am an island. I am a rock, I am an island. And a rock feels no pain, and an island never cries. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that, Jackie. What a great song to play. I think I made it my own. I hope you liked my version. I'm trying to do it my own. Oh, you're crying again. That's so sweet, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. Ooh, $50. This is a request for Another Day, All Along the Lee Shore by Crosby, Stills and Nash. The version on Four-Way Street. Learn it and hit us with it at another date. It's the most beautiful song I've ever heard. No pressure, though. Oh, okay. Well, we will try. You like it, Jackie? We'll try it right now. How about that, Stuffelson? For $50, fuck, I could stay another couple minutes and try to work it out. I'm a big fan of Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Oh man, I just heard. Oh man, there's a famous story about who introduced Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. Or Crosby, Stills and Nash.
Jimi Hendrix introduced the band before their performance at the Woodstock Festival in 1969.
No. How did Crosby, Stills, and Nash meet?
There are two primary accounts of how Crosby, Stills,
Joni
and Nash
Mitchell's
sang
house.
together, though the most famous and widely accepted meeting happened in July 1968 at Joni Mitchell's house in Laurel.
Yeah.
David Crosby
Oh, no.
and Stills were already hanging out and
But
playing music together after their respective
Mamas and the
bands,
Papas.
the Byrds and Buffalo Springfield, broke up. Graham Nash, who was still in London with the Hollies,
Mama
was
Cass.
Mitchell, his girlfriend at the time. The Laurel While sitting in Mitchell's living room, Crosby and Stills played a new song Stills had written called...
Okay, but that's Crosby, Stills. But Crosby, Stills, and Nash all met. Mama Cass introduced them. From the Mamas and the Papas. Crosby and Stills knew each other, but Nash... And then Young came later, right? But this is Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young all along the lee shore. I feel like we should try it at least once, and then I'll try to get better. Again, Watchtower, 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 of course. It's just called The Lee Shore by Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can sight read it. E minor 9, C major 7. Alright, we're going to try it. We'll try it. It's a couple... Alright, we're going to try it out. The Lee Shore. Oh, they have alternative fingerings too. Fuck. I'm just going to play it the old... All along the shore. Shells lie scattered in the sand, winking up like shining eyes at me. The sea older than you know. Still lying there, some careless way. Got it long ago. Woke up this morning, I dove beneath my floating home. Down below her graceful side in the turning tide, the sea fish roam. There I heard a story, some sailors from Santa Maria. There was another island nowadays run something like that? Is it something like that? They have all these alternative fingerings for chords, so there's not actually, so it's more like... Yeah, unfortunately, I will have to, but I appreciate that. I'll learn this song for you. Do you know this song? It might... Sky, I would like an autographed kazoo. Should I sell autographed kazoos on my merch store? I wonder what tales New Mexico will bring. I've been writing my own music again, writing my own songs again, because I've been playing so much. It's been kind of fun to be playing. But Snuffleupagus sounds like a deal. You don't love inflation? Nice, real McCoy. That's good. I don't love inflammation either. No, me neither. That's for sure. Thank you. Can I get some jubilations? Thank you, jubilations, for... Thank you. I'm glad you like that. Steffelson, we're going to learn this song. Crosby, Stills, National are on Four-Way Street. There aren't that many versions for me to play, but there's one that's just Crosby played. There's only two. I only have two versions of this song. The live version and one that I can't access for some reason. Oh, there's some people who played it. On electric. Tours across the sea. It's a popular song to play. Sounds like it's a pretty... So it sounds like it's actually way faster than I was playing it. But it's also being played... All along the lee shore. All right, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll learn it. We'll learn it. We'll learn it for you. The version of Four-Way Street is slower than that. I'll try to find Four-Way Street. Oh, I'll try to find Four-Way Street. All along the lee shore. 243. Just like scattered in the sand, waking up like shining eyes at me. From the sea. Here is one like sunrise, older than you don't know. It's like still lying there in some careless way. Forgot it long ago. When I woke this morning, I dove beneath my floating home. Down below her graceful side, in this turning tide, to watch the sea fish roam. There I heard a story from the sailors of Sandra Marie. There's another island, days run away here, and it's empty and free. From here to Venezuela, there's nothing more to see. Than 100,000 islands flung like jewels upon the sea. furl my sails. I'll learn it. I'll learn it. Oh, for 3 sips worth of coffee. Thank you, Navia. Thank you so much for that, Navi. I appreciate it. Every time I gift, they go to Magtards. No, but hey, the Magtards, they bring... Have you solved all the world's problems today again, or are you taking a break from the throne? NF Coin, people were asking about you in the chat today. People were asking about you. It's kind of finger picked in the real version. Yeah, I know, but I'm not gonna play it that way. I'm gonna try my best, Stuffelson, but finger pricking is not really my perky twink AI voice. No, NF Coin. I'm trying to play songs for people, you know, trying to live it up and be nice, but thank you. And Navia, thank you for the coffee. I really do appreciate that. It's huge for me. Cash App is Skyjack Morgan, and Venmo is Skyjack23. Real McGoy. Venmo and Cash App. Skyjack Morgan. Skyjack Morgan on Cash App. Venmo is Skyjack23. I should say thank you to Steve, who kept his promise. So thank you, Steve. NF Coin. Anyway, I tried to play the song. I'll learn a little bit better. Don't call in, NF Coin. We're not taking call in. Cash App is Skyjack Morgan. And Skyjack23 is Venmo. I need to set up my PayPal. Oh, you mean just call him Steve? I have a song that stuck in my head. Do you want to play Scarlet Begonias? I don't know that song, but I'll play it for you. I will play it for you. Okay. Scarlet Begonia? I'll try it. Scarlet Begonias. Who sings it? Yes, jubilation for Navia, please. Thank you. We need jubilations. Oh, by Scarlet Dead, by the Grateful Dead, or by Sublime? Let's do Sublime. It was on 40 Ounces of Freedom? I should know this song. I listened to that album forever. I listened to that album over and over and over again. God, 40 Ounces to Freedom. I was walking down Rub-a-Dub Square. Not a chill to the weather, but a nip to the air. another direction. She caught my eye. It could have been an illusion, but I might as well try. Might as well try. She had rings on her fingers, bells on her shoes, and I knew without asking she was into the blues. She wore a scarlet begonia tucked into her curls. I knew right away she was not like other girls, like other girls. Well, I ain't ever been right as I ain't ever been wrong, but seldom works out the way it does in this song. Hey, 'cause once in a while get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. It was a summer of love, and thank the stars above, 'cause the woman took the loving over me. Just gain a trust. I bought a microbus because I sold up all my personal property. Tie-dyed dress, she was a psychedelic mess. We toured to the north, the south, the east and west. We sold mushroom tea. We sold some ecstasy. We sold nitrous, opium acid, and heroin and PCP. Now I hear the police are coming after me. I hear the police are coming after me. Once scarlet with flowers in her hair, she's got the police coming after me. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with the way she moves. All scarlet begonias and a touch of the blues. And there ain't nothing wrong with the love that's in her eye. Had to learn the hard way to let her pass me by. Just let her pass me by. Something like that. Try the dead version. Damn, Navia. All right, let's try it again. So I was walking down Governor's Square. Not a chill to the winter, but a nip to the air. From the other direction, she was calling my eyes. Could have been an illusion. heat of the evening when the dealing got rough. She was too bad to open and to pull the bluff as I picked up my matches. Was closing the door. I had one of those flashes. Been there before. Been there before. Well, it ain't nothing right, but I've never been wrong. Seldom turns out the way it does in this song. Once in a while you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. Well, there ain't nothing wrong with the way she moves her scarlet begonias or a touch of the blues, and there's nothing wrong with the look that's in her eye. I had to learn the hard way. Let her pass me by, let her pass me by. Wind in the willows playing tea for two. The sky was yellow and the sun was blue. Stranger stopping stranger just to shake their hands. Everybody's playing in the heart of gold band, heart of gold band. Everybody's playing the heart of gold band, the heart of gold band. I don't know. What do you think? I tried, Navia. Might need a light pick. Too Cali compared to Cali Dead. Oh, fuck, Navia. I don't know the song. Sorry, butcher it, Navia. Jeez, Navia. I thought we were friends, Navia. Thanks, Navia. I've never heard the song before, so I don't know. Should I play it again? I'll play it again just for you. Let It Linger. Let It Linger. I'll play it real slow for you, Navia. Is it a slow song? As I was walking down Grosvenor Square, not a chill to the winter, not a nip to the air from the other direction. She was calling my eyes. Could be an illusion, but I might as well try. Might as well try. She had rings on her fingers other girls. In the heat of the evening, when the dealing got rough, she was too pat, too open, and too cold to love. As I picked up my matches and was closing the door, I had one of those flashes. I've been there before. Been there before. Well, I ain't often right, but I've never been wrong. Seldom turns out the way it does in this song. Once in a while you get shown the light in the strangest of places if you look at it right. But there ain't nothing wrong with the way she moves. The scarlet begonias or a touch of the blue, and there's nothing wrong with the look that's in her eyes. I had to learn the hard way to let her pass by, let her pass by. The wind and the willows playing tea for two. The sky was yellow and the sun was blue. Strangers stopping, just to shake their hand. Everybody's playing in the heart of gold band. The heart of gold band. The heart of gold band. Okay, there you go. I tried to play it differently for you. Ding dang do kazoo. This is worse. You suck, Navia. Why you gotta be so mean, Navia? I don't know how that song goes. I don't know how I made that song up. I don't know how that song went. Well, my coffee prices are higher than ever before. I don't know what to do. Guess I'll just have to go fuck myself and play my kazoo. Ding dang do. Ding dang do. Oh, inflation, he says he loves it so much. Like a stripper, we can look but we can't touch. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I guess I'll just have to go and play my kazoo. And I'll play my kazoo. Ding dang do. Ding dang do. Guess I'm supposed to care about sports, but I don't care. You got shit in your shorts, and I'm supposed to care about dicks in the locker room, but all I really wanna do is play my kazoo. When I don't know what to do, I think dang do. I guess I'll play my kazoo. I can't afford to fill up my little car with gas. I guess I'm supposed to sell a piece of my ass, and I'm supposed to start an OnlyFans account at dawn. Maybe I can buy a lawnmower. I'll mow my lawn, but there's nothing I can do until then. Sell my poo, and I'll play my kazoo. There's no money for playing my kazoo. I guess I'll play my kazoo on my OnlyFans page all day. going down, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. OnlyFans, I guess I'll play my kazoo. A ding dang, a ding dang, doo doo. Some old cheese, 'cause I didn't have money for the new cheese, but they said if it's moldy you should call it blue. So I ate that cheese and now I smell like I'm going to die, and I don't know what to do when I eat that old cheese that's blue. I guess I'll go and I'll play my fucking kazoo. Ding dang doo. I guess I'll smoke my kazoo. Is that how it went? Something like that? I don't know how my ding dang doo song went. I don't know how that song actually went, Steffelson. 6'5", blue eyes, guitar, only vet. Use a coupon. Can you pay me now? Yeah, Nevada under pressure. Never under pressure. Never under pressure. Sure you can. Cash App, Skyjack Morgan. Venmo, Skyjack23. Don't eat the cheese that's blue. I'll play it, babe, but not showing Epic Fury. I'll give it a 6 out of 7. Okay, give it a 6, 7. That works. I mean, maybe I should write an actual song called Ding Dang Doo Kazoo. Because that's just like making stuff up on the fly. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me. It was great to see you, and I'll see you tomorrow for the Friday show. Hope you guys have a great day. I'll see you soon. Legitimately non-coverendum. Don't let the bastards grind you down. This has kind of turned into a members-only stream. So I'm going to skip the members-only stream because I got to eat. You have to write a ding-dang-doo. I have to write a ding-dang-doo. Yeah. And then make fake stage shots with the help of AI for the video. Yeah. Feral Fridays. Yeah, Feral Fridays tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, bye. Have a good night, Steffelson. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Say the letters OF to fit the cadence. OF. That'd be kind of funny. I'll make a song. Feet Finder lyrics. I appreciate you right back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Quando ami fluncos moritati illegitimi non cobrandi. No cobrandum, illegitimi non cobrandum. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. See ya. Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.